Welcome, everyone, to the Islanders Never Say Bye podcast. I'm your host, TJ, and with me here, as always, is our NHL analyst and expert, the grumpy old man. They say there's no shame in his game because he's always the same.
That's me.
Grumpy, how are you doing this fine Saturday evening?
Okay, pretty good. How about you?
Not bad. Well, of course, it's your birthday, Grumpy. So right off the top, happy birthday, grumpy old man.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Happy birthday. Today, we got a lot to cover on this podcast. But for those of you who are new, welcome to the podcast. This is a twice a week All Islanders podcast that takes place every single Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What time? What time?
8 p.m.
What time is it now?
8 p.m. Eastern.
What time is it now?
Right now, it's 8-ish. What time is it, Grump? It looks like it's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Okay. 8 o'clock on the dot Eastern Standard Time. But every Wednesday and Saturday. So if you're new to the show, make sure we invite you to stick around a while. And if you enjoy the content, there's a few things we ask of you. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out on any of the action. Make sure you like on Facebook and follow on Twitter. Also, if you leave a little thumbs up, apparently that helps the algorithm, grumpy old man. So make sure you leave a thumbs up too if you enjoy the content. We also have another podcast that I totally forgot to mention last show, but it's called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. It is a twice a week all sports podcast that takes place every Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and every Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We talk everything sports on the show. We talk NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, college football, European football, anything and everything sports on that show. Again, it's called TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. You could find it in the link in the description below or as a featured page here on our YouTube channel at TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be no show this Sunday.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Grumpy, no show this Sunday.
I see. Is that because of me or because of you? It's always because of you.
I don't know, Grumpy. Maybe it's because of you. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, man. But a lot to talk about today, Grump. And we'll be doing a show live during the game. Not a watch along, but we'll do it live during the game. There's a lot to cover that's happened since even Wednesday. Josh Bailey playing in his 1,000th game, all with the New York Islanders. We'll talk about the Islanders, right? They beat the Rangers, and I think circumstances benefited them in that game. And they beat the Carolina Hurricanes. And I think that the way they played against the Hurricanes is probably the best Islanders we've seen so far this year. I mean, against a tough opponent. Let me put you like that. Against a competent opponent, that was the best we've seen the Islanders play. So we'll break that down. We'll break down Josh Bailey's 1,000th game, Grumpy. And also, we'll be keeping you up to date as the Colorado Avalanche are facing off against the Islanders right now. It's a 0-0 game or in the first intermission, headed to the second period.
Very true. And away we go. Let's start us off. What do you want to talk about first?
I think this is a good one. Now, you remember how we've always had the topic of discussion of will Josh Bailey make it into the Islanders Hall of Fame? Remember how we talked about will his number be retired into the rafters? Well, it's funny. Now that he hits the milestone, you see more and more of those topics of conversation emerge their head. And I think the Islanders did a great ceremony. And here's the thing. First off, what do you want to say, Grumpy, about Josh Bailey reaching 1,000 games? On a serious note, and I'll let you joke around about it. On a serious note, Josh Bailey, 1,000 games. What are your thoughts on that, Grumpy?
It shows that you show up every night. That's what it shows. Has he been a great player? No. Has he been an average player? Yeah. I mean, good for him. Congratulations on playing 1,000 games. It's funny. They mentioned something during the ceremony. They had somebody do a painting of Josh Bailey and, highlights of his career. And I'm like, okay, it looks just like a big picture of Josh Bailey. And that's something that looked like a damn postage stamp on some of the highlights of his career. I even said to the warden, I said, man, that's going to be like less than an 8x10 on, accomplishments he's had in his career. And sure enough, I look at it, nothing. It was nothing.
Oh, Grumpy. Well, I do want to mention, obviously, congratulations there to Josh Bailey. 1,000 games. It's a serious mark, and it's just as Grumpy said, and I'll put it in the light that it should be painted in, or at least the way I think it should be painted in. Right? It does mean consistency, right? Very consistent as a player. You've got an individual that has stayed healthy. You have an individual that has dedicated himself to his craft to be a professional for, a decade plus. Albeit he's never been a superstar, he's never been an elite player, but he has been a player to where, I think he's been, for the majority of his career, above average. And, towards the tail end where he is now, I think he's an average player. I don't think he's still above average. I think he's more of an average player, despite finding his way back on the first line here. But he's a guy who has been consistent. And consistency is important. As a professional athlete, being unbelievably consistent is important. Every team needs players who are very consistent. So he is the quintessential consistent player, the quintessential above average for the majority of his career player. And, it's a hell of a feat as a professional to do that. That being said, Grump, there are topics of discussion about whether he should take.
It was nice to see his mom and dad there, and his wife and their 3 children. And I do know that, his mom came out and had a juice box, and the little girl was trying to grab the juice box, and Josh said, "Hey, that's my juice box, kid. Don't ever touch that again."
Well, what I was about to ask you, Grumpy, because I appreciate Two Mess of Pessimisticking. He made sure to go ahead and send this to us. Lower listener there of the show. I do have a question, right? He sent us the picture. Obviously, this was after Josh Bailey's goal. Josh Bailey, is it not apropos his 1,000th game in the NHL? He scores himself a little goal. He outweights Frederick Anderson, who's flopping around like a fish out of water, and he gets the goal. But Grumpy, am I to understand now, because you have said that Josh Bailey's mother doesn't even invite him to Sunday dinners? Now, I would think this 1,000th game, maybe it has mended the relationship, Grumpy, if that's the case, because look, here she is. She's attending the game. I assume he's got to be invited back to Sunday dinner.
No, I don't think so.
You think this is all for face? Is that what it was, Grumpy?
I think the organization invited the parents. It wasn't Josh.
Okay.
I think they said, hey, I know you and Josh are on the outs, Mom, but just show up. You know how fragile he is emotionally, but he's smart. He's not real good, but he's smart. And he knows, well, gosh, I haven't scored all year. Let's see, even though he had against.
Oh, yeah, he had scored all.
I know. But he's like, we need to get you in here. And maybe, for his 1,000th game, he wants to make himself look more important than he really has ever been. So he's going to score. And then everyone will say, Josh Bailey scores a goal in his 1,000th game. And that's all they're going to be talking about.
When I see his parents right here, those faces right there, that looks like they've been drugged to the game at gunpoint. Grumpy, they're not excited for their son playing 1,000 games. That's what that looks like. But here it is. Obviously very heartwarming to see. And, that's what does the Islanders organization do a great job of. It does a great job of highlighting the individuals. And here's the thing. We like Josh Bailey as an individual, really do. We have nothing bad to say about him, just always about the play. That's it. But I mean, they do a great job of I think making the team feel like a family for people who even are on the outside of the family looking in.
Yeah, and all kidding aside, I mean that's it's an accomplishment. Everyone knows I don't think he's a great player, but you play 1,000 games in the NHL. That's not everyone does that, and it was really nice that his mom and dad got to be there and sharing that celebration as well. Looks like they've been working on that high five for a while.
Oh, stop.
They're looking at themselves on the camera, on the screen. That's what they're doing. Hey, look, it's us.
Yeah. And again, it's a great accomplishment.
How many times did they give that high five? Like 100? They're still working on it.
It's a great accomplishment for Josh Bailey. Really is. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to the family. I mean, it's a lot to push through. So congrats to him. But hey,
you know what? Though,
one thing bottom line business. You don't live off of your freaking past accomplishments. Hey, congratulations. Now on to the next thing, as all professional sports are. We're not here to continue to congratulate you for 15 years. Congratulations. We've said our part. Very great professional. On to the next.
One thing I noticed, I have more hair than Josh Bailey, TJ, and so do you.
No, we don't. Stop.
Yes, you do. They showed him. They showed him today, in the ceremony with his head on, he had his head buzzed, but you can tell if there's hair there, like a 5 o'clock shadow on your scalp. he didn't have that much of that on top.
Hey, if I've got more hair than Josh Bailey, I get, hey, that's nice. As much ridicule as I get on this show. I mean, that being said, congratulations. But moving along, Josh Bailey, Islanders Hall of Fame topic of discussion came up again.
No, come on.
And I want to revisit it. I always believed if they won a cup, Josh Bailey's name for certain would be up in the Islanders Hall of Fame. No doubt about it. The consistency added on with the cherry on top of the cup, I think you would definitely have an argument that he should be in the Islanders Hall of Fame. Okay. As of right now, I'll let you comment on that.
For me, no, you have to actually do something. Just showing up every night is not enough to have your number retired. I'm sorry. It's just not. He's never led the team in anything, except maybe, doing math problems and shit like that because he's so wicked smart.
They even said that again today. AJ was talking about how smart he was.
I know. They never talked about, hey, remember Josh doing this on this day? Or no, he's such a good passer. I mean, shit. He's never even led the team in assist. He's never led the team in anything. You can't retire a guy's number like that.
Did he lead he had to have led the team in assist the year where he had 70 points with John Tavares, right? He must.
I would say John Tavares probably.
No, an assist. And certainly he must have led the team in assists.
I'm going to say no.
Give the guy his right credit to at least today. I am giving him credit. Give him the credit he deserves. Come on.
I gave him credit. He shows up every night. Hey, you know what? Every team needs a night watchman. That's Josh Bailey.
Oh, but now there were a whole bunch of individuals flooding out in support the unbelievably pro Josh Bailey guys. They did happen to come out and support Grumpy. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, and I was talking to Mike, our friend of the show, Mikey Ryan, the founder of Isles Meetup. Well, I think we're going to have him on coming up. I just need to respond to his text message. Sorry, Mikey, if you're watching. I'll get back to you. I apologize. I'm running slack. I know I always apologize, but I am. Now, we happen to see that game was in Raleigh. Let me ask you this first, Grumpy. The game was in Raleigh. Did you happen to go to the game? I know you're in that area, Grumpy. Did you happen to go to the game to see Josh Bailey's 1000th game live?
No.
Shit. Man, Grumpy, I know your birthday was today. I should have got that as a birthday gift because you would have really enjoyed that. Being able to see Josh Bailey play his 1000th game with the Islander and score a goal, that's icing on the cake. But we did see there were fans at the game for the meetup group, and we see Josh Bailey is elite.
Ugh.
There's Mikey. There's our friend Mikey. He's holding up Josh Bailey's elite, Grumpy.
He sucks. I'm sorry. You know what? I might have. That's one of those things like where they hold you up like for the high school football games. Everybody kind of runs through it. That's what I would have done with that.
What? Hold on. You would not have run through that.
Right through it.
Oh, stop. Maybe at the end of the game, right? No, they probably saved that and they're going to put it in the Islanders Hall of Fame too. But friend of the show too, and Stefan Rosner. He did make a tweet about it, Grumpy, and people wanted us to weigh in. He says, I'll leave this with you. Josh Bailey deserves his number retired in the Islanders when he calls it a career. It's not up for debate, and I won't debate it. Good night.
Yeah, he's not going to debate it because he has nothing. It's what does he what's the ammunition that he has on why Josh Bailey deserves to have his number retired? What is the ammunition?
Consistent professional. That's
consistent professional. There's been a shitload of players like they would. Here's the thing: they'd run out of numbers. They wouldn't even have numbers if you're just saying, "Well, gosh, he was a consistent professional. He showed up every night, played 1,000 games, blah blah blah." No, he's accomplished nothing. He's never accomplished anything his entire career. Never.
To a quick aside, the Islanders' penalty kill has been unbelievably hot this year. They have killed the first 28 penalties in a row. They are 6 away from tying, the all-time record set by the 2001-2002 Montreal Canadiens for most consecutive power plays killed at the beginning of the season. Well, so their penalty kill has been fantastic. I'm sorry. I wanted to bring that up to you as I saw it on screen as I didn't forget. But, I think that's the real way you could say it is unbelievably, a consistent professional. In my opinion, that's not enough to get you into the Hall of Fame. It's not the Hall of Good or the Hall of Very Good. It's the Islanders Hall of Fame. The Islanders up there in the rafter.
No.
Think about how long it took Tonelli to get his number retired. How many years did it take Tonelli to get his number retired for the Islanders?
I don't know, but he put up his numbers are probably twice as good as Bailey's, and he was a true professional as well. Can I just say one thing about the power play thing? It's over.
Oh, hold on. Did we just surrender our first power play goal?
Yes.
Oh, tisk. As soon as I mention it, just like that, Islanders.
You're like one of those damn announcers.
I'm like one of the NFL announcers where it's like, Peyton Manning has thrown for a touchdown pass on his first 17 drives so far this season, and he hasn't thrown for an interception in the last 157 snaps, and he throws a pick on the very first drive. That's kind of what it's like, Grump.
I'd like to respond to Stefan Rosner's tweet and just say, no debate needed. Absolutely not.
I look at it like this. I seriously think you look at some of the other guys when you start going through the history books. I know it's been a very dark
period.
What about
Patrick? What about LaFontaine? What about him? He was really, really good when he was here. Look at the numbers he put up for us. He was phenomenal. What about Pierre Turgeon? Why are we retiring their numbers? You want to know why? Because you can't retire everyone's number. That's why. What about Anders Kalor? He was a great veteran player. He won 4 Stanley Cups. What about him? What about Dave Langevin? What about Rich Pilon? I mean, they were all great, consistent veterans every year. You just can't retire everyone's number. If that's the bar,
the barometer shouldn't be how many games you play on a consistent level. Look at, by the way, the Q. He had 34 points in 70 games at the Q. But yeah, when he started his career, his first 8 years for the Islanders, I mean, multiple seasons where he had 70 plus points, a season there in triple digits and a point total. I mean, like, you could say the same thing, right? Does Anders Lee deserve to be retired in the Islanders Hall of Fame too? He's going to be here for the remainder of his career, right? He'll probably get 1,000 games with the Islanders. Does he deserve to have his number retired? Like, that's what I mean by, like, when you set that precedent. I'm not sure. I can't give it just based off of consistency and your ability to suit up every night. That doesn't do enough for me to put your name in the Islanders Hall of Fame. He's been a very, very successful professional, unbelievably consistent, but Islanders Hall of Fame is a little much for me.
You're looking at Pat LaFontaine, and you're saying basically 7 seasons? 7 seasons?
With the rookie, 8 seasons.
Okay, but he only played 15 games, and he had 19 points. He had 13 goals. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you one thing. He played 67 games his second season in the league, his first true year. That's more goals than Josh Bailey's ever scored in his career in the season. Okay? I'm just saying, look at the numbers that Patty LaFontaine put up. Compare them to Josh Bailey and how long Bailey's been here. Who has higher numbers?
I'm going to say, just based off of the time, Josh Bailey's got like 557 points. So just based off of the time as well, you know what I mean? It's going to be tough for him to beat. I'll get it pulled up though, Grumpy.
Yeah. I'm saying they're virtually the same. And he did it in 7 seasons. I'm sorry. You just can't I mean, Ziggy Palffy should have his number retired then too, right? He was really good for a long time for this franchise. Just no. No. What are you going to put up there? You know, what did he do? Did he lead us to a Stanley Cup? No. Did he lead us to a division title? No. Did he lead us to an Eastern Conference title? No. What's he done? He showed up every night.
Right now, through what is like about 7, and if you want to include the rookie year, we can go ahead and do so. But what is really 7 and maybe about the 15 games of the rookie year, he's got 566 points to Josh Bailey's 557 throughout 1,000 games. So
okay, so he still has more points than Bailey does, and he did it in 7 years.
Yeah. So I mean, again, like, you know, that's the point. I just don't think we could go based off of how many games you played and how you were part of the footprint to immediately throw you into the Islanders Hall of Fame. Here's the thing. When you look back on him 15, 20 years after he's removed, we'll think of him more fondly, of course, than we think of him now.
I won't even think of him at all. I won't even think of him at all. Think about it.
When someone says
Arbor, Torrey, Bossy, Trottier, Potvin, Gillies, Josh Bailey. No, which one of these names does not belong? Sorry, no.
Probably Trottier, Grumpy.
No, I'm sorry, no. Stefan's to be excused. I mean, he's a kid, so I'm going to cut him some slack. He's never seen a legitimate all-time hockey player for the Islanders. He just hasn't seen one, so he's to be forgiven a little bit. No, absolutely not.
Oh, well,
talk about a low point in franchise history. Josh Bailey have his number retired. Stop. Dwayne Sutter was better than him. He was a number 12. Why he won 4 cups? Why is his number not retired? You want it because you can't retire everyone's number. That's why.
That I will agree with. You cannot retire everybody's number. I don't think you get your number retired solely because of the participation you have. I mean, that being said, Grump, I mean, you look at what we've seen out of the Islanders. Let's kind of shift conversation to what we saw recently against the Carolina Hurricanes because, right, I think we've talked enough about obviously congratulating him and, talking about is he Islander Hall of Fame? I think we've covered that, enough for today. What do you think about the Islanders game against the Carolina Hurricanes, Grump?
I thought we played well. I thought we got a lot of breaks.
Yeah.
I thought Carolina looked like a team that just came off of a 5-game road trip, all out in the West Coast. And I thought they were sloppy. I thought Freddie Anderson was terrible yesterday. And Sorokin was fantastic. I mean, he's the best player on our team, right?
Yes. I was about to say, I think what takeaways I've had through the first not even 10 games of the year, Ilya Sorokin is the best player on our team. I don't even think it's close for a second.
Yeah.
Right. We've got a guy who I told Grumpy this after the game. I said, he may even enter before the end of the year. He may be top 3 goalie in the NHL. I would go as far as, and think about it, that is not a light statement to throw around. Top 3 goalie in the NHL. I think he's top 5, but I think he may elevate himself again one notch further. Think about how many unbelievable goalies there are in the NHL, and I think that he could be at the end of the year looked at and heralded as a top 3 goalie.
So who are your top 3 now?
Shit, in order. Give me a sec.
Just give me 3. Just give me 3 names or 5 names. That's fine. I mean, right? Sorokin, sure. Vasilevsky.
Yes. I think Sorokin falls in maybe like the 4 or 5 range. It's tough, right? Do you put Bobrovsky in that list?
No.
I'm trying to also add in the guys who play for teams that are so unbelievably offensive minded. They're going to be in a situation where they might struggle a bit. I mean, like, do you put, right? Is it too early to put a guy like Jake Ottinger on a list like that? I think so too, right? Like, Markstrom had a fantastic year last year, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, right, no matter what, cemented in marble or right, Vasilevsky, Shesterkin, no doubt about it. And I think it's arguable for where you could look at from about 3 to 5 or 7. Like, and that's kind of what I think in that area. But like Ottinger wouldn't make it. I mean, like, I know Anderson didn't look great last night. I think Freddie Anderson is a good goalie. Do I put him in top 5? He's a fringe guy. Maybe he sneaks in at 5. Maybe he's a 6 or 7.
No,
what?
No. I think Sorokin's top 3 already.
Okay.
He's really good. He's really good. He makes. I think he's almost at the stage. I'm not going to say like Hasek, but like
Dominic Hasek, Ilya Sorokin, Dominic Hasek confirmed by the grumpy old man this evening. We heard it live.
What I mean is
Saros, right? I'm sorry.
What I mean is,
how the hell he skipped my mind. Saros, UC Saros, right?
Yeah, no. So what I mean is when Hasek was at his peak, just like when Vasilevsky's at his peak and Shesterkin, you see guys trying to be so perfect all the time because the goalie's so good that they wind up missing shots or trying to pick spots and they can't do it. They start gripping the sticks a little bit tighter because it's so tough to get by that goaltender. And that's the ability that Hasek had back in the days. Like, oh man, we're going to have to do something that's sensational to score on him. I almost think that's where Sorokin is right now. He makes so many fantastic saves. He's so positionally sound, so athletic in net. He's just been great. He made a handful of saves last night. I was like, holy crap.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable standing on your head saves. And like you talk about a guy who's a difference maker. Like I put UC Saros, I put him maybe in the tier to where he's in, a top three or four. He's definitely top 5 in my opinion. That's where I think it's arguable. I think by the end of the year, though, it will be cemented in that Sorokin, pretty much anybody you ask about, 90% of them are going to say, yeah, Sorokin's a top 3 goalie in the NHL. I think that's how fantastic he's been to start this year. That's how fantastic he was last year, and that's what I expect from him this year. Unbelievable net play. He was think about how many of those chances he just completely stonewalled against the Carolina Hurricanes. Just unbelievable play from him so far this year.
And I thought the Hurricanes, I thought they skated well.
Yes.
But I thought they were sloppy with the puck all night long. But you know what? Hey, that's what it came down to, right? They turned the puck over to the wrong guy on the team, to Matt Barzal, a couple of times yesterday, and it wound up costing them. So, that's what happens. I thought Carolina played okay. They were sloppy with the puck. I thought the Islanders, for the most part, I thought they had good jump. I thought they capitalized on every single opportunity they had. They capitalized when Carolina was coming up in a rush. They hit with the pass out. They wound up hitting the referee with the shot, and they come right back in and score. I think that was a Josh Bailey goal where Freddie Anderson is flopping around like a fish over there. I'm like, Bailey's looking to pass from there. I can't even believe he played him to shoot. He goes down, flops down, and Bailey, hey, let me know what Bailey waited him out.
A good patient, right? That's when we talk about smart plays. Where does smart correlate, right? Knowing, hey, I've got the goalie out of position. I have the goalie floundering a bit. I have the ability to wait. I've been here a million times before. I know what to do, and you're able to go ahead and take advantage of that. And so that's kind of the way you look at it. So I do think that he will be, no doubt about it, top 3 in the NHL. Man, oh man. Colorado takes a 2-0 lead early. They get a shorty goal against the Islanders. They were shorthanded, right? Still?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, maybe the power play had just ended for the Islanders, but they were on a power play, and shortly thereafter they give up a shorthanded goal to Mikko Rantanen.
Colorado's not been great this year so far. They got shut out by the freaking Devils, which worries me. Are the Devils really that good?
I've told you the Devils are better than you give them credit for. I've told you this since the start, and I told you those Detroit Red Wings are a team to watch out for.
So they're also missing Landeskog. They're missing a couple other pieces, which are guys that are hurt. This is a good time to catch them if you're an Islanders team, right?
Yeah.
And I thought the Islanders played an okay first period. I thought the ice was tilted into our end of into the Islanders' defensive zone right off the bat. But that being said, Colorado takes advantage of their chances. The Islanders don't. It's 2-0 Colorado.
Well, I'll tell you.
Well, let's make it 3. Let's make it 3. What the hell?
3-0. Yeah. So it's yikes. And here's the thing, right? I think that when we look at the game we beat the Carolina Hurricanes, I thought it was our best game that we've played so far, and I think that a few things went our way. Now, this is what I will say, right? You mentioned the guy hitting the referee when they're trying to get out of their own zone, which gets them hemmed up in their own zone. We immediately score. Then you talk about the defenseman colliding in with the goalie, skating back. So there was a few things that went our way. We were able to capitalize. Now, here's the important point to take away. There are going to be times this year when things do not go our way, and you will not see us making excuses. Well, the puck hit the ref, and that's what screwed us over. Oh, there was a goaltender interference call that they didn't give us, and that's why we lost the game. No, you won't see us complaining about that. Just like you will not see us complaining and saying that was an unwarranted and undeserved win by the Islanders against the Hurricanes. No, we beat them, but a few things went our way, and they're going to lose games this year because a few things don't go their way. It's an 82-game season. That's just how the law of averages work.
And it's my boy Croc scored 2 goals yesterday, number 4 and 5 of the 6-2. But game's over.
Islanders Hall of Famer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing. Like I said, you're not going to hear me say, hey, we got lucky with that. That's just the way the game is played. We got a couple of lucky bounces. It happens. Yep. The whole thing is you have to take advantage of them. And we did. That's the difference between last night and today.
Yeah, and this is a game where we're going to lose against the Colorado Avalanche. That was a hell of a deflection goal there, too. We might get run off the ice tonight. We're down 3-0.
You knew
And this is the thing. Colorado was just shut out the night before against the Devils. I really thought that things were going to be more tilted in Colorado's favor because, my God, they were shut out by the Devils and lost 1-0. You know they're going to bring their best game. These are two teams that just played the night before, so it's not like one team's more tired than the other or one team has fresher legs. They're in very similar situations, and Colorado just got embarrassed. 1-0 loss.
And you know what? Butchie made an astute observation. Yes, I used a big word in astute and observation, but he did, saying that's the best game that he's seen them play against Carolina in forever. I'm going to say forever. Everyone knows who listens to this podcast. To me, we don't match up with Carolina at all. I mean, not at all. And I was really shocked that we beat them yesterday. But that said, hey, every once in a while you can win one of those games, and it was deserved. It was deserved. Carolina made a boatload of mistakes, but you know what? I thought we played extremely hard, harder than we played it all last year. Don't want to go to earlier in the year, and I'm not going to say too many good things about the Islanders because every time I do, we go into playing a couple of shitty games and I get all upset. So I'm just going to say we've looked good for the majority of this year. Certainly against the Rangers. Sorokin was great in that game. He was great last night against Carolina. But now you got Varlamov in net, and you see the difference. You just do.
I don't think there's really any of those where I'm like, wow, that's an unbelievable weak goal. That being said, Butchie, and again, the Islanders broadcast or telecast did a good job of mentioning this is a Colorado team that's missing two guys that are in their top six, Valeri Nichushkin and Gabriel Landeskog, right? Two legitimate top six wingers on that team are out right now. And, you know, they're missing a little bit of the extra bite to the fangs of that team. That being said, they're the Stanley Cup champs for a reason, guys. And they go up 3-0 early on the Islanders, Grumpy. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And, you know, I think we've played this year. I think we've had more heart with the effort on the ice, which is something that's encouraging. I still think we're a team that has holes and we're a team that is deficient in certain areas of the game. And I still think that best case scenario, just like we mentioned at the beginning of the year, we are going to be a team that's average, that has, you know, maybe a little bit above average. We're going to have a chance to make a lower seed, one of the last seeds into the postseason. That's realistically best case scenario for us. That's where I see us. No matter how the ups and downs of the season go, it didn't matter if we won against Colorado today. Oh man, we beat the Rangers, the Hurricanes, and Colorado all within a week.
Well, that's
we're a team that no matter what the ups and downs are, right? You're never as good as you think. You're never as bad as you think. But we are an above average team, I think, is where we lie.
Yeah, we're a team that's going to be fighting for the last playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. That's what we are. You're seeing Washington kind of turned it around a little bit now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh, Carolina is still best team in division. Rangers, they are what they are. They're a team I expect to make the playoffs. Boston, a change in head coach, right? Everyone knows that I'm a big fan of Cassidy.
Oh, shit. Look at Bailey threw a body check. I'm sorry. I was just so blown away that Bailey just threw a body check and knocked somebody on his ass. I'm sorry. Continue, though.
Okay. And the Islanders just scored. It was Dobson again. So I'm just going to say that look at a coaching change. And everyone knows I'm a big fan of Bruce Cassidy. He'd been there a long time. They get Jim Montgomery, who I really didn't think much of a coach. But you know what?
Old Dallas Stars head coach.
Right. But here's the thing, right? A new voice. Same players, new voice. They've been fantastic to start the year. And you're seeing with Lane Lambert, bring it back to the Islanders, it was time for Barry Trotz to go. They didn't show this type of energy at all last year. And even really not a whole lot the year before. But this year, I think we're full energy all the time. And that's because of the new coach. I believe that.
I want to mention something really. I think that's 100% accurate, and I think that this is right. It's going to be easier to watch Islander games when you see full effort all the time. It's not at the record may not be as good or maybe similar to last year, but when you see the effort on the ice, it's a little different. I think where it's not like, hey, we're not a team, Grumpy, like in years past where we're winning games 2-1. We're scoring more goals this year. Yes. Which is good on that side. you know, we still don't have the firepower to match up with the teams of the likes of the Colorado. I'm going to throw this, even though we beat them yesterday, I'm going to throw them in there too. I don't think we have the ability to keep up with the Carolina Hurricanes over an extended time period. Maybe you can catch them in a game here or there. That being said, I think that there's still some teams out there in the league that just have too much firepower for us to match up with. But that goal that Noah Dobson scored, that was all created by Josh Bailey throwing a check in front of the net and knocking a Colorado Avalanche player on his ass. Josh Bailey, Grumpy, was one of the driving factors in that goal. Holy shit, who would have ever thought? By throwing a check, that's where I'm just Grumpy. And I was thinking that yesterday too. I was like, man, Josh Bailey needs to play like it's his 1000th game every night.
He has games where he looks good. He does. And I'm always there to call out when he does. I haven't really watched this game. Just dribs and dribs. I hear something. I might look up. Okay, it's a goal, whatever. Go ahead. Show us.
Here's the body check. I want to ask you, is this a penalty or not? Because when I first saw it, I was like, ooh, that could be called for an interference call. But I'll let you watch it. I'll let you watch it and discern on your own.
Together when Michael won the Hobie Baker. Pass from Barzell, just couldn't get there to Bailey.
No.
Okay.
A good job by Bailey. I mean, he touched the puck, and Bailey had every right to hit him.
No, absolutely not.
Dobson, winding, shooting, stop!
Got to blow my eardrums out.
Loud.
Sorry. Sorry about that. But yeah, obviously when I took a quick glance at it, I was like, ooh, that may be called there. Because I'm again, like we're trying to multitask everything we do. But that check right there, hell of a check by Josh Bailey. And he's a guy, right? He helps create that goal.
He was part of it.
Ooh,
I'll say
sure
that
he was.
The body check.
He takes the defender out of the. He takes the defender out first time. He does a good job of still slowing him up here again. Additionally, to prevent to give Wallstrom a little extra time on that pass. That's a good all. Josh Bailey doesn't get credit for any single point there, but he is more deserving of an assist on that than his usual secondary assist.
For a guy who's probably out of the 500 plus points he has, probably about 450 of them are not deserved assists. I'm sorry. He's not
456, right, Grumpy?
Yeah.
Okay. But I think this is a great all-around job by him on this play. Fantastic. Knocks him on his ass first, marks his man, then gets in front of the net and helps screen the goalie. Good job by Josh Bailey all the way around on this play.
Yeah.
Give him credit where credit's due.
Absolutely.
Here's another thing. Nice slap shot by Noah Dobson, ladies and gents, working his way to the $10 million man.
That's not happening, right?
It's I'm going to tell you one thing. 3 years from now, who knows where this show will be, if it will still be around. Who knows? Maybe will be. Maybe in a different environment. Who the heck knows? 3 years from now, Grumpy, I'll be smiling. I'll just be smiling, Grumpy, when he gets himself a $10 million a year contract. I think we'll have to call everybody on the show who said it was impossible. Not going to happen. And I'm just going to be like this. Just a shit-eating grin on my face, Grumpy. I can't wait.
All right.
I can't wait, Grump.
You know what? Those scummy Flyers are still playing well.
You know what I forgot to mention? Remember how Kiefer Bellows was waived?
Yes.
He was waived on Wednesday during the show or before the show. He was claimed on Thursday afternoon by guess what team, Grumpy?
Team I hate the most.
The Philadelphia Flyers. Oof.
Don't you know he's going to play against us? And don't you know he's going to score at least a goal? Don't you know that's coming?
I hope he lights our asses up. I hope he is an unbelievably successful player. Never really given a chance here. In my opinion, never given. I love it. Phil's facts. He'll send me this. He'll send me the little. We look at stat trick and we look at these the Corsi numbers and the analytics. I'm like, Jesus Christ! Again with this bullshit. More Corsi numbers. More of this nonsense. I'm like, ugh. But yeah, the Flyers. I'm sorry, are playing well. This is a guy who I don't think was ever given a legitimate chance.
He never was. Never was.
Kiefer Bellows is in the lineup tonight for the Philadelphia Flyers.
Huh?
Isn't that nuts? Immediately finds his way into the lineup.
Yeah, maybe. Well, they've had some injuries.
Yes, so, they have, and that's why they're right. Not being no deceiving you or anything like that. That's the reason why they had a roster spot available to claim Kiefer Bellows. They've had some injuries to forwards. They placed players on IR, and they said, "Fantastic, we've got a young guy, a young forward who an first round pick, and a guy who's shown flashes at times. We've got a roster spot. Here you go. We're going to give you a chance, buddy. Let's see if you can do it.
And just to let you know, through 2 periods, he has over 8 minutes of ice time.
Wow, more ice time in 2 periods with the Flyers, a team with a better record than us, than he had his entire first game for the Islanders this season. Isn't that nuts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good for him. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
I hope he's unbelievably successful.
I hope he does well. I hate the Flyers, but I hope he does well.
I'll be kind of, is it weird that I'll be rooting for him?
I'm not rooting for them.
I'll root for him.
I want to say, I wouldn't mind him getting hat tricks every night and then losing 4-3.
Kiefer Bellows leading the NHL in scoring, but the Flyers managing to lose every game.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And worst team in our division is Columbus.
Well, what's their record?
3-6.
A little bit of lag issue. I said, what's the record of Columbus, Grump?
3-6.
3-6. Okay.
Still 3-6.
They've got an uphill climb, that's for certain. It's gonna be a long time till Columbus doesn't have a goalie. Their defense is spotty. They're putting the right pieces around on the forward group. Got to work on the back end, and they got to work on the goalie.
I'm gonna tell you what. Since the first Islander goal, they've turned their game up. The Islanders have absolutely been dominating play, time possession, just in the attacking zone. That's like that goal woke them up.
Good. I was about to say, Clutterbuck's getting a few opportunities. Where Colorado is, they're in a spot to where they absolutely need and have to get to the second intermission with a 2-goal lead intact to still stay dominant in this game, because this is like the last effort push. The Islanders want to go in, obviously, to this third period down 1 goal, and Colorado's got to do anything they can. And the Islanders, number one, they're putting all the pressure on. They've got to come away with a goal, and Colorado's going to do anything they can to prevent that.
True.
So get stoppages of play, slow down things. That's what Colorado's going to look to do. But, hey, man, I'll tell you, the Islanders, they're smelling blood in the water.
There's blood in the water.
They're smelling blood in the water, Grump. Another thing worth mentioning, Matt Barzal continuing to provide assist upon assist upon assist so far this season.
It doesn't bother me that he's not scoring goals because he's setting everyone up.
Question, and I think this is the important way to put it. If you have a guy, let's say, that plays 82 games and he's got 100 points, but they're all assists, do you have an issue with that?
Not at all.
Don't really. I mean, you're serving the purpose. You're helping provide goals. He's not a guy who's an unbelievable shot. If you're putting 100 assists in a season, that's great. You're a playmaker. Would I like to see goals go in the net a little more often for Matt Barzal? Sure. But I really cannot complain with what he's been providing offensively this season. It's not like, okay, he's sitting over there with no point production. I think he's done a good job creating. He's done a good job facilitating play. Does he have a goal yet? No. And I'm sure people, your favorites, Grumpy, at that Isles Misery Rated R group, D-Cut is probably bad mouthing our boy Matty Barzal.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's not shooting the puck, though.
Yeah.
He's tied for the team league in shots with Kroc and Average. They all have 21. And then you got Dobson and Oliver Wahlstrom with 20 each. So, it's not like he's not shooting the puck. So no complaints there. They just haven't gone in yet. And like I said, it doesn't bother me at all. Leading the team in scoring, good for him. That's what we want. No problem there. The goals will come. The goals will come.
The goals will come, as Grumpy says. There was one other item I wanted to make sure. So this was important. Stefan Rosner happened to speak with Kiefer Bellows before he left the locker room on Tuesday, and I tweeted this maybe a little later, but I think it was important to show. One last thing before we wrap up the Kiefer Bellows, until we get more positive news about him as he continues to do well. We'll make sure every single time he does well, we'll make sure to remind you guys. Don't worry. Stefan Rosner, I'm sorry. Did I call him Steven Rosner again?
I don't know.
If I did, I apologize. But Stefan Rosner, he says, I caught Kiefer Bellows as I was walking out of the locker room on Tuesday after practice. He says, I'm confident that I can play. I just gotta be given and let out there. And once I do that, I think good things will come. He seems a bit frustrated, but confidence remained high.
Yeah. What is he saying is, I was never given a shot there.
How do you translate this? This means right here, I feel like I was never given a fair shot or an opportunity here. And I feel like if I am, I feel like good things can happen.
What did Andrew Ladd say when he left?
I feel like I was never given an opportunity here and just needed, and it kind of built on itself, and you lose a little bit of confidence and you kind of get stuck in the same spot.
What did Josh Hosang say when he left?
Same thing.
There's a reason.
And not all those players they all have varying level of success after leaving the Islanders. I'm not going to pretend like Josh Hosang is lighting the world on fire. I'm not going to pretend like Andrew Ladd was lighting the world on fire. I'm not going to say just because those two guys didn't light the world on fire, it means that Kiefer Bellows can't do well. Kiefer Bellows, I think, has potential, and I think he could turn himself maybe into an everyday NHLer. I mean, that's what he wants to be.
The one who's, for me anyway, whose comments speak the highest is Andrew Ladd. He's a guy who's been two-time Stanley Cup champion, captain of a Stanley Cup champion team. When he's saying, I was never given a chance, that's all you need to know. But that was Barry Trotz, and maybe it's Lane Lambert as well. They just have certain guys that they just fall in love with, and that's it. If you're not part of that clique, you're not playing. I've always felt that about this team, this current incarnation. It is what it is. He's gone. Now, I won't have to worry about talking how he needs to be in the lineup, because he'll be in the lineup every night just for another team.
I'll tell you one thing. It's unfortunately means I'm going to have to pay more and more attention to the Philadelphia Flyers than I ever have before. Oh, good gracious. But Grumpy, let's get to an ad read, and then we're going to jump into some comments. Today's podcast is brought to you by DraftKings. Hockey fans, it's finally time to hit the ice again. And thanks to DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, you're in for the season of a lifetime. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. If that wasn't enough excitement, you can turn small bets into even bigger payouts with same-game parlays. So you could say, I'm expecting Josh Bailey to score a power play goal. I think Sorokin's going to have a shutout. I think that Noah Dobson is going to provide 3 points for the Islanders, and the Islanders are going to win 4-3, and you get even bigger payouts. Combine multiple bets like which team will win, how many goals will be scored, and more for your shot at an even bigger payout. DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable, and you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the promo code THPN and bet $5 on any NHL team to win their game and get $200 in free bets if they do. Again, that's promo code THPN at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. A minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See the show notes and the description for additional details.
Yeah. Nice job, TJ. Not hardly a bobble.
I know we've been reading that same ad for a long time. I got to make sure I'm still reading the right one.
Well,
I refreshed it today. I think we should be. But just to give a little score update, Islanders still down 3-1. About 3 minutes remaining here in the second period. Islanders need to strike here to have a puncher's chance to win the third period. James F saying hi. What's up, James? Drew out. We'll alternate comments. Grumpy, I'll let you read one. Me read
seems
one.
like the Bailey. Okay, first of all, it's Barzal, Wallstrom, and Bailey line seems to work for at least for now. It's looking like they're able to keep pressure on the net. Well, that's not because of Josh Bailey. It's not. It's because of the other two players. They had to find somewhere to put Bailey.
This. Now, you remember when guys like Dustin Byfuglien and players who necessarily weren't the most talented guys in the world, but served a purpose on top lines. Do you think Bailey could be serving a purpose on that line that's important? He may not be a quality first line guy, but maybe he's in a position where he helps the line out enough to where they can be successful.
You know what I think? This is what I was thinking yesterday, Wednesday, and today. Johnny Gaudreau, Matt Barzal, and Oliver Wahlstrom. Tell me that line's not one of the top lines in the NHL.
It's just a dream, Grumpy. Yeah. That's all we can dream about.
Yeah. Johnny Gaudreau, Josh Bailey. They had to find somewhere to put Bailey.
Do you remember all those people who were shitting on Oliver Wahlstrom's day thinking he wouldn't be successful?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? I wonder if those people are still singing the same exact thing. Oliver Wahlstrom is going to bust out. I don't like him because he doesn't skate well. I don't like that. Again, we've always been on the record of saying we thought he was going to pan out. We said, hey, there may be an opportunity or chance that he doesn't pan out. But I think that the likelihood of him being a success in the NHL is much higher than being a failure. So far, again, 8 games into the season, 4 goals, 2 assists so far for Oliver Wahlstrom in this young NHL season.
That's like a 40-goal pace. Yeah, but
Hey,
here's the thing. If he plays with Matt Barzal consistently, he has a shot to be a 30-goal scorer.
but remember, they didn't play well last. Remember, we had to debunk that nonsense all off season long.
It's
You
ju-
didn't play well with Matt Barzal last year, and that's why.
it was such a brief amount of time. The season was in the toilet. Sorry.
And
I
they
mean-
were playing for a team where nobody was putting forth the effort we need to be successful.
And he's 21 years old. You know
Right.
what I mean? Just here's the thing. We don't want to give up on guys in our 30s like they're going to somehow become metamorphosized back into butterflies after the freaking wings have fallen off. Zach Parise. But
You know,
a guy like Oliver Wahlstrom or Kiefer Bellows or any of the young guys, Robin Salo, we want to just write them off because they're young guys. No.
speaking of the butterflies in the same family, it's like a moth. When a moth mates, what the male moth will do is it will go lie somewhere and it will just stop moving and die. We're expecting a male moth after it's done that just to come back to life, Grumpy. But I wanted to move. I wanted to talk about Robin Salo still not in the lineup, and we're in a spot to where Sebastian Aho. Wow, good opportunity by Colorado. Sebastian Aho looks to be firmly cemented. And what has he played? 4 or 5 games as the number 6 defenseman?
Sebastian, I know a lot of people do not like Sebastian Aho. I think he brings something to this team that we don't have. Somebody who can generate some offense from the back end. And he's the type of partner that Scott Mayfield needs.
Would you argue that Robin Salo doesn't do? I argue Robin Salo does the same thing.
That's what I was just going to say. Robin Salo also, but I think he had a poor game to start the season. And the inner Barry Trotz came out and Lane Lambert. He's like, well, he's going to sit. We're going to send him to Bridgeport.
Off to Siberia you go.
Then we'll bring him back, but we got to get rid of Kiefer Bellows. Maybe Barry called up Lane and said, you need to get that Bellows off your team. This is what you need to do. And maybe that's what he did.
Maybe Lou said that. Remember when Lane Lambert, when they asked Lane Lambert, what do you think about the reason why Bellows was waived? He said that was Lou Lamoriello, that's his decision, etc. So,
yeah, well, like I said, if you're going to put anybody on the waivers, why not put a guy who makes $5 million a year?
Who are you saying should have been put on waivers, Grumpy?
Nate, look at the guys who make $5 million a year and up on this team. Those are the ones.
Uh-oh.
Bailey, right? Palmieri. How's he doing?
Palmieri's fantastic, Grumpy. Don't you know? Palmieri's off to a great season.
Yeah, 2 goals in 1 game. Ain't done shit for the rest of the year. And what about JG Pajot?
Toast. He's finished. Here's the thing. I said this last year. I didn't think it was a lingering injury. I'm saying it's a small guy. He's got a lot of hard miles. Jean-Gabriel Pajot is a shell of what he used to be. He used to be a fantastic anything, everything type of guy. He just can't do that anymore.
Is 38 Special playing today?
He's got to be, right? He just looks so invisible. It's tough to tell.
He's invisible. Absolutely invisible.
Oof, my God. If Romanov should have just got a penalty for that. He cross-checked the guy from Colorado in the back right into the goal mouth. Yikes. I'll tell you one thing. Romanov not afraid to mix it up, but
nope. You can't have one of your top 4 defensemen in the box all the time, though.
Correct. He does like to take trips to the sin bin a little too much for my liking.
Well, he needs to just calm down a little bit too much on edge.
But we just got to age about 6 or 7 years and get a little bit of that smarts about him. Maybe he's got to start rooming with Josh Bailey. But Romanov technically had an assist tonight when he passed that puck to the goal. So that's technically an assist. But Kyle Palmieri through the season so far, 9 games in, 2 goals, 1 assist.
Yep.
Oof,
that's worth $5 million a year.
Did you think that was a cross-check by Romanov in the back?
Yeah, but I don't think it was as egregious as you let it on to believe. It all depends on, who cares? They didn't call it. It didn't get called. I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining either. Less time we're in the penalty box, the better for me, Grumpy.
Particularly against this team.
Yeah, I was about to say, this team, our penalty kill has been fantastic so far this season. This team's power play is unbelievable. There's a reason to win the Stanley Cup. I'm sorry. Back to the comments. James F. saying, today's my girlfriend's birthday. Grumpy,
happy birthday.
You're the same birthday. James F. also says, great game last night. Let's keep it up.
Absolutely.
Islanders bottom 5 in power play penalty kill or power play against the Columbus bottom 5 in penalty kill. Who wins the battle?
I think we have to say so far
Sorry,
Colorado.
Colorado. I said Columbus, but Colorado. Islanders playing evenly, both team 10 shots at the end of the first period. Doug R saying, hey, boys. What's up, Doug? Scott also saying, hey. Andre M says, guys, keep an eye out for Ruslan Ishikov. He's tearing up the AHL.
I just think he's too small and not fast enough.
He has had some very highlight reel goals.
Well, we could certainly, but okay, but he's a center, right? He's a center.
I think he's playing wing. I don't know what he's playing for that. Here's the thing. I do not watch enough of the Bridgeport Sound Tigers.
Okay.
He got another power play goal tonight.
But you have the same issues that you have with Kiefer Bellows and with Ross Johnston and with Shushnikov. Who are you going to sit? Who are you going to sit? Regardless if they should sit, who are you going to sit? Are you going to sit Palmieri? Are you going to sit Parise? Are you going to sit Lee? Are you going to, I mean, who are you going to sit? He's a top 6 guy. He's not a guy who's going to be out there killing penalties. He's a guy who needs to score. Who are you going to sit? Got to sit somebody to bring him up to play.
I think that we're talking about long term. This is a player that can be in the lineup.
Okay. Then you still need to move guys, still need to move some of these guys in their 30s off the roster, or he's never going to get a shot. That's the problem. They sign all the guys who've never accomplished anything on this team, and they just feel like they have to keep everybody. Turnover is good when your team doesn't win. It keeps teams hungry. Can't roll back the same guys every year. Can't do it.
I agree with that, Grumpy. Now, I will say Ishikov's had quite a few points. I think he's got 7 points through 6 games so far for Bridgeport this season. So worth noting that. He's looked good. People have sent me highlights of him.
Is he the team's leading scorer?
I would assume so, but you have to give me a second. I'm trying to pull. I get so many notifications. I apologize, Grumpy, but I'm trying to get.
I'll tell you what, I will be interested to see, because I will go to see them when they come to town, and I'll be interested to see what the lines are. I'll give you a full update on who looks good.
Shit, I cannot remember who shared this tweet with me. Oh man, I apologize, Grumpy. But yeah, it's going to be in a situation to where I think maybe he's a guy who may have a chance to make the NHL roster one day. So, you know.
I hope so. And I hope it's with us.
He's a guy who I think about always cannot get that out of my head. It was like 3 years ago. He took that huge hit when he was playing for UConn hockey.
Yeah,
but
he got killed.
It's good. It's good to see that he's producing. He's a guy who's the current NHL and the current style of the NHL benefits him a lot. Yes. And I'm sorry, so far through 7 games, he's got 10 points, 4 goals, 6 assists for the Bridgeport Islanders. I'm sorry.
That's pretty good.
That's great.
How was DeFore doing? How was Casper doing? Did they all play on the same line?
Samuel Bolduc has 9 points so far this year through 7 games. A little update on him. Oh, Simon Holmstrom. Simon Holmstrom is off to a good start, Grumpy. So far, 7 games played. He's got 4 points.
He probably plays on the first line. He's probably got any goals or all Josh Bailey.
3 goals, 1 assist. He plays with Atu Ratu. Atu Ratu has 7 games played, 1 goal, 3 assists. William DeFore has got 7 games played, 3 goals, 0 assists, 3 points.
Okay.
So, hey, Ruslan Ishikov off to a hot start. Samuel Bolduc putting up points.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
About time we're starting to play younger players in the AHL.
Amen to that.
Because, I mean, you don't need guys in their 30s playing the AHL. Absolutely not.
We don't need to see the guys like we don't need to see the guys. Who was it? Was Bernier on our AHL team for a long time like that?
Yeah.
Some of these age players. Yeah, the Paul Thompsons and we don't need any of those guys on littering the AHL roster. We need guys who are going to be young and developing on that team.
Shannon is doing an interview right now with Devon Taves. This guy cannot keep that shit-eating grin off of his face.
I would too.
He's got a smile that's like, woo!
Ear to ear. You can't beat that smile off his face.
I got traded by Lou Lamoriello. I cashed in.
I not only did I cash in, I went ahead and played for a team. I play for a team that's fantastic. I put up video game numbers every year. I have moved myself from a guy who wasn't good enough to make the roster out of camp spot to where I can finally then now I'm like heralded as a top 10 defenseman in NHL right now. Oh, things are going great for me, Shannon. Good to see you too. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's been great.
I'm serious. The smile never comes off his face. You know how Andrews Lee always,
oh,
God, got the frown. This guy's the exact opposite. He's got all of his teeth and then some extra ones they threw in too.
Oh, buddy, I'm happy for Devon. I'm happy for Devon Taves. We stupidly gave him away for nothing, next to nothing. People say, well, hold on, those picks turned out to be Ratu. And then, yeah. Okay, we gave for 2 second-round picks for a guy who's a top 10 defenseman in the NHL. We gave him away for a freaking pennies on the dollar. And you're right. He has a shit-eating grin on his face the entire interview. It's like when you see somebody, it's like, man, that coworker I used to be, I worked for 10 years, and I've met up with them. Oh, man, I just cannot. I'm so happy to see them again. Just an unbelievable smile from start to end of that interview.
Tell me he and Dobson wouldn't have been, they'd be your number one pair defenseman.
Yeah, my God.
He makes just over $4 million a year. That's all he makes.
We couldn't afford that though. We couldn't afford a guy top 10 defenseman making a top 10 defenseman in the NHL making $4 million a year. No, that's too much.
That's a case of trading away a 25-year-old to keep a 30-year-old who's on the downside,
and trading away that 30-year-old the next season.
You keep on. You make dumb personnel mistakes like that. They come to bite you in the butt.
Yep. Wow.
Could have had him and Dobson, Pulock and Pelech. Boy, oh boy, that's a solid top four. And then Pulock and Pelech are absolutely your second pairing.
You wouldn't have needed to trade away the 13th overall pick for Alexander Romanov at that point either.
Could have picked somebody like Brad Lambert.
Brad Lambert is lighting the freaking scoreboard up, Grumpy. I told you, I freaking told everybody, trade back and pick up Brad Lambert, acquire more draft capital and select Brad Lambert. Grump, do you want to hear how Brad Lambert's performing in the AHL? Okay, by the way, playing in the AHL already. Do you want to take a guess how Brad Lambert's performing?
Sure, I'm interested. Who'd he go to, by the way?
The Manitoba Moose.
No. What team drafted him?
The Winnipeg Jets, 30th overall.
Winnipeg Jets, okay.
4 games played, 3 points. 2 goals, 1 assist. I'm just saying, right, you're near a point again. He's 18 years old. So, right, it's not like I'm Simon Holmstrom and I'm 22 and got 3 goals or 3 points in 7 games. I've got 4 games played as an 18-year-old and 3 points in the AHL. Off to a good start. Oh, I wanted to mention this too. Phil brought this up, and we talked about this off air. We've always talked about the 3 amigos. Always have. Tomasino, McMichael, Kaliev. Kaliev's off to a good start, as always, with the Kings. Philip Tomasino did not make the NHL roster out of camp. I could not tell you why, but that's a guy, if he's in the doghouse, the Islanders should do anything to acquire. Philip Tomasino has talent. I could not tell you why he's not in the lineup for them. I don't follow the inner workings of the Nashville Predators enough, but he's playing for the Milwaukee Admirals, I think, right now.
Oh, okay. Those things happen. What about Connor McMichael? How's he doing?
Well, and you're not going to talk at all about Philip Tomasino not making the roster?
I don't think it matters. He doesn't play for us. I don't like to get myself upset. It's bad enough every time I hear Casper Holmstrom's name, I get upset because he's never going to make the team. To see the guy, Kaliev.
Michael's only played 1 game. He played the first game of the year. He got a 5-minute penalty, a 5-minute game misconduct, and he's not played a game since. So he's in the doghouse right now. So he's a guy who's played 1 game so far this year for the Washington Capitals.
So he's played 1 game this year, and it's more than Simon Holmstrom has played his entire career.
I'm just saying these are young guys who I think are young, talented players that still have the ability and chance to play. And if they're the doghouse, man, I wouldn't love the Islanders taking a chance or a roll the dice at one of those guys.
Yeah, but those teams aren't giving up on. They're not dumb. They're not giving up on these kids. Who gives up on young players? The Islanders. That's who. Can I just say something?
Oh shit, that's right. The Islanders. Yeah,
Can I say something about AJ Malesko's hair today?
No, be nice. Be nice, Grumpy. Only if it's nice. It's going to be nice.
What?
It's going to be nice.
It's going to be nice. All right, I won't say anything.
Okay, good. Then don't say anything at all. That's what your mother always told you, right?
I have a description of her hair, though, what it looks like when she was in between the boards.
I don't need
I
to
was like,
hear it. I don't need
yikes.
to hear it, Grumpy. It's not going to be nice. I don't want to hear it, Grumpy.
Well, it means she had fun the night before.
Okay, stop. You're done. You're done. Anyway, moving back to the comments because I don't want to build up too many comments. Matthew S. says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Happy birthday, Grumpy old man." Well, it is your birthday. No, I still can't let you do it. If it's not going to be nice, Grumpy, I can't.
No,
allow
I'm not
you. We'll just alternate, Grumpy. Here you go. Comment for you.
Bellows will blow up in Philly and score 25. I don't think he's going to score 25, but I think he has a chance to become a regular NHL player there.
Why
because
not?
if he works hard, I guarantee you Tortorella is going to give him a shot. Sean Couturier is out for a number of months having another back surgery. So he's going to be out.
Wonder, is his career over?
I think it's in jeopardy.
Close,
I'm
right?
not saying it's over.
I'd say his career is close to over.
Well, I'm just going to say that he probably won't be the same player he was before the first back injury. Back injuries are tough.
It's the second one, right?
Yep. Second one.
I just can't see him coming back at the same level. I'm sorry. I just think he's done. You can't. One, back surgery is hard enough. Two is next near to impossible. Doug R said, "I just can't get over how over the past 5+ years we've had so much trouble with our power play entering the zone. At least we don't give up any power play goals." Well,
very true.
Except tonight. Declan F says, "Hey,
I thought we were alternating comments. Did you forget that already?"
I did forget. I apologize.
Hey, as Grump likes to call him, the best fourth line in the NHL. I never called him that. Don Cherry did. Is playing well to start the season. They've been okay. The whole thing is fourth liners are fourth liners for a reason. You don't need to give them long-term contracts. You don't need to sign them in their 30s. You don't. Just give me some a couple of young fire eaters to play on on the fourth line and save yourself some money.
Well, that's why you put it in quotes. The best fourth line in hockey with a little laughing face. He's saying that you don't call him that, but it was a joke, Grumpy.
Oh, okay.
Nick D says, "TJ, Grump, how are you guys doing tonight? A couple of good wins. Let's see if they can do it tonight again. Let's go Islanders." I'm sorry. Obviously, we're behind on the comments because we're down 3-1 right now in second intermission.
Scott Levy says, for his birthday, Grumpy is recording the Bailey 1000th game ceremony and is going to watch it on a loop. It'll be on his TV 24/7. Probably not.
You know, like those, have you ever seen Grumpy? They've got those camera frames or like those little, those digital picture or the digital picture frames to where it pops up different pictures and it just puts them on a rotate. Have you ever seen that?
No.
You've never seen that at houses?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, they just run them over and over. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. That's what they did in the movie Speed. They looped the thing together so it seemed like the girl was driving the bus the whole time. They only had a minute of film and then they just run it on a loop. So Dennis Hopper couldn't tell that they were trying to sneak off the bus.
You've confused the shit out of me with that reference. But no, when I was talking about, you've never been to a house where they have like a digital picture frame that runs through different pictures instead of just being like a picture of us in Hawaii. It will have that picture and then a wedding picture. They've got all these different pictures. You have some at your house, damn it, Grump. I know that for a fact. You have some at your house.
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
You're just going to go ahead and run. I'm sorry the buildup for this joke has been so long. It's because Grumpy pretends like he doesn't know the technology, but Grumpy will just have the Bailey 1000th game ceremony as the background of his picture just running consistent. That's what he's going to do.
Okay.
Declan F says, also, I can get used to Wally and Barzal. We've been waiting 2 seasons.
Yes. Brian B., my brother from another mother, says, "Happy birthday, brother." Thank you very much, Brian.
With red balloons. Nick D said, "Happy birthday, young man."
Thank you, Nick. Andrew L., "Happy birthday to the curve." Thank you very much, Andrew.
Matthew S said, "Getting more bald, I see."
Actually, I got myself a haircut today. So, and I need a haircut. You know, when you let your hair, you ever see like those old guys who do interviews, like where their hair is growing out of their ears and shit? Yeah. It's like, you see, it's like it's like, dudes, trim your hair. And here's the thing, my hair was too long. I knew if I was going on TV, I'm getting a haircut. I couldn't stand it. Like in the back, sometimes it gets too long. It starts to curl up. I'm like, oh, this is not acceptable. And, you know, I had the lady come over to my house to cut it. So she's like, oh, I don't know if I can do it this weekend. I'm like, well, shit, I ain't going another week with that damn haircut. I'll have to go down somewhere and get it. But she had a cancellation. she was able to come and take care of my hair. Thank goodness. I appreciate it. You know something? I'm going to tell you something else funny. I remember when I was younger, not too long ago, they, cut the hair off, and it seemed like there was a lot of hair on the floor. Not so much hair on the floor. Even though it felt like really long, there was not that much hair. I think maybe the warden brushed it underneath the couch to make it seem like I didn't have a whole lot of hair.
Or maybe your hair is just about damn gone, Grumpy.
Yeah,
One of
maybe
the
that's
two.
it too.
Let me ask you, what chair do you sit in for them to cut your hair?
I bring in just like a folding chair.
Okay, gotcha. You're bringing the folding chair. Okay, I was wondering because I'm surely you're not having them cut you on the king's couch over there, Grumpy.
No.
Okay, got a comment there for you, Brian P.
Happy birthday, Grump. Thank you, Brian. You know what? Brian P is one of the members of Isles Misery Rated R.
That evil Facebook group.
I know TJ doesn't like to give them any run, but I like to because they all seem like nice guys.
They're all awful. Every member of that group gets a double thumbs down, Grumpy.
They're not bootlicking weasels like your buddies are.
I heard they all love Lou Lamoriello. Every one of them are big Lou fans.
Those are fighting words, I think.
Doug R said, maybe if Barry didn't have such a stick up his rear with Wallstrom, maybe he'd still be here. Yes, maybe he would still be here.
You know what? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. And Barry's an old dog stuck on the porch like an old bulldog. That's what he is. He's like an armadillo on a chain.
An armadillo on a chain. Holy crap. Hold on a second. They sent us, Drew L sent us a meme. Hold on, I'll pull up. I haven't pre-screened it, Drew. This better be the best meme we've ever seen from you before. Grumpy, we'll give it a rating here. Let's see. It says, my reaction when TJ always taking breaks when he feels like it. Oh, God.
It's from Breaking Bad.
You can't keep getting away with it.
I didn't hear what he said.
You can't keep getting away with it.
You can't keep getting away with it because I'm taking a break. I won't be on the show this Sunday. Yeah, I know. I like it. Drew, out of the meme, what do you give that as a meme rating, Grumpy?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm giving it a 7.5.
That was a good scene with Aaron Paul. I liked his delivery. I liked it. It's good.
Okay. Frank K says, happy birthday, Grumpy Old Man, and his couch.
Yeah. I'm going to be getting a new couch soon, pretty soon.
Real? Hold on. This is news. Is this going to, well, shit, Grumpy. You need to do it. If the Islanders really start to struggle this year, I need you to get a new couch, and hopefully that's going to force the Islanders to play better hockey.
Okay.
Or maybe improve the podcast.
I want to spend some money. I want to just kind of redo a lot of stuff. The warden's starting to sweat. What do you mean spend more money? No, don't want none of that. But yeah.
Oh, good gracious. Chris Smith, Grump.
Chris Smith says, Grumpy, watch out tomorrow. I think the Packers wake up and might beat the Bills. They're going to get their asses kicked off the planet by the Bills tomorrow. Bills are good. Okay. Bills, Kansas City, everybody else.
New York Giants, right? They're the number 3 team in the NFL.
Giants. It's Bills, Chiefs, everybody else.
Oh, God.
And I'm not saying the Bills and the Chiefs are not going to lose a game here or there this year. I'm just saying at the end of the day, Bills, Chiefs, whoever wins that game, watch out for Cincinnati. But those two, that's going to be your Super Bowl winner, without a doubt.
Jamar Chase out injured for 4 to 6 weeks. But X Pun says here, good evening, boys. Okay, I'll let you read it.
Happy evening, Grump. Mine was Thursday. Hey, you know what? A lot of great late October birthdays. I like it.
Doug R said, Barry says he wants to coach an original 6 team. Only one possible may be Toronto. I did see that.
Maybe he'll just have to wait a while to get a job then.
They were showing.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what. He's putting a lot of,
You must think he's the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread based off the way he's talking.
Dude, stop. You're an okay coach.
He's talking like his ass is Bill Belichick. Yeah, I want to coach this team or that team. Shut up.
Oh, Blake or Scotty Bowman or Al Arbor. Stop. He's not even.
The reason you get so many wins is because you've survived that many years. You get to participate.
You know what? He's probably going to go in. Maybe he's going to be in the Coaches Hall of Fame because he coached so many damn games. He's like the Josh Bailey of the coaches, going to retire his whistle or whatever the hell coaches have. His suit.
How about his glasses?
Yeah, not every coach has glasses.
Eyebrows.
Every coach has a whistle they blow in practice. Maybe they're going to retire his coach's whistle. Barry Trotz. He just coached a shitload of games.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I'll tell you one thing. They did show the replay as to how Rantanen was able to turn this opportunity into a goal. And they're kind of on the Islanders broadcast or telecast. They were talking a little bit about Ryan Pulock misses the open one-timer. And, you know, hey, here's the thing. Anytime you're looking at it in film, this is something they're going to be like, hey, buddy, you got to be more aware. But, Grumpy, this is what happened on that Rantanen breakaway. He does a great job of stopping it down low, Georgiev. They pause it here, and they're like, Ryan Pulock taking this shot when you got an open one-time opportunity there by JGP. And he obviously takes the shot. It gets blocked. And that's when they've got that odd man break going the other way.
Off to the races.
Yep.
And here's the thing. Rantanen's real good. Rantanen's real good.
Absolutely. And that's one, right? If, you know, in an ideal scenario, right, Ryan Pulock has his head up. He's completely knowledgeable of all the surroundings.
If he's Josh Bailey, he never shoots from there, ever.
So Josh Bailey would have got an assist on that one, then, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Getting back to it. Drew L says, happy B-Day, Grumpy.
Thank you.
Grumpy.
State of Survivor says, happy birthday, Mr. Grumpy. No show Sunday, church? No, it's TJ. I believe he has visitors in town.
I do. I've got visitors in town, so they go to bed early, and I'm kind of loud and boisterous on this show, so I cannot keep them up and awake too long. So many apologies.
Well, I mean, the show's over by like 10 o'clock your time. What's with everybody sleeping all the time? I got people calling me up all the time. They're like, hey, Grumpy, man, I need to talk to you.
Hey, Grumpy, we need your social security number and the last 16 digits on your credit card. Can you give that to us?
Yeah, sure can.
Oh, absolutely. Let me go ahead and give that to you. Can you give me the security code on the back too? Yeah, I'll give you that CVV number. Brian P. said, Chris Smith, I'm betting the Packers getting 11 points.
I think they're going to get blown out. Packers are not good.
Islanders have looked good so far for the first 2 or so minutes in the third period. So Islanders carrying some momentum that they had built up in the second period out here for the third.
Okay.
Christmas said Grumpy's favorite Bailey scored goals in back-to-back games. Holy shit.
Just enough to keep him back in the lineup. He's like, remember Jim Fassel? Jim Fassel, head coach of the Giants?
Yeah.
He's dead now, so I won't be too nasty about it.
Is he really dead?
Yeah, he passed away a few years ago. He was the Giants coach, and they'd have a good year, shit year. Good year, shit year.
What did he win? He won like what? How many Super Bowls did he win?
None. 0. No. He got to a Super Bowl once.
That's right.
But here's the thing. He always did just enough to keep his job. And the Giants, being a loyal franchise that they are, oh, okay, well, we'll keep him. You know, he's a nice guy. And Josh Bailey reminds the Islanders are that loyal franchise. Josh Bailey's like Jim Fassel. Just does enough to keep his job. Oh, I need to score a couple of goals. Okay, I'll take a couple of shots.
Oh, God almighty, Grumpy. JG says, effing TV off, Grump. It's been good today. It's been good. This is how it should run when we're doing a podcast. We're half watching a little bit of the game. We're talking about this has been a great show, Grumpy. Chris Smith said, his 900 he played, the last 100 looks like he's going through the motions.
Yeah, I'll say probably 996 of those games looks like he's going through the motions. Wow. He has games where he's involved, and every time I say, if he played like that every night, you'd never hear anything from me. It's the fact that he's like a limp noodle. That's what he reminds me of. He's just, dude, I need a little.
Sometimes you need lo mein noodles because they go great in a meal. But not all the time. Can't be eating lo mein every day.
No, he's like, you ever cook like the little Lipton soup?
Yeah.
And you leave it in there and you leave the noodles in there too long. It's just like a clump of mush. That's
Dude, tell you one thing. Speaking of soup, buddy, it's getting the soup season right about now. Start mixing a whole bunch of things in soup. So, buddy, I made myself some nice chicken, some pork belly. Oh, some great soup, Grumpy.
All
Great
right,
soup.
all right. You'll eat any damn thing.
Paulo C says, big win last night with great goaltending, good defense, and good at center. We should make the playoffs. We definitely can. You know,
Islanders have just scored again to make it 3-2. Looks like I thought maybe the puck was frozen, but they said no.
Zach
And it looks
Parise hammering away at it, and Jean-Gabriel Pageau gets a little Anders Lee goal, the Anders Lee special.
Yeah.
They cut it to 1. It'll be
gotta
interesting to see how Colorado responds.
Why is Georgiev not reaching down to grab the puck?
You're ahead of me, but that's fine.
Yeah, I don't understand. Okay.
It's a nice job by oh my God. Oh wow. No, that was a Zach Parise goal. And Kyle Palmieri goes flying. Whoop.
See, isn't that goaltender interference?
Well, technically he got checked into him. But again, like that's one where I think the Islanders, he's out of the crease too. That's one where it kind of goes our way because him colliding into the goalie, but he got checked into the goalie, forced the puck to go through the pads.
Okay.
So that's one that you cannot overturn, even if it goes to review.
Georgiev needs to reach out and grab that puck.
They're looking at it now to see if they're going to try to review that or try to challenge it. But yeah, okay, gotcha. You're ahead of me, but they were looking at it like they wanted to. But no, there's nothing you could overturn with that.
True.
Jeremy F. Crump.
Jeremy, always with the great comments, always from Jeremy, says, good Saturday evening, fellas. Who are your first call-ups? Forward and defense from Bridgeport. Again, another good question. Thoughtful. Thoughts on Romanov so far? Any good or bad surprises for room for improvement from? That's a lot of questions. Go ahead, TJ. I'll let you tackle some of them.
First call-up, forward and defenseman. First forward on the call-up. I'd probably give Ishikov the first call up. I don't think they're going to give Ratu. Maybe it's Holmstrom. I don't think Holmstrom's deserving of a call up. I think he'll never be an NHLer. I've autocorrected. I don't even think he could be a middle six guy. I think he'll never be an NHL guy. Never. That simple. I don't think he'll ever pan out. And regarding defensemen, I could see Salo's up there on the roster, so I mean it would just be like filling in as a 7. It depends on who it is. Do we need a righty? Do we need a lefty? But if just picking up a defenseman to pick one up, right? You have to figure maybe Bolduc.
Okay, I'll go Salo.
Salo's with the team right now, so he's not in the minors.
And for forward, you already have 14 forwards up.
Well, they're asking who would get the first call up? That's what the question specifically states.
So we'd have to have.
You're calling up a guy who gets called up. Don't worry about the logistics. Who gets called up? That's the question asked. Who gets called up if they're calling somebody up?
Ratu
over Ishikov, Ratu over Holmstrom. Okay. Yeah. I figured they want to have Ratu down there in Bridgeport the whole season, but maybe not.
Yeah, but that's who was the guy who looked the best? It was Ratu. Best players play.
Fair enough. I'm sorry. I was about to.
And I'll go Bolduc.
One question.
I'll go Bolduc for defense.
I think they're very high on Bolduc, and that's why he'd be called up first.
Thoughts on Romanov so far? What are your thoughts?
He's a defensive defenseman. I think the potential for growth offensively doesn't exist. I think there's no growth for him offensively. I think he is what he is on offense. He runs around with the chicken with his head cut off. He's playing with a brand new defensive partner, brand new system. It's going to take him a while to settle in. I think he could be a steady Eddie on the defensive side of the puck who likes to throw the body around. Fantastic. That's what you're looking at with a guy like Romanov.
If he stays in his lane, he'll be fine. I think he sometimes looked with the chicken with his head cut off out there. I think maybe the last couple of games he's looked a little bit better.
Yeah, time will help.
Yes. As far as good and bad surprises, I'm surprised that Lane Lambert has put Walston with Barzal so early. That's a good surprise, to be honest with you. Bad surprise was letting Kiefer Bellows go after how well he played in the preseason and not giving a shot. For me, room for improvement. Little early, but I would say Romanov. He has the most room for improvement.
Good so far. I agree. Lambert not afraid to throw things into the blender. And in lieu of copying your bad, I'm going to say the good is also the bad. He goes to the blender as early and often as humanly possible regarding line combinations. So good and bad, I think. You need some stability. So hopefully we'll start to see that going forward. Room for improvement from Bavillier. I'll be back in a second, Grumpy. I'll let you keep reading.
I think Bavillier's actually done pretty well, but that's fine. TJ wants to go Bavillier. I think he's looked good. Frank V says, Grump, happy birthday to our favorite Islanders truth teller. Thank you very much, Frank. Drew L says, all right, the 1,000 games has been reached. Now time to trade Bailey for a quality, young, bottom six forward who can become a top six player. Good luck. I don't think he has that type of value anywhere in the league. Scott Levy says, I like Thomas Hickey on the Islanders broadcast moving forward. I thought that was the end of AJ, but so much for that. She's there tonight. So I guess Hickey's now doing broadcasting duties for the Islanders. Why not? What the hell? Frank V then adds, also beat some pretty good playoff teams, unlike last year. What do you guys think? Yep. I just think that if we look at how the year has been, we're really good, then we're really bad. That's a tough way to watch. It's hard. It's like you don't understand where the team's at, where they're going. Are they going to be good? Are they going to be bad? It varies from week to week. Those are two big wins, though, against Carolina and the Rangers, teams in your own division in regulation time. Those are big wins. State of Survival says, Bailey will be with us forever, whether we like it or not. I can see Nana Muscari covering his song for international prosperity. That must probably be a current day singer, I guess. I have no idea who that is. Brian Parser says, the Avalanche team is a shell of themselves right now. They already lost Burkowski and Kadri in the offseason. Now Landeskog and Nichushkin are out for 4 of their top 6 forwards from the championship team. If there was ever a time to beat them, it's now. 100% agree. Doug R says, thank goodness we don't wear chrome helmets like the Kings. They look horrendous. They are a little shiny, I will admit. Joseph C., Ranger fan, by the way, like them better than the gold helmets for the Vegas Golden Knights. Okay, more helmet conversation. James Farrell says, guys, did you know at the Islanders and Rangers game there was a Potvin socks giveaway? Yes, we talked about it on Wednesday night. JG says, Grump, all kidding aside, you need to give the guy a bit of respect for achieving the 1,000 games. I did earlier. Or are you joking out of jealousy? Well, I am jealous. He makes more money than I do. Then he says, by the way, Grumpy, happy birthday. So thank you very much, JG. State of Fiber says, yes, but Bailey is the product of the slowest sperm in the world. Wow. That's up for podcast quote of the comment of the night so far. Bailey is the product of the slowest sperm in the world. You know, his dad was there, so I don't want to slam his dad. Christopher C. says, happy birthday, Grumpy. God bless, and I hope you enjoyed your day. A good gift will be an Islanders victory over the Stanley Cup champions. I thought you were going to say an Islanders Stanley Cup championship. Now, that's a gift that keeps on giving.
I was about to say, that'd be a gift that keeps on giving. But the Islanders headed to the power play. Can they make things go? Wow. That's a penalty. That's a cross check.
Well, see, that's the whole thing. They don't call the cross check on
when Romanoff cross checks.
When Romanoff does it. And here's the thing. If you're not going to call it one way, if you're not going to call it one way, you don't call it another way.
Well, that's my point here. I'm like, that's the reason I bring this stuff up is there are going to be times where the Islanders get screwed when it comes to the calls. That's just how it works. Do not complain because there are times when the Islanders benefit from poor calling. So that's all I want to say with that. Drew L said, no, TJ Grumpy's right. Bailey is freaking bald, dude.
He is.
Wow. I got more hair. Matthew S. said he has more hair than you two eggplant. Okay, that eggheads. I thought so. And definitely more hair than D-Cut and Brian P.
I disagree. He does not have more hair than me or TJ.
Look at all this hair. This hairline right here. It's good to go for another 50 years strong. Look at that.
I was stunned with how much, scullage there was up top. You can tell what's buzzed and where there's hair. When it's really, really shiny and you don't see any different coloration up there, okay, that's where it's bald.
Grumpy comment there for you.
State of Five says, do you think Bailey was rushed into the league? Yes, he was.
I agree with that.
Did it hurt him? Probably.
Okay, see, that's where you and I disagree. Maybe it hurt him his first 2 or 3 years. The motherfucker has been in the league for a decade plus. Guess what? If you were going to be good, you'd find a way. And if you're going to be mediocre, you'd find a way. And if you're going to be bad, you'd find a way. Here's the thing. If you told me Bailey, after 2 years flamed out and never was given another opportunity, sure, you'd have a point to argue. But he's had a decade plus in the league. It maybe hurt his development to start, but he is what he is, and he's reached the peak of what he'd ever would have been. And it's not like if Josh Bailey would have played juniors the next year and then Bridgeport, he would have been Wayne Gretzky. Absolutely not.
Okay. I disagree. I can't disagree more. He was rushed into the league. It means that he was never allowed to fully develop.
What do you think he would have been if he wasn't rushed in the league, Grump? Because I know you weren't listening to what I was saying. What do you think?
I think maybe he would have been given more of a chance to develop a scoring touch, to be a little bit more selfish than he's been in the league. If you're a guy who's going to be, hey, we want you play 2 years in major junior and maybe a year or two in the minors. And you know what? We want you shooting the puck and being a scorer. Maybe that's how he could have benefited.
You don't think they ever impressed upon him that in the NHL?
But I don't know. I don't know. But if you just know to play your role and shut your mouth, well, maybe that's what he's done.
Your role is to provide as much offense while being defensively responsible as humanly possible as a forward.
Okay.
Whether assist, shoot, putting the puck in the back of the net, throwing the body, providing for the team, and being holy shit, what a hit. While being defensively responsible.
The question was, do you think he was rushed into the league? I say yes.
The answer to that question is yes. I went a step further because I think it's an interesting topic. I knew you and I wouldn't agree on that because I believe when you've been there decade plus, you always are what you were going to be. There's nobody else you can blame for being there in a decade. Oh, because I didn't get enough time in Bridgeport or enough time there with my junior team, I wasn't able to develop a scoring touch. I just don't believe that bullshit. Not at all.
I just want to say the Islanders are absolutely dominating this game right now. I know they're on the power. Well, actually, the power play just ended, but they are just dominating Colorado right now. Next comment, please.
And no response to mine? Okay, fair
enough. I already answered it.
Hey, Grumpy. I'll let you read every comment so we can keep you engaged from here on out.
Is a flyer. Watch him have a double hat trick against the Islanders. I don't know if that's 4 goals or 6, but I would not be surprised if he did score on us. I would not be surprised.
There you, Grumpy.
And the Islanders just tied the game. Scott.
Okay, you're reading all the comments here from here on out, Grumpy.
Andrew L. That's fine. Andrew L. says Islanders Hall of Fame doesn't mean number retirement, Grump. Really? He shouldn't be in the Islanders Hall of Fame. He shouldn't have his number retired. Neither thing should happen for him. Just neither. He's just a guy who was on the ice every day. He just showed up every day. That's it. We were bad for a long time. Really bad.
Yep.
Somebody had to play.
Yep.
He signed contract extensions a year before his contract was up. Every single time he signed early. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, let's take care of Josh early. Yeah, I'll take a little bit below market. I'm not trying to break the bank. That's why he's here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And you're right, Islanders are tied 3-3, So this may be a game that goes to, I will say if it goes
Islanders are up 4-3.
Wow. Is that not a trip? Oh, wow.
Well, they didn't call it. Next comment.
Bavillier with the goal. Was that not a trip by Bavillier? I'm not complaining, but I see the guy from Colorado who's got the puck and then he steps on something and he goes down to the ice. That's fair enough, but we just scored 2 back-to-back goals really quick there on that one, but maybe it wasn't a trip. It happened so quick and I'm watching on a phone. Joseph C. says, which teams do you think are the biggest surprises and disappointment so far?
Biggest surprise is probably Philadelphia and maybe Boston being as good as they are right now. Early, I was going to say the biggest disappointment. I was going to say Colorado. Maybe I'll stick with Colorado because they've not been really good this year. But a lot of teams are kind of jumbled up in that 500 range. So it's tough to say, oh, yeah, man, I was expecting a whole lot of this team and they're, just terrible. They're just in 500. Tampa Bay is not where they always are. But are they really disappointing? They still, a top 8 team in the Eastern Conference.
I will say that much. Cale Makar, the best defenseman in the league, so great defensively, was the one who was stripped of the puck at the blue line that led to a goal against. That's my point, right? When people try to claim, "Oh, you got to be so great the defensive side of the zone in order to make money," no, his ass was just stripped for a goal going the other way. Cale Makar, best defenseman in the league. Cale Makar.
He's the best offensive defense. He's not great defensively.
That's my point. That's my point. People win Norris trophies based off of offensive production, not freaking if they're a good steady Eddie on the defensive side of the puck. That was an atrocious play by him. If he wasn't tripped, he just was stripped of the puck at the blue line, leading to a 2-on-1 going the other way by Anthony Beauvillier. Best defenseman in the league. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It was Anders Lee that stripped him of the puck.
No, it was Beauvillier. Beauvillier stripped him and brought it up.
It was not Beauvillier. It was Anders Lee.
Was it really?
Anders
Holy
Lee.
shit. What's worse, Beauvillier or Anders Lee stripping?
But here's the thing. There have been people who have contributed to this podcast in the past, been on this show, who, if it was Noah Dobson who got stripped like that, the Twitter machine is going wild.
Yes, there are people on this show. And Phil's Facts is one of them.
You will not see that type of vitriol coming from certain members when Cale Makar does it, where if Dobson does it, oh, see, he sucks on defense. It just happens.
Man, holy crap. I'm trying to see if I can get that replay pulled up for us, Grumpy. Keep reading comments, please.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I got to tell you guys, I don't want to say this early. Kings forward Gabriel Vlardy just seemingly came out of nowhere. He's got like 7 goals in the 9 games played so far. Okay, be somebody to keep an interest on, keep an eyeball out for. Andrew L says, like Morrow was in the Hall of Fame and his number isn't retired. Okay, Ken Morrow won 4 Stanley Cup champions. He won the Olympic gold medal in 1980. Josh Bailey doesn't match up to him. He also has been with the organization as a scout. He's still there. So maybe that's why he gets in. JG says, Grump, you're so right. You can't retire his number. He's not that player. Respect the 1,000 games, but that is not a reason. Exactly. I mean, what do you
you're right. I was wrong. Anders, dude, that looks more and more like a trip every time I watch it. But that's right. That was Anders Lee who forced that puck out.
Yes.
Anders Lee. Oh, look at that.
John Smith says, Twitter is acting like Bailey is Gretzky 2.0. It's sickening. And that's really my hatred for Josh Bailey. It's not him. It's these people who think he's all that and a can of beans. Just
all that in a bag of chips.
And a bag of chips, whatever. You're getting something extra. That's not Josh Bailey. You don't get anything extra with him. James F. says, I think last night's game was their best game of the year. Agree. I'm going to tell you what. The end of the second period and the third period is the best they played all year. That much I can guarantee you. Looks like Colorado just out of gas. Sal P says, happy birthday, Grump. Thank you very much, Sal. Brett Wayner says, calling it Bello score more goals for the Flyers than Josh Bailey for the Islanders this year. Now that's something we can keep an eye on. James F says, happy birthday, Grumpy. Thank you. Cushite Revenge says Bellows is going to develop into a 20-goal man for Philly. Don't know about that.
James, I hope. Here's the thing. I hope so. Right? Wouldn't that be nice?
As long as the Flyers give up 40, that's all I care about. James, JG also agrees with James, and they played. Talking about last night's game. Yes, thank you.
Of course, on the highlight, they're not showing the trip or the dispossession of the puck. That's what I'm really looking for. They're just showing the freaking goal, damn it. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
State of Survival says Bales had an amazing tip in the previous game too, but I think he's turning it on because he's on the hot seat. He's still a good player, but like Palmieri, only works hard when he has to. Is that a guy you want your team's Hall of Fame? And he is like that. A lot of those veterans are like that. They're used to just playing all the time. Doesn't matter what the repercussions were. This is certainly the case under Barry Trotz. And then you sit them once, and all of a sudden it's like, no, maybe I got to put out a little bit. I mean, isn't that how they should play every night? I would think so. Yeah. Declan F says, what NFL teams you guys root for? Because tomorrow is a big Jets game. Go ahead, TJ. I'll let you touch on that.
The Giants. One thing really quickly. I know you never read comments, so I never really hear you do it, but every time you read and go, at the beginning of every comment. Oh man. But I'm a
Do
Giants.
you notice how I get all the words right though?
You do.
Maybe it's
You
something
do.
you should consider.
Hold on. Every time before I read, I could do that too. I'm a Giants fan. I want to read the next few comments as I'm waiting for the next one to come up. I'm a Giants fan. Grumpy is a Tom Brady fan. He doesn't have any allegiance to any team. Just Tom Brady. Whatever team Tom Brady plays for, he roots for.
Josie says, "I can
Hold on. Joe C says, I could see why Dusty Baker hasn't won a World Series. Beat, by the way, up 5-0 in game 1, and he left Verlander in to let the Phillies tie the game."
Yep.
Brett W says, whoever says Bailey should have his number retired needs to get a visit from Ross Johnston.
Oh, I like that.
Jeff S says, you jinxed it. There goes the streak. I'm sorry. I'm going to get back to doing what I need to. I'm just picking up.
LOL, PK run is over from Andrew L. He says, way to go, TJ. Thanks, TJ from the Wicker Man. Brett Wainer says, John Tonelli is a borderline Hall of Famer. Josh Bailey is a borderline NHL player. Ooh, I like that one. Declan F says, what the actual F? Why did you say that? Once again, TJ saying how we not get.
Is everybody going to blame me for the reason why the power play
Absolutely.
Game? Get over it. We're not going to go perfect all season long. Get your hell over it.
JG says, well, we can stop talking about the PK. TJ is a jinx.
I'm sorry. What can I say? Now, this is the play it question. Let's watch the play in full so everybody can see it. I think there could have possibly been a trip, and I wish somebody would get a zoomed-in angle on this, but maybe not.
Going with 10 minutes to go in this period.
Here they come on a 2-on-1. Beauvillier and Anders Lee.
It hesitated right at the point that we needed to actually see it.
Okay, I will pause it at the point.
No, you just need to keep it rolling. Whenever you just try. Let's see. Here it goes.
He does get the puck.
Well, then it's not a trip.
Yeah.
It's not a trip.
So just good job by Anders Lee then, because he definitely gets the puck first. I couldn't tell it happened so quick when you're watching it on a little phone, but he gets the puck first.
Again,
Cale McCarr. Such a terrible mistake, Cale McCarr. He's not deserving of a $9.5 million a year contract. Cale McCarr, overrated. Cale McCarr needs to learn how to play defense. Cale McCarr will never cut it in the league. Maybe he's going to tops be a guy who makes $8 million a year, Cale McCarr, because he makes bad defensive mistakes just like that. How could Cale McCarr make a mistake like that? I can't wait. I need to save this as a favorite. So next time when we have guests on our show, we can make sure I've got this forever and ever and ever. I don't know how to save this. I'll figure it out.
Pretty embarrassing when you get your pocket picked by Anders Lee. Sorry.
Oh man, it is.
State of Survivor says Sorokin would have had that. Doug R says, gave up a power play goal. Season's over. Trade everyone. Ooh, maybe an overreaction. Joseph C says TJ is the new Gary Cohen. He jinx everything too.
Oh God.
John S.
Should have traded Varley last season, says John.
That's
Smith.
true. Definitely should have. James Farrell says you retire everyone numbers, guys. Then you turn into the Yankees. Exactly.
Yeah.
Joseph C says, saw some NHL writers on Twitter last night saying Barzal isn't worth his new extension going 15 goals a year. But if he has 100 assists, you'll take that.
Joseph, send me those because we need to Lambase those writers. We need to let them know how wrong they are. Mario says, I brought up LaFontaine in a similar post. He is one of the 6 Islanders in the Hall of Fame. LaFontaine there chose to be inducted as an Islander.
But I don't think he's in the Islander Hall of Fame.
Crazy, isn't it?
James Farrell says, will Barzal's number be retired or into the Hall of Fame? No idea.
If he were to produce, here's the thing. You have got to be successful, in my opinion, right? You've got to be successful. You have to win some sort of hardware. Simple. Whether it's you as an individual or the team, there has to be some hardware involved. It's another prerequisite, in my opinion.
He's won a Calder Trophy, Matt Barzal, so he already has
more hardware than Josh Bailey.
That Josh Bailey will ever have.
That's correct.
Doug R says, our passing of the puck leaves a lot to be desired. This was, of course, all during the first period or second period.
The Wicker Man says, another power play for the Avs. I bet they score again. A stupid penalty there. Joseph C says, are mad. They lost to the Avalanche are mad they lost to the Devils last night. Georgiev on the New York revenge tour.
Brett Weiner says, is this a serious debate? Bailey couldn't hold LaFontaine's jockstrap. Come on now. JG saying, Grump, comparing this number retirement to what happens today, everyone gets a trophy.
Yeah. Stephen S. says, I'm curious what your guys' response is to this question, but what is the worst rink you've skated on or played on in your lifetime, along with the worst locker room you've ever gotten dressed in? Shit, man. I played in a in a small little rink in North Carolina when I used to play. So it wasn't like we were dressing and suiting up in Madison Square Garden or anything like that. So, the ice was not fantastic out there, but it was, it's all we knew. So hey, it was as good as we got. Grumpy, how about you, Grump?
I never played professional. Brett Wayner says LaFontaine was a superstar. Bailey is at best a bottom 6 player. True.
Jewel says, which one of these names does not belong? Probably good old Jeremy Pickens. I don't know what that is.
Wickerman says Josh Bailey bobblehead for Grumpy.
Oh, that'd be a good birthday present. Joseph, he said, happy birthday, by the way, Grump. You should have taken a trip to Arizona for a Coyotes game. Reports are the stadium rocked with only 4,000 people.
I bet it did. Everybody's right on top of it. I'm going to bet it's a great atmosphere.
Man, wouldn't it be nice, Grumpy? We can make maybe a game out there or something. That would be nice. Even if it's not the Islanders, we can get ourselves a Arizona Coyotes third or reverse retro jersey. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, you'd have to you couldn't give that shit away. James Farrell says, by saying that, TJ, does Trotz belong in the Islanders Hall of Fame?
Not in the Islanders Hall of Fame. Absolutely not. No.
Josh Bailey does.
Oh.
What you
I think Trotz will go into the NHL Hall of Fame, but it's just because he's done it for so freaking long.
I just think it's funny when anyone says anything about Josh Bailey, they always say the most polarizing player in Islanders history. That tells you he's not good. If half the fan base thinks he sucks and the other half of the fan base just says, well, you'd say he sucks, I say he's good, where they're not looking at it objectively, that means he's not good enough.
I'll tell you that much. You got McKinnon's complaining about getting cross-checked in the back. I mean, think about it. The Islanders have definitely benefited from a few power play opportunities that were some soft calls today. Needless to say, but here's the thing: there are going to be times later on in the season we're getting screwed when we tap somebody and they flop to the ice, and we're going to be like, "How the hell is that a call?" Or somebody's going to step on a stick and we're going to get called for tripping, and it's going to lead to a goal and we lose a game on it. So it goes both ways.
Colorado's had a boatload of chances, and I think sometimes they're guilty of overhandling the puck a little bit.
Holy shit! Ooh. Pulak, what the hell was Pulak doing there?
That was a bad turnover by him. Oh my gosh, how did he miss this shot? Cogliano you're going to see, TJ. Cogliano misses a shot. I don't know how he misses from there. He must have did his best Josh Bailey.
Jesus Christ. He got to get the puck up, man. Here's the thing. What I worry about is as time winds down, Colorado finds a way to tie this game. They win it in overtime because on 3-on-3, they're the far superior team. Stephen S. said, for me personally, I forget where the rink was located, but we played one game at the rink. It had snow falling from the roof onto the ice. One of our partners got hit with snow during the game. Oh, good
Must
gracious.
have been fun. You see, those are the type of games you remember.
I was about to say that looked like a borderline. I'm telling you, we better watch out. Here's the thing. The good thing is when it gets tied up like this the last few minutes of the game, they're not going to call anything no matter how egregious it is. So take all the liberties you can, New York Islanders. Clutch, grab, hook, trip, anything you want. They've got an empty net, Colorado.
McCarr breaks his stick on a shot, kicks it towards someone, gets picked up by Nelson, empty net goal, game over.
Rock Nelson with the empty
netter. Yeah! Rock Nelson special.
Rock Nelson.
Okay, last 3 goals he scored, empty netter, 4-2, 5-2. I don't see any, hey, we tied. How the hell did Cogliano miss? They just show the replay. Nothing of goals that matter. Those are Brock Nelson specials right there. Okay.
I got to watch this. Jesus Christ. It's a nice save by Varlamov, but how the fuck do you not get that puck up? Oh, my God.
Man, McCarr sucks. Strip him of that Norris trophy.
Dude, McCarr sucks. He screwed up early and he snapped a stick and just gave up. Dude, McCarr should be sent down to the AHL. Cale McCarr, garbage. He's a terrible defenseman. Maybe tops $8 million. I cannot wait to have Phil's fat. I cannot wait, Grumpy.
He didn't have an assist today, so I think he'd kick one over to Brock Nelson.
He wanted to get an assist for some way.
Okay.
Veritas Victor says, let's win the game. Screw Georgiev.
Tim J says, hi, guys. Happy birthday, Grumpy. Thank you very much.
James F. said, TJ, can you pull up the video of Sorokin's last amazing game-ending saves? I don't know. Is it like a compilation? James F., if you follow us on Twitter, please send me a Twitter and I'll pull that up immediately. Just send it to me on Twitter. Stephen S. Grumpy.
Me and my team in a different rink had to get dressed in a literal truck trailer. Not joking, by the way. Worst part of it was because the rink was so cold, the locker room was freezing. It was too freezing to get your gear on. Okay. JG says that glove save by Sorokin last night was insane. Yeah, he's fantastic.
Top 3 goalie in the NHL by the end of the season. Mark my words. Ilya is up there with Shesterkin and Vasilevsky.
True.
Drell said Sorokin will have his jersey retired here if we win a cup soon. That's the thing, right? Like Sorokin, I'd say this. Sorokin has the ability to be the best goalie that's ever suited up on the Islanders uniform. I do believe that.
Most talented.
And
all I'm going to say is
goaltending has changed completely.
You look at these Islanders, these ham and eggers, man, with an empty net, they're skating their asses off. You don't see that all the time.
Grumpy, it's like, do you remember Tony? Do you remember that? Tell that story really quick as I'm get something pulled up because Alexander sent the video.
Yeah, there was a story. There was a kid that we used to coach.
Just call him Tony. Tony. No,
I'm not going to use it in any names.
I'm not. Yeah, I was about to say his name's not Tony. I just said it because it's a normal name. Tony and Alex, whatever. You can use whatever name.
He was a little overweight and it was tough. He didn't want to hustle. Never wanted to hustle. Now at the end of the game, though, everyone would get like a drink or a snack or something from, the snack shack. And, he would sprint, fastest kid, sprint there to get that snack. But you could never get him hustle on the field. Just funny.
And empty nets involved, Grump. Time to get some goals. And I'll tell you the one thing. The top period that changed. 5-4. Okay, well, it's still only like 20 seconds left. We should still pull out a win here.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. I will say this. When we look at, I think, what was the game-changing moment last night against the Hurricanes, when they were ahead of 5-on-3 power play, and we were able to kill that, Sorokin did a fantastic job. I think that turned everything into our end of the pool. That's
that end of the second period because Carolina outplayed us for the vast majority of the second period.
I agree with that.
And a lot of times they say if you don't convert on a 5-on-3, you tend to lose those games. That was absolutely the case yesterday. Absolutely.
So here's that play. Grumpy.
He settles it. His pass got through. Jarvis shot that one blocked by Mayfield. Loose puck. They get it across. Oh, it came back into the pads of Sorokin.
It looked like an empty net goal for Teravainen, didn't it? He just had a wide open net.
Oh, Pellick got a little greedy, turned it over. Jarvis delays. Kakaniemi.
Woo!
What a
Oh,
save!
my goodness. That's dinner. That's dinner. For Pellick's got to buy him dinner. No doubt about that. That was an sensational save. And Adam Pellick's smiling now. And then he tosses it up. And this is another save. Look at this one. How low. I know what he's thinking. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? Come on. What a game by Sorokin, and what a game by the Islanders. Best game I've seen the Islanders play here in a long, long time.
Unbelievable
for 60 minutes.
save. Unbelievable save right there. Fantastic job. I tell you, Sorokin, unbelievable netminder. And it's funny. I did not watch the Islanders telecast. I wound up watching the Hurricanes telecast yesterday. And, we'll talk about that in a second, but it's completely different. But thank you, Alexander, for sending that to me. Joseph C. says, what's in the Russian drinking water that they keep producing these amazing goalies? It's funny. They had mentioned that on the Carolina Hurricanes telecast. They had said, I don't know what it is. You talk about Shesterkin, you talk about Bobrovsky, you talk about Vasilevsky, you talk about Sorokin, all these guys who are fantastic netminders. A lot are Russian. And you look at, the majority of the league, mostly Canadian players, Canadian-born players, some that are, North American or even go to the United States. But look at how many of those goalies are fantastic Russians, and it's something that they're doing. Unbelievable athleticism. They were talking about it. Trip Tracy, who I just cannot stand, brought up a valid point. He said, a lot of times in these younger leagues, they're all just based off athleticism and working on those type of items to when they get to the NHL, they get to the AHL, it's more focusing and refining your skills and in your skill set. And he said that allows them to be better players because they're unbelievably athletic, to have the raw tool sets to be good. And then they're able to refine those. And Trip Tracy used to be, and he used to play he used to be a goalie, didn't he? For Harvard. He played Harvard College and a little bit in the NHL or the AHL.
He certainly did not play in the NHL. I don't even know if he played in the AHL. I think they were desperate for a color guy down in North Carolina, and maybe he just lived down there. I don't know how he got that job. He's been their color commentator since day one. So I don't know. I don't know. Here's the thing. He never played in the NHL. I don't even know if he played in minors. Maybe he played like in Pee-wees. I don't know.
Wickerman says, I agree, Grumpy. Sorokin's up there.
Yep.
And what kind of defense was that? Varley is horrible. Wickerman says, come on, that was a breakaway. Goon Grumpy.
Boy, what a difference between Varlamov and Sorokin, and not in a good way. Well, Sorokin's, one of
the best goalies in the league.
Yep.
And, it's that simple, clear as day. Freedom, Fun and Adventure says, happy and healthy birthday to the mighty Grumposaurus. I hope TJ remembered to get you a gift. Please send the lovely Mrs. Page an Alexander Romanoff jersey or a shirt to wear to drive TJ nutso. God. Grumpy, you got your gift coming. Drew L says, I never seen such a beautiful executed penalty kill my life until now by Colorado. Grumpy.
That was a bad defensive last by Mayfield.
Yeah.
To be that far out of position.
Tim J said, our power play is our Achilles heel.
We went down 3-0 today and came back and won 5-4. And totally the Noah Dobson goal flipped the game on its ear. Just did. And the Islanders took over from there. Then the Islanders go up 4-3, and all of a sudden Colorado's all in the Island zone. Fun game to watch, honestly. A lot of back and forth. And thank goodness for the empty net goal, which winds up being the game winner from your boy Croccarino.
Right? Oh, man. Here's the thing, right? Phil's facts over there. He's flipping. I tell you, this son of a bitch flip-flops like a flippity-flopping bastard. He says, they're back, talking about the Islanders. Here's the thing. I thought they played well today. I will ask you this. Did we ever see the Islanders bounce back like that, being down 3 goals, ever under Barry Trotz?
Nope.
I'd agree.
You know what? Phil used to be on a TV show back in the 1960s.
Right?
Yep. TJ, can you pull up Flipper? His name was Flipper under the ocean.
There's something that just happened on social media. I'm going to try to do myself not to say anything about. Jesus Christ. A funny pal. Remember I tweeted about not the run it back crew, a complete failure for not addressing team needs. Somebody who doesn't want to come on this show. Somebody who we've invited to come on this show.
Billy Bitch Chips.
Somebody we invited to come on this show after we come back and beat Colorado. He retweeted us again. He said, complete failure. It's like he thinks that being 9 games into the regular season, we go ahead and stamp. There it is. We won the Stanley Cup. 9 games in, brother. Hey, I know because you watched this. 9 games in. And here's the other thing, right? You're never as good as you think. You're never as bad as you think. We beat a team in the Rangers who were on the back end 3rd game in 4 days. You beat what's in front of you on the schedule. Then we go ahead and play the Carolina Hurricanes. We beat them. We played the best game I think we played. And we beat a Colorado Avalanche team without Nichushkin, without Landeskog. Chill your freaking roll and calm your jets. Remember to put everything in perspective. We're not as good as you think. We're not as bad as you think. We are an average team. And to run it back the same way we did, you're going to be seen by the end of the year as a complete and utter failure. Because don't worry, buddy. I don't forget. We'll make sure we're tweeting right back at you as we continue to struggle.
TJ keeps the receipts. That's what he's trying to say.
By then, but here's the thing: it's cute. It's cute, man. I like it. Maybe if we lose to the Chicago Blackhawks on Wednesday, I'll make sure to tweet out complete failure. What a fucking joke. You're invited on the show anytime you want, but a freaking joke, man. Absolute joke.
Hey, we're 5-4, right? So, right now,
right above average.
If the playoffs were held today, we'd make the playoffs. I think
right above average.
I think we'd be the number 8 seed in the playoffs.
Right above average.
Yeah, we'd be tied for 8th with the Montreal Canadiens. Tied for 8th. Yes.
Right above average. Man, I tell you, Grumpy. Whoo, I wish he'd come. He didn't want to come on. He said he would not enjoy that at all.
He's scared. He's scared. He's too scared to come on the show.
I'm telling you, come on. It'll be nice. It'll be civil. But to say that, okay, because we mounted a comeback from 3-0.
I don't even know why.
We've arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Islanders have arrived. They've won the Stanley Cup. They're 5-4. New York Islanders. Fucking chillax, my friend. We're 9 games into the season. I think that we still did not address the team needs, and that's going to come back to beat our ass. We are a completely healthy team. We've suffered no injuries and setbacks, and we beat a freaking Rangers team who had 3-4 games. We beat a fucking Carolina team where we look good, and we just beat a Colorado team where they got 2 of their top 6 forwards out with injury. And we're over here celebrating like we won the fucking cup. Chill. My God, relax. You can be happy, but Jesus Christ, keep it within the damn rain.
Why are you even worrying about that?
That shit pisses me off because Grumpy, it does. That's why I don't go.
Here's the thing. We rent space in his head.
That's true. We do live rent free.
Here's the thing. He means nothing to me. Less than nothing. He is a nothing. Why do you even worry about? It's nothing.
It is true. We do have space rent free in his head. That's fine. But I will say this.
This is where age gives you a little bit of perspective. Who cares?
It's true. It's true. I do wish he'd come on though. State of Survival says
never coming on. Here's the thing. He's never coming on the show. He's too scared. He's a coward. He'd never come on the show. What do you even care? He's a coward. He's shown himself to be a coward.
Anyway, let's get back to the show. I don't even care. It did piss me off for a second, but I'm like, let's get back to our show. State of Survival says the power play is too slow. Slow skating, slow shooting, slow passing. A house league goalie can easily read the play. I can see Dobson's wind up from outer space. That's how slow it is.
See, it's funny because everyone was dumping on him early. And then they have the comeback. I guarantee the comments are going to be through the roof. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Goon, Grumpy.
From Goon says, happy birthday, Grump. I think it's only fitting if TJ announces you can now fully own that worthless Lastings Village card.
Grumpy, can I own that Lastings Village card now, Grump?
You can keep it.
Yes! Oh. You can read some comments.
Alex, yes.
Alex.
No, Alex. I'm sorry. Game's over, not winning. Oh.
No, but here's the thing. That's not a game we win ever under Trotz. That's for damn certain.
No.
We talk about what a coaching change does positive. There are going to be negatives that the coaching change brings. And we'll find them out as the year goes on.
Colorado is a struggling team right now. You're seeing that. I mean, they're 500.
Correct.
It happens. I mean, hey, here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's 2 points in the win column for us. That's good news. James Farrell says, time to get rid of Barley. It's true. It's still time to get rid of him.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Goon says, I thought they were supposed to shoot a lot more at the net rather than just passing 50 zillion times. Old habits are hard to break. Bellows can make a difference. Oh, wait.
Got another comment here from Andrew L. Said, Dobson is fucking good.
And this is where you're going to see the comments start to take on a different light. Is my prediction.
I was about to say, Dobby. I'm telling you,
Wickerman says
out of your contract.
Wickerman says Dobby 3-1. Apex Legend says Arnold's down 4-0. Good thing we have Parise, Martin, Clutter over Bellows. Guy who can score. Lou is a joke. JG says Dobson scores. Nice goal. Alex says still not winning.
Dobson with an absolute freaking firecracker. Drell says, I got to tell you, Ishikov, honestly, could be called up soon. He's got 10 points in 7 games with Bridgeport.
He's not. Where's he going to play?
Frank Hay says Sorokin is way better than Varlamov.
100% agree.
He's going to replace Palmieri eventually, is what Drell said. Hey, I'd be all down for it. Palmieri's done absolutely nothing this year.
Nothing.
Next to nothing. Gungun says, honestly, though, I think if I was told the Islanders would have taken two out of 3 from the top 3 teams in the NHL over the past few nights, I'd be tickled pink.
For how they looked after coming off that little Florida swing, I thought we were going to lose all 3 of those games, and we wound up winning all 3. That's a surprise to me. We were 2-4, and I'm like, man, we could be 2-7. But let's give credit where credit is due, right? They don't quit. They never say die. They never say die. And I'll tell you what, today, it seems like Colorado kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit, that goal, and they were like on their heels. For the rest of the game, just about, they were on their heels.
Yeah.
They thought when it was 3-0, Colorado thought game over. You know what the Islanders said? Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast, my friend. Apex Legend says, Lou's got to go. Dobson for moving off. And Wally, the youth is rising. And Drew L says, the Bailey check just gave me fantasy points. Thanks for Wallstrom passing it to him earlier. There it is.
Who would put Bailey on their fantasy team? I could never put him on my
Maybe
fantasy.
it's a joke. Apex Legend says, if we want to sign Martin, Clutterbuck, and
if
other
we didn't sign Martin, Clutter, and other dead weight, we could have kept Taves, Lewis, Trash. We still could have kept them anyway. It's not those guys who made the difference. Goon says, who was correct in the great proper way to put your shoes and socks on debate? Stivic or Archie Bunker? TJ, that was from All in the Family.
What were the suggestions? Let me ask you that.
Sock, shoe, or sock, shoe. And I don't remember who was who.
It should be sock, shoe. What maniac put sock, shoe on? What maniac would do that?
I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this. This is like, assuming that would be the case, it's like you're walking around your house. Like, let's say something would happen. Like, sometimes there's something that happens where I've got to get up and do something as I'm putting my shoes on. So I would have to walk around like a limp guy over here because I've got one shoe on and one foot that's got no sock and no shoe on. What is this? No. Sock, shoe. I thought that was easy. And Matthew S. said, I say 7 million. I'll say 7 million is who we should have put on that on the list there to be waived. Rogue Gamer said, just joined. Who you guys hating on now? Oh, God. Oh, man. I don't think we
somebody who reposted a tweet. Somebody wants to work for the Islanders.
Drew L said, I'm just waiting for the Carter Hart apology tour from both of you guys. Dude's been lights. Okay. I have never been critical of Carter Hart. I've always said, I think because he plays for a miserable defensive squad like Philly, that he was always going to be like a freaking under fire. I'd never have thought. I've always asked Grumpy, do you think he's a bust yet? Grumpy jumped to conclusion, said yes. I said, I don't know yet.
I don't think I ever said he was a bust. All I said was that goalies are up and down, particularly young goalies. I said, but it looked like he was going on the bust direction, and he still could be. Maybe Tortorella's turned him around. Some guys need tough love. You know that's what he's getting from Tortorella.
Oh,
Tortorella's showing he's a good coach, though. I mean, he took that dumpster fire of a team and has turned them into a first-place squad in the formerly Patrick Division, the Metro Division.
Now, I'm not sure what this is. We got a little video here. I could see right there, Grumpy. See, Josh Bailey looks like he's got a full head of hair there. You telling me he doesn't?
That's a picture from 40 years ago.
Oh, God. Let's listen to it. Oh, they just got the little Josh Bailey. They're all chanting, hey, man, the win. It was a fantastic come from behind victory today. Absolutely would.
Very true.
I will tell you this. As I've said before, and as I stated earlier this show, just because you win today, you're never as good as you think. You're never as bad as you think. This is an above average hockey team. That is what they are.
What did we say the Islanders had to do to be in contention? A team that, what did they have to do coming out this season to be a team that could possibly contend for a playoff spot?
We said they had to go, 6-4 or 7-3 to start the season.
7-3. But I mean,
73.
you take 6 and 4, would you not?
I take 6 and 4, absolutely.
At this stage, 5 and 5 feels like a failure because you can't lose to Chicago.
I'd agree with you there. I'd agree with you. No doubt about that. And the Wicker Man, Grumpy.
Exactly. Bellows was never given a fair chance. He was only played 7 million minutes a game. True. 100% true.
Rogue Gamer says, I agree about Bellows, but I still didn't want him to kill us for 10. I still don't want him to kill us for 10 years.
He's not going to kill us for 10 years.
I'm rooting for Bellows too, says Brett W. Grumpy Frank's got a comment.
Sorokin is great. Varley is always down on his knees. Well, I don't know about his personal preferences, but Sorokin's a better goalie, that's for certain.
The Wicker Man says, Bailey. Looks like he missed a tip in there.
That's typical. Rogue Gamer says Sorokin should have got start. Okay.
It should have gotten the start tonight. You shouldn't be sitting goalies when we're not number one. Well, we just played yesterday. That's why.
Back. He's played what? That would have been, 3 games in 4 days.
Yeah, so they're going to give him rest. Drew L says Barzal and Wallstrom look fantastic together. It's amazing when Wallstrom gets a fair shot with a playmaker like Barzal.
Told you.
Also hitting in this game too, more than usual. Yeah, a lot of hitting.
That benefits the Islanders over Colorado for certain. If you're going to beat Colorado, you got to hit them. You can't let them just skate around you. And they did that at times in this game, particularly at the start. And then when they got hot there in the early in the second period till they scored that 3rd goal. And then we took over from there, in my opinion. Barzal playing really well. 100% agree, Matthew.
Jeremy Four said, who would you rather have, Grump, Dobson or Taves?
We could have had both. Question. We could have had both.
Answer the question, though.
Dobson, because he's 22 and Taves is what, 27 now?
I'd rather have Dobson, too. I think the growth potential for maybe defensively, Taves is better than Dobson can never be defensively. I think offensively, Dobson's a much better candidate than that.
He's 5 years younger than Taves.
Yep.
At this age, Taves wasn't even in the NHL, correct?
Yeah, he was the AHL. State of Survival said, I fear that Bellows will be shades of Bertuzzi and we'll be kicking ourselves in the butt.
No, he's nowhere near as big as Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi was really, really good, just mismanaged, like a lot of prospects are for varying teams, certainly for this team.
Are you saying Tyler Bertuzzi was mismanaged or Todd? Which one?
Todd Bertuzzi. Tyler Bertuzzi never played here.
Oh, I just thought you were talking about them in general as a professional.
Yeah, Todd Bertuzzi, when he was here, he was mismanaged.
Tyler Bertuzzi,
Tyler Bertuzzi plays for Detroit. Todd Bertuzzi was drafted by the Islanders, played for the Islanders, was traded, and turned out to be a really, really, really good player. That's what he's saying. He's not.
Oh, really? I've never heard of Todd Bertuzzi. Who is he, Grumpy?
No one is talking about. No one is. He says, I fear that Bellows will be shades of Bertuzzi and we'll be kicking ourselves in the butt. Not Tyler Bertuzzi. Never played here. Todd Bertuzzi.
I'm just maybe talking about his playing style. Fair enough, though, Grumpy. Rogue Gamer said, I did not like getting rid of Taves. Nobody did.
Except Barry Trotz. Goon says, unlike last year, they seem to battle back and not give up, even when down 3 goals. Credit Lambert. Absolutely.
That is, I think Lambert deserves all the credit in that regard. No doubt in my mind. Done a fantastic job. Wickerman says, Josh Hosang really didn't earn it, though.
Okay, except for the 1 year that he was here and he had a really good stint when he was on the line with Brock Nelson. He never got another shot on the big team.
Yeah.
So say whatever you want. He was never given another shot with the big team.
Brett
says, if Kiefer Bellows can perform anything like his dad, once he gets actual playing time, Lou is going to look really bad for letting him go for nothing. He looks really bad for letting him go for nothing, period. Because if you didn't want him to be here, you should have packaged him or moved him in some type of deal to get something else of value. All you did was lose a player for nothing.
You should have done that earlier, though, right? If you always are like, we don't know what he's really going to offer or bring to the table, you know what these guys have early. You know what I mean? You're able to tell pretty early whether you think he's going to have a career or a future with you. You should at least, right? Your evaluators of talent, the guys in your system, you should know if you have any chance or that guy has any chance of playing. If he doesn't, right? you should be at a spot to where you move him earlier than being, more reactive to something like
It's
that.
much easier to move a guy when he's 20, 21 years old as opposed to when he's 24.
Exactly. Alexander says Bellows could
Could
be the
the
one that
one
got away.
just
like another
Verhaeghe.
Verhaeghe. Yep.
Josh Hosang, Rogue Gamer says Josh Hosang could have been special. His head wasn't in it. He had the skills. True.
I think he needed to be handled differently. Just
That's
never
right.
was. And Brett W says here, I really think he'll become a 25 to 30 goal scorer at some point. I don't know. It's a lot to ask. I think he could be a consistent NHL player, though. And, that's if you don't sign all of your bottom six guys to huge long-term contracts, you would have spots open for a guy like Kiefer Bellows. But Alexander says here, smart idea by Lambert to take a timeout because they've been better. Here's another thing, too. Talking about that timeout, a fantastic usage of the timeout as well by Brad Lambert.
Yep.
I've always said, seems like coaches want to hold on to timeouts. I'm like, when else are you going to use the timeout? A good usage of the timeout to pan out.
Did Herman Munster use his hot timeout today for Colorado?
No, Herman Munster did not.
See,
as he's conceding goal after goal after goal, didn't need to call a timeout to common rally the troops. I guess.
I like I said, I don't know if he did because, like I said, I was just bored. Okay, that's a mistake on his part. You could tell after that first goal, the Islanders picked up their play. After the second one, timeout, and he didn't do it. Then they get another power play. They're still scrambling. They get scored on, then bang, right after they get scored on, it's too late then. That's what a good coach does. Kudos to Lane Lambert.
The Wicker Man says, agree. The alarm clock hurt him.
Very true.
Brian B says here, no, he's not serving that purpose, TJ. Alexander Grumpy's got a comment for you.
Guys, call me crazy, but I think Aho makes Mayfield better. Okay, here's the thing. Scott Mayfield needs a player like Sebastian Aho. I'm not saying Sebastian Aho.
Or a guy like Robin Salo.
Right, like Devon Taves used to be. A puck-moving defenseman on the other side. He takes away the warts that are in Scott Mayfield's game.
The Wicker Man says, wow, great line. That would have been Grumpy on paper, but who knows how it would play out in real life.
Really, really good. That's how it would have played out. Drew says, Trotz only played Barzal and Wally for one game because he wanted to stick it to the fans that he's right. And how could possibly the fans be correct? I'm Mr. Trotz. I'm a pure narcissist. Ooh.
He played Wallstrom with Barzal towards the tail end for like 10 games, but it was like the season was over.
Season was over. The team had quit. By the end of the year, the Islanders, not Barzal, he called out a lot of the veteran quitters on this team.
Yep.
They quit. They did.
And I don't know what kind of apology did I offer, Grumpy?
What kind of
apology was that? I don't know. I don't remember. That was a while ago. But anyway, Gungun says Bailey reborn? Question marks. JG says Brennan just said Lee is pushing the pace up the ice. Oh, wow. Jeremy Ford, Grumpy.
Ishikov lighting up at Bridgeport. 4 goals, 7 assists through his 7th game tonight. Bolduc putting up numbers as well. Good. That's what we want. That's what your AHL team should be. Young guys playing big minutes.
What's up, Frank? How are you? Alexander says Kyle Palmieri should be put on waivers.
Why not?
He's
if you're going to put anybody on waivers, you put somebody who's making a boatload of money, who's underproducing.
Yeah.
I think that Wickerman says, I think the problem with Aho is he's too small. He is small, and he gets muscled around the net. That's why he's a good fit with Mayfield. Here's the thing. That's a yin and yang between the two of them. He's never going to be great defensively. Just isn't.
Frank said the Islanders whooped the Canes. They did. Put Bailey on waivers, says the Wicker Man.
That's a good idea. Status Driver says, TJ, Pajot might not be scoring as much, but he's winning faceoffs and is hitting a lot more. That's $5 million a year to win faceoffs. No.
Do you remember Manny Malhotra?
Yep.
For the Vancouver Canucks back in the day? Yep. He had the highest faceoff percentage in the entire NHL. And he threw the body around as a bottom line guy. He also is paid like $1.25 million a year. So I don't need to pay a guy who wins faceoffs and hits $5 million a year. That's just, that's paying a guy too much for offering too little. Pajot has been quiet for a while, I think is what he meant to say.
All year.
Yeah.
Mario says Pajot is just being Pajot. He's pulled an Aaron Judge.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. I'm taking a swing at my boy Aaron Judge. Frank says, why get rid of Bellows and bring up Salo and not play him? Good question, Frank. Good question indeed. If you're not going to play him, maybe they just wanted to have a seventh defenseman sitting at the table.
Maybe that's the case.
But why keep Ross Johnston? The shit just blew my mind why we did what we did. But hey, I guess he's thinking about so many things that we can't even imagine because he's thinking 4D chess. Yeah, okay.
I'm going to predict that we do not get through all these comments today.
Oh wow, that many?
I don't know. It looks like a lot. I don't know.
John Smith said Romanoff didn't cross-check him. He wanted him to throw him down. Okay, there we go. He needs more discipline, Romanoff. Grumpy, I'll let you read a few.
JG says, by the way, thanks. Romanov did not cross-check Comfer in front of the net. It will just, if you look at the replay, you'll see that. Okay.
I'm watching on a phone. I apologize. My screen is small. Yeah.
Jeremy says, you just pop them up. You say the person's name. I'll read them. How about
Jeremy
that?
Ford, Grumpy.
Bridgeport is leading the AHL with 35 goals for it. Next best isn't that close. Yikes.
Alexander, Grumpy.
Well, guys, child number 5 is on the way. Alexander, congratulations.
Congrats there, Alexander. That's great news. Congratulations, man. State of Survival said Ishikov will get a shot
as soon as he turns 30. Mark Albert, you just say the name and I'll read the comments.
Mark Alberti, Grumpy.
We are going toe-to-toe with the champs. Very true.
We did. Mario. The
biggest problem is that Ishikov is another snow pick from the same draft class as Wallstrom, Dobson, Wild, and Scarrett.
Goon.
Grumpy, did you do anything special today to celebrate 35 years on the planet Earth? No, I was reminiscing about my first number of years on the different planet.
Ah, there it is. Jeremy Ford said Ishikov plays with Chris Terry and Andy Andoroff. He puts up numbers on the power play. That would help us for sure.
Chris Terry blows.
It is rival, Grumpy.
Any relation to Troy Terry? No.
And then Jeremy Ford said, Ratu, Holmstrom, and DeFore play together as a kid line.
Okay.
Frank.
Agreed, JG. That was a great play by Romanoff. Okay.
Nice. There. Ro Gamer says he doesn't have Schiss eaten. I saw that before. I don't know what that is. Islanders might not be that shitty. Okay. Now, he didn't have that shit eating grin on. Okay, Mark, I'll tell you one thing. We're not as good. Temper the highs with the lows, right? We still did not address the needs. Do not expect how many goals a game are we scoring right now? How many goals a game are we averaging? Like 3.5, 4 goals a game?
I'm not quite sure. I can let you know in a second how many.
I'll let you know, Grumpy. You keep reading. I was just kind of was an open-ended question. I'll get the answer for you. You keep reading, Grumpy, and I'll do that.
We have 33 goals in 9 games, so you figure that out.
Oh my God. Okay, get back to reading comments, Grumpy. I'll take care of that. Thanks.
All right. State of Survival says, "Hey, Taves isn't as good as you think. He plays with McCarr. Do you think Semenko would score that many goals without Gretzky?" Okay, he's the guy who actually has to play defense in that pairing. Rogue Gamer says, I hated to get rid of Taves. That shiz-eating grin he had at the beginning of the period. I thought he scored, LOL.
So we're averaging right now about 3.67 goals a game.
That's a lot of goals for us.
You think we're going to that would be record pace. I don't think we're going to continue that. But hey.
Empire State Construction says he's miles better than Letty, who should have been moved instead of Taves. Yes. And if you've been a fan of this podcast for way back to then, we talked about it the day of the trade.
Yep.
State of Survival says it's karma. We lose Taves because of the fleece. We need to get Barzal.
Because of fleece, we did get to, okay, fair enough. Charlestown Chiefs there. Brian P said missing Landeskog and Niskutsin. They lost Kadri and Burakovsky in the offseason. It's not the same team right now, and we're still okay. So gotcha. Even think about it too. Off of last year's team, that's right. Kadri's not on the team. Burakovsky's not on the team. And you're missing, those guys are both moved in the offseason, and you're missing Landeskog with injury and Niskutsin.
Yeah, that doesn't matter because you lose guys off a team. That doesn't matter. The injuries, okay, yes, but guys who leave the team, they don't. In my opinion, they don't factor into the equation.
He said sorry.
Jeremy says sorry. 31 goals for Bridgeport. They update the standing live. Next best is 27 goals for. Joel says, maybe I have to go with 98% correct analysis on the meme for Grumpy now.
Oh, man, he got a little bit wrong there. JG said,
What do you think of What do you guys think of Thomas Hickey joining the MSG team? What the heck? He can't play defense. Let's see if he can talk.
Oh, no. Mario Grumpy's got a comment.
Lamoriello had a chance to trade up and get Caulfield, who was projected to be a top 5 pick, and dropped to number 14.
And Jeremy F.
Bridgeport power play 4 for 4 tonight. That's pretty impressive. Ishikov is so skilled. I love to see him come and play with Barzal. Somebody's got to play defense on that line. Somebody. Wickerman says they're not the Islanders, TJ. They keep their younger players.
Oh, there it is. State of survival. Grumpy's got a comment.
I have a feeling that Lou will revisit the JT Miller trade just because of how bad Vancouver's doing. They just signed him to a big contract. There's no way he's getting moved. No way.
Yeah, I was about to say they did. Matthew has said TJ skipping all over all the comments from the Isles Misery Boy. No, I don't ever skip any of those. Frank says, I really don't want Lou to make any moves. We always overpay. We do. Goon Grumpy.
Johnson continues to sit on his tuchus.
He does.
Yep.
Not playing him. Frank said, oh my God, I didn't know. Happy birthday, grumpy old man. I have a hair curling. I have the hair curling in the back. Laugh my ass off. Ladies like it. There it is. Okay.
No, they don't like it on me. D-Cut says, Grumpy, I respectfully disagree with you. If TJ buzzed his head, he would barely have stubbles. Happy birthday, pal. Thank you. D-Cut. Appreciate it.
Jake Bellows saying happy birthday.
Thank you. Alexander says happy birthday. Thank you. Mario says happy birthday. Paige O says happy birthday. Nick M says happy birthday, Grump. Where's your Fisherman's jersey? I decided to wear this instead. Eve L says happy birthday, grumpy old man. Thank you.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh gosh, yeah. Wickerman says that meme was funny. Go Jets, says Frank. I sent you both Grumpy's Halloween costume packs. Oh God, I'll check it in a second. Grumpy, another comment there.
Next time Grumpy gets a haircut, keep the hair and make TJ and Grumpy pillows out of Grumpy's soft, fluffy hair. Sell it on Etsy. It'll be a hit. Won't hurt a bit.
Okay, hold on. Have you seen the memes, Grumpy, where they do like the starter kit? They do like, have you ever heard of Spirit? Like Spirit's like a little Halloween shop that pops up. It's a little Halloween shop that pops up.
That picture is great. That's a picture of
hey, Josh Bailey.
No, that was a picture of, I think it was when you said defensive back Cooper. I think that's the reaction to defensive back Cooper.
It says Spirit says it's the grumpy old man included. Lots of yelling to prove points. 99% correct analysis. Lots of memes. A hefty New York accent and Bailey.
There you go. And what does it say? Adult
size costume. I'm about to go ahead. I'm about to repost that. I'm about to post that.
Okay.
Or oh shit. Hold on a second. He's got one of me, and I'm sure it's not going to be
DJ the podcaster included. Lots of millennial hissy fits. Neglects Islanders misery rated R. Always late. Always yells at Grumpy when moody. I think they're both spot on.
Oh, good gracious. Oh, man. Post those. I want to repost those because I think they're funny, Drew. Make sure you post them and I'll repost. Just tag us and I'm reposting those. Those are funny as hell.
And TJ, send a copy.
The meme gets a rating of 9.7. Was that, Grump?
Send them to me too, so I can send them to Son X.
Oh, Son X. Oh, good gracious. He'll like that. Good says the next. Did you get that? Did you read that, Grumpy?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Christopher C. Grumpy.
Happy birthday, Grumpy. God bless. And I hope you enjoyed your day. A good gift. Oh, we already saw that one. Oh, would be an Islanders victory over Stanley? Yes, we already read that one. Thank you. Again, though, Christopher, thank you. Drew L. says Barry Trott's requirements to coach a team is like that chick who has a laundry list of requirements for a man she wants. True.
Wickerman says
the Islanders are down 2 years ago. 2 years ago, down 2, going into the third, usually would find a way to get a quick goal in the third period. They did that today. They
absolutely did. They absolutely did. Trotz is so full of himself with his freaky eyebrow gyrations. Oh, man, absolutely. Drew L. said, let's be honest, Jean-Guy Pajot has been more Bailey-like than Bailey this season. Oof.
No, Bailey. Here's the thing. If J.G. Pajot was playing on the first line, he'd have quite a few points, way more than Bailey has.
Sure.
Wickerman says that was Pulak that was burned. I thought it was Mayfield. Oops. Yeah, Pulak struggled this year.
A lot of let's goes with the Parise goal. No, grumpy Parise was pushed into the goal. Yeah, I think Palmieri's pushed. Yeah, no goalie interference. Absolutely not. And need Grumpy positive on his birthday. Pull off a win.
They
There it
did
is.
too.
Let's do there.
Okay, there we go. Really, the whole third line minus Parise has been invisible. True. Parise's not made much better.
Leaky bladder, TJ. Says
Oh,
yeah, I know.
true.
I know. Jill said, if Barzal didn't fall, I'm almost certain they would have scored, but there was a trip that should have been called. Fair enough. Jeremy Ford said, thanks for the show and happy birthday, Grump. God bless all. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you. Eval said, baby Islanders beat the filthy Phantoms. The Philly Phantoms, Grumpy.
You know what? That's so good because I hate those Philadelphia. I hate Philadelphia, period. The whole city.
Wickerman said a great period by the Islanders. We got a lot of goals, obviously. Got to keep Mayfield. Nice tip in by Mayfield. Got a lot of the goal horns. We go up. Yeah, F yeah, baby. We saw a lot of excitement. Grumpy, we saw a lot of excitement. Marta Gay saying we were on fire. Absolutely were. Owen J saying, let's go, Islanders. Veritas and Victor saying, what a turn of events. It really was. And I left for 20 minutes, and this is what happens. Grump, I'll let you read that too.
Hey, Grump, off topic, just curious. Do you remember seeing Zeidel play? What kind of play? Zeidel.
Who's that?
I don't know. I'm going to bet he spelt that name wrong. Or maybe I'm just forgetting.
Larry Zeidel.
Larry Zeidel? The name is not ringing.
Lazarius Larry the Rock Zeidel was a Canadian professional hockeyman for the Hershey Bears of the AHL. Played 9 seasons in the NHL with the Chicago Blackhawks and with the Philadelphia Flyers from 1947 to 1969.
I'm going to say no. I do not remember Larry Zeidel.
He wound up playing 158 games, Grumpy. Grumpy, he played in the late 60s. Come on, Grumpy. You're that old, right, Grumpy? Show us your age. You're in your 80s, aren't you?
I'm not, but I do not remember Larry Zeidel.
Oh, man.
I was alive, but I do not remember Larry Zeidel.
Okay, said we're going toe-to-toe with the champs. ONJ said, nice shirt, Grumpy. That's my shirt, too. That's my shirt. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not.
You took my shirt, didn't you?
No, it's not. You left your shirt here. This is not yours. This is mine.
If I left something there with the Grumpy says it's his now. Fair enough.
Shit, dude, you move out how many years ago? Whatever you left here is mine now.
Okay. Frank, Grumpy.
I effing started hitting my chair. I'm about to explode. My daughter says, what's wrong with you? L left my ass off. I shook the building.
Laugh my ass off. I love when Grumpy reads those things. Rogue Gamer said, I feel the comeback coming. Let's go.
You could feel the ice tilted the other way. Lock it down, Islanders. No more open hockey.
Absolutely. Dan, you guys seem almost upset. LOL. I wouldn't say we're upset. Here's the thing that I always worry about. Now we start to get hope. And as soon as hope is in the door, we go back because you're never as good as you think. As soon as we start gathering hope again, we're going to shit the ever living crap out of the bed. That's just how it works. Think about it. To really cut through what happened, we beat a Rangers team, which is a playoff team, right? Made the Eastern Conference Finals last year. We beat the Rangers. They're on their 3rd game in 4 days. Did that help us? Maybe a little bit. We beat the Hurricanes. A few bounces went our way, but I think that was the best game we played all year. Absolutely. And we beat the Colorado Avalanche as they were missing the Scooters and the Landeskog with a huge comeback. Those are 3 big games against big opponents. We came away with 6 points against 3 big opponents. Fantastic. I think there were some things that benefited us. That being said, there are always going to be items that benefit us this season. You have to take advantage and win when things benefit you. All I'm saying is this. There are going to be times this year when things look like we're getting screwed by the referees, screwed by the injury bug, screwed by this, screwed by that. It's going to happen this year. And I just don't want to hear the excuses. That's all it is. Because I'm not going to use those excuses as to why we're winning games, right? Because you win with the opportunity you're giving. But it definitely helped us out. So, that's all it is. And when we're losing games, when things don't go our way, we'll mention it, but we're not saying that's the only reason we're losing.
Here's the thing. I didn't make excuses when we lost last year when everyone else was saying COVID, this bullshit, that bullshit. No, we just weren't good enough. Didn't play hard enough. I'm not making excuses to the other teams that they're losing now. We beat them. Today against Colorado, for me, was that end of the second period, third period, we just dominated them, in my opinion. Just dominated them. I don't care that they're missing some players. It looks like we just imposed our will on them. We out-physicaled them, and they shrunk, and they got beat. They're not the same team they were last year. Oh, well, Stanley Cup was last year, not this year. They're not repeating. Nobody really does unless you're Tampa. I mean, I could care less. That was a good win for us. If you ask me, like I said, and here's the thing, I don't like to get too excited because the last time I got too excited, we went out and laid a couple of eggs. So I'm trying not to get too excited. It's too early in the year to have that range of emotions. But here's the thing. We have to be 6-4 out of these first 10. And I say, okay, we're on a path to a possible playoff spot, without a doubt. I thought 7-3, 6-4 is good enough for me. You can't come out 5-5. Cannot lose to Chicago Blackhawks. Cannot let that happen.
O&J said, Grumpy, what kind of win do you think this is?
2 points worth.
Brett W says, Ken Moore was a very, very good defenseman.
Yes.
Lurkerman says, Owen, the game isn't over yet.
Yeah,
Grumpy. Frank says,
when they scored, let me tell you something. When they went up 4-3, that game was over. That game was over. I know they scored the late one after we got the empty netter, but that game was over. Everything. The ice was tilted into Colorado's end. Frank says, in all fairness, Bailey has been doing good. I felt bad for killing him so much, but people shouldn't get carried away. He's been okay. He benefits because he's playing on the first line again. Somehow he's on the first line. He's not that good a player. Just isn't. Never has been, never will be. And he's not a Hall of Famer. Not an Islander Hall of Famer, not even a Pee Wee Hall of Famer. He's not even a Hall of Famer in his mom's house.
Rogue Gamer says this might be the best game against the champs. I don't think this was better. I thought we played better against the Hurricanes than we did against the Avalanche. I think the Avalanche, once we scored that goal, all momentum was on our side. Most complete game we played this year was against the Carolina Hurricanes.
Agreed.
Drew L says, finally, Barzal is starting to show the wizardry he possesses. Now he just needs to run marathons while reaching top speed on the ice, and he's good. His playmaking is back clearly.
Okay, it's not him. It's the guy on his line, the guy on the right on his line. He's a threat to shoot the puck every time. They cannot just slough off on the wing, on that wing. Bailey they can, but not on Wallstrom because he's going to shoot that puck. So they can't just say, okay, we're all on Barzal because he'll hit Wallstrom and he has a propensity to score.
Let me ask you that. Do you think that that's accurate? Matthew S. said this game has a playoff feel to it. No. I didn't get that feeling. I didn't, but maybe some did. I just wasn't sure.
Fun game, though. If you went to that game, that's a fun game to watch.
Absolutely. Gamer says a wizardry. Love it. Wickerman Grumpy.
Easy for you to say. He says, I never thought it was always Bailey's fault. I mean, why was Trotz playing him on the first line and putting him on as a sixth skater? It was basically like they pulled the goalie and didn't add anyone. I think Bailey gets put on the first line because they have nowhere else to put him. He's a solid player. You know what you're going to get out of him. Every year, he somehow manages to spend time on the first line. Every single year. It's not like he earns it because he never stays there. It's just, okay, let's see. We want to mix up the other lines. Oh, well, Bailey, that means Bailey's. I'll just put him on the first line. Throw him on a wing on the first line.
Just put him on the first line.
We have better players up there that'll block him, cancel him out.
A nice save by Varley. Frank saying he's got to shoot more. Barzal has opportunities. Frank also says, my man Martin's been playing good. Give him props. He has played well so far this year. Absolutely.
Yep. I
agree with that.
Fourth lines look better than it has in the last couple of years.
Fantastic. It's early yet, so we'll say temper expectations. They're an old-aged line. How do they hold up over an 82-game season? What is that for, Grumpy?
The next
Mark A said we might be contenders. Oh, is that what you're going? Oh, Jesus. That's why I said temper ladies and gentlemen, please temper your expectations. I said this before I even said this. Like, I played it as a possibility if we won this game. I said, even if we lost all those games, even if we won all those games against top tier talent, you're never as good as you think. You're never as bad as you think. We are slightly an above average team. That's what we are. We're not winning the division. We're not finishing in second in the division. We're a team that's going to be either on the outside looking in or a team one of the last teams to make the postseason. That's the position we're going to be in.
I just have to ask Mark a question. Is Philadelphia a contender? Are the Devils contenders? Is Buffalo a contender? Is Detroit a contender? Because is Montreal a contender? I mean, because they all have the same amount or more points than we do in less games. I mean, are those teams contenders too? It's so early. Like I said, for us to have a successful year, I felt we had to come out and start strong, without a doubt. And we laid some eggs. That Devils game was brutal bad. I expected us to lose to Florida and Tampa. I didn't expect us to beat Colorado and Carolina. I thought we could hold with the Rangers because we always played them tough. I thought we had no shot at all against Carolina or Colorado. And they proved me wrong. Good for them. Good for me.
Well, here's the thing, Grumpy. I guess the Rangers, Penguins, Capitals can all say goodbye. They're not making the postseason this year, Grumpy. The year's over. Pack it up. See you guys later, Pittsburgh. See you later, Pittsburgh. See you later, Washington. See you later, Rangers. It's early yet. I think we've looked good. We've beaten the teams in front of us, and we've had good circumstances, and we've taken advantage of it. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Like I said in the preseason, I loved our compete level. That's something we did not see last year. Can we keep it up for a full year? We're going to find out.
Elon Avatal says, by the way, guys, Ruslan Ishikov might be our best prospect going forward. That's a little early to say. I was laughing at this next one. Frank says, TJ, you need a bag for your head. Laughing my ass off.
Oh, shit.
Okay, how about this? I'll get myself a little plastic bag. If the Islanders going to
lose, plastic bag, tie around the neck.
Anyway, Rob G says, "Go Islanders!" There it is. D-Cut says, comparing Dobson's Makar is like comparing TJ's hair to Lane Lambert's. God damn, D-Cut, boy. I just saying, all these people who shit on Dobson, no way he can make 10
It was more of a slam at Phil.
I'm trying to lampoon the people who say they can't play defense. And I've said before, Cale Makar is not a great defensive player. No, he's look at his metrics. He's this, he's that. Well, I saw 2 complete fuck ups by him that led to goals going the other way today. So again, I don't go based off of the little metrics and the little data points. I watch the game and I'm able to say, well, that's him is screwing up there. And
he's not great defensively. And he benefits from playing with Devon Taves, who learned defensive structure under Barry Trotz. Yeah. And they're a perfect fit together.
Like peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly.
We need this come from behind win, said Rob G. We got it. Frank said, I'm so pumped. I got to be careful fighting a stomach bug. I could have shit myself after those 2 goals, literally. Well, Frank, you did a good job, hopefully, fighting off that stomach bug. Nick D. Grumpy.
I guess Lane is trying to spark 11 and 21. He has Barzal playing with them in the 3rd. So he was double shifting
Matt Barzal. Yeah. That's what you should do. Your best players should be getting double shifted towards the tail end of games when you're losing. Absolutely. And he said he's a young player. He could do it. My little brownie said, Grump, Tom and Giselle's divorce. Comment.
Look at how skinny the people's hero is. He's so thin. You can tell that
he looks like he's got a sickness. And that sickness may be lack of love.
His sickness was that harpy, Giselle. Tommy, I need you to quit that silly football game. I don't need you. You need to stay
the hands,
with me.
As you do.
Look at my manly hands, the way I can give you the shoulder massage just the way you like it. Yeah. I mean, you know what? And she came out and I don't know if she worded it or a publicist, but it was a very nice, nothing nasty between her and Brady. And I think they're both better off. Here's the thing. It's not just that he's playing football. That's not it. It can't possibly be the reason why you would break up because he decided to come back and play football when I honestly cannot believe that. There had to be something else. You don't break up a marriage that was seemingly happy after 13, 14, however many years because he wanted to play football for 1 more year. You just don't do it. So, I mean, but supposedly it's already settled. So it's not going to be a nasty divorce. Tommy Boy has his money. She has more money than him. I bet he doesn't even try to get any of her money. I bet she doesn't try to get his.
Wouldn't that be great?
It would be great. Here's the thing. That's the benefit of being like
multi-billionaire,
100 millionaires for both people. You can do that.
Close to billionaires. Yeah, close to billionaire status. Yeah, more money than you'll spend in a lifetime. Alexander says, wow, crazy stat that Brendan Burke just said on the Islanders. Lead the NHL in third period goals. When was the last time that happened?
1983. I have no idea.
Think about the games. How many did they score this evening in the third period? They scored 4 goals in the third period this game. How many did they score?
No.
4.
No.
Yep, 4.
It was 3-0
down 3-1. They were down 3-1. They wound up winning 5-4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then think about
that's right, the empty netter. Yeah, I forgot.
The Hurricanes, they scored 3 goals against the Hurricanes in the third period too. So right there in 2 games, there's 7 goals in the third period. And the Rangers, we had 2 goals in the third period. So yeah, I don't doubt it. That's good eye by them. And thanks, Alexander, for pointing that out. But yeah, hey, there you go. We're closing out games we need to. Rob G said they're playing pretty good lately, Grumpy.
You think? I think so.
Expectations.
But you look at it. Even today's game is kind of a microcosm of the season. They came out, and I thought the first period, Colorado pretty much carried the play. They just couldn't put the puck in the net. They're struggling right now offensively. Good for us.
And defensively.
Second period, they take over, pretty much dominate the second period, and they get that goal. The Islanders get that goal towards the tail, however many minutes left in the second period. Game totally flipped. It's kind of like, we started off okay against Florida. Then we beat the 2 California teams, look great. And then we fall asleep and get rolled by the 2 Florida teams. And then we come out, we win these next 3. It's like we're just kind of up and down, up and down.
Rob G said they had the game on MSG and took it off the air. What the F? Mr. B said, happy 75th birthday, Grump.
Thank you.
Grumpy, happy 75th. You don't look a day over 75, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Rob G said, got to go back and listen to stream live. We'll be back with you guys in a bit. Thank God. Thank you there, Rob. Drew L said, honestly, comparing Dobson and McCarr right now is like comparing TJ's hairline to Fabio. Damn.
Oh, man.
Damn. I was lampooning the people who shit on Dobson for playing poor defense. That's what I'm doing. It was lampooning what they do. That's all. It's being hyperbolic as to what they do. Paulo C said, TJ, there was a lot of defensive defensemen in the past that won Norris trophies. Just out of my head, looking it up, Rob Langway won twice. Any offensive talent?
No, Rod Langway was okay defensively those couple of years. And you're talking about 45 years ago when he won those trophies.
How many years ago did Scott Stevens win? Like 20?
I don't think Scott Stevens ever won a Norris trophy.
I'll be able to tell you.
Look it up, but it's like Bobby Orr, Paul Coffey, Brian Leach.
He never won a Norris. Yeah.
Stevens
Scott
did,
Stevens
right?
never won a Norris.
No,
yeah.
he didn't.
The years he came close, he had 72. Okay, Scott Stevens had 78 points in a season. Scott Stevens almost had seasons where he was putting up a point a game and not winning Norris trophies.
I mean, look at Langway. What about Langway the 2 years that he won?
I'll pull it up.
I mean, it's not like he was putting up 15 points a year. He was putting up points. I think he was with Washington when he won.
I'll pull it here.
I believe he
won
was.
2 Norris trophies. The Norris trophies he won 32 and 33 points. So not a lot of points. 1982, 83 season, 83, 84 season.
That's 40 years ago.
Yes.
If you want to prove a point on something that happened 40 years ago, go right ahead.
You know what that's like now? You know what that's almost like now, Grumpy? And I'm not trying to take it like that, Paulo, but that's almost like when they come up and they say like, God almighty, they say Rhino Fitzgerald was a running back for the Pitt Panthers back in 1932 and finished second in Heisman voting. He had 87 rushing yards a game and 3 touchdowns. He had a fantastic campaign and a fantastic season. It's like it's so different the way the games are. Like 40 years. Think about it. Almost half a century. 4 decades.
Yeah. I remember those years. I remember when he won those.
Because it's your 75th birthday, Grumpy. Of course you remember.
Sure.
Andrew L. said, Pulak has looked like ass the whole game. He has not looked good so far this year.
And Pelech has just looked okay.
I was about to say, they're good defensemen. They are not as good as their reputation precedes them. Now, they used to be way better than their reputation precedes them. Now that they've gotten the rep for being great defensive defensemen, some of the best in the league, now I'm like, yeah, they're a little worse than what the reputation is.
Well, at least they're not overpaid yet.
Correct. I don't think they'll ever be overpaid. I think they're both very manageable and tenable contracts. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Frank saying, what a save. Empty netter goal. Drew L said a display of vintage trots. Varley there. Happy birthday. Let's go, says Gamer. What a game. Wickerman says, your boy, Brocktober. That's why he scored the empty net goal. It's Brocktober.
I hate to tell you, but that's just about over. Croc is waffles for Grumpy. Is that what is that, a waffle? He's a waffle cone?
He's a waffle. I don't know. He's waffled. Oh, he's waffling for Grump. I don't know what that is. That's some meme stuff that probably is way above my knowledge.
It's way above my head. Way above my pay grade.
Frank Grumpy.
Don't you know Brockmeister?
Absolutely. JG said they all count the same. They do, and a win's a win. Frank C says here, what a huge win this was. I was really afraid of 2-7.
So was I.
After the 3-game stretch.
So was I.
Impressive comeback, says John A.
Absolutely.
It certainly was. Matthew S said, the effing Pilgrim. Who's the Pilgrim?
Brock Nelson.
Oh, he does kind of look like a pilgrim. That he
Looks
mentioned
like a pilgrim.
He does. He looks like Ichabod Crane. Have we talked about that before? How he looks like Ichabod Crane?
Yes, we have.
Frank.
Last night, his first goal was great.
James F. said
Brocktober strikes again.
Croc for Grumpy's birthday. An
go.
Impressive comeback. Absolutely was. Nick D said 3 wins in a row. The Warden will ungrump Grumpy later on. Oh, shit.
Oh, man. No comment on that.
I think the Warden's well asleep now.
The Warden's asleep. Yeah, she goes to bed early. Usually, if I make too much noise, she comes down and yells at me.
Drew L.
LOL. TJ and Grumpy making fun of this fan base by the McCarr comments are so ironically true. It's making me laugh.
Exactly. That's the point. Hey, we're
back-to-back wins against these teams is impressive. Back-to-back wins.
Oh, James, I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't have Twitter, but I think we got it. 5 unanswered goals against Colorado.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was 5
I'll tell you one thing. Herman Munster is going to be tearing into his freaking team after you get shut out by the Devils and after you give up 5 unanswered goals to the Islanders. You're going to get your ass torn into.
We knew they were going to come out and play harder today after getting shut out by the Devils.
Correct.
We knew that. And I think they got up 3-0 and they just said, okay. But you know what? That's what happens with teams that just won a Stanley Cup. They think they can just roll out and everyone's, hey, we're that good. What they forget is you're getting every team's best every single night. You saw that with the Devils last night. You saw that with the Islanders tonight. They've seen it 4 times this year out of 9 games. Actually, 5 times out of 9. They're 4-4-1. So you're seeing it right now.
Absolutely. I don't disagree. And Drew,
but I don't really like Colorado anyway. I was rooting for Tampa last year. I really was.
And I know nobody else was, but Drew L says McCarr sucks. Only a good fantasy player. Laughing my ass off. He's taking the piss just like we were. He was taking the piss out of him.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alexander says, I just sent you a save by Sorokin. Thanks, Alexander. James F said, did you guys see Colorado's first home game? 5,000 fans. It's bad. It's bad when the arena is called Mullet Arena.
I kind of like that name. They have mullet night. People come in, wear fake mullets, because no one has a mullet anymore. But they can go in there and wear fake mullets. I think it'd be great.
Oh, good.
And that'd be like Colorado, right? If they do anything as a team, they're going to get mullet night. Have everybody just always come in with mullets.
Could you imagine the social media attention if all the players came in dressed in for like Halloween too? All of them wearing like mullets and dude, they're just like lampooning it. Maybe they'll wear some flannels with mullets and like trucker hats. That'd be funny as hell.
Yeah.
Michael T said, good evening. What's up, Michael T? Michael T said, so do we take back what we said about the fourth line because they're looking exceptional so far this season?
They're looking good. They're doing their job. It's a long season. They're all in their 30s. It's an age thing for me. I'm an ageist. What can I tell you? I'm absolutely biased against guys that are older. I'd much rather have younger players, period.
Am I willing to change what I said about the fourth line? Absolutely.
If I was playing today, I'd bench myself because I'm too damn old.
Are we going to change what we said about the fourth line? No. Do you really think we can expect the same energy we've seen out of the fourth line now for the remainder of the season? Historically, no.
Yeah, probably.
That's the thing, right? I like, okay, I get it. We're playing well over the first 9 games of the season. We're 5-4. We're an above average team, slightly above. It's not like we're 9-0. We're not 8-1. We're not 7. We're not 7-2. We're not 6-3. We're 5-4.
True.
We've beaten good teams under good circumstances. It's early yet, though. Let's see how the season continues to play out. Freedom Fun and Adventure says Nelson scores to honor Grumpy's birthday. Really nice comeback victory. It certainly was. It was a great comeback victory by the Islanders. If the Islanders could upgrade Bailey, Parise, and Palmieri's spot, do you guys feel the Islanders are a championship roster? Depends on who we're upgrading them with.
Yeah.
Are we upgrading those spots with like legitimate players or just slightly above what we've currently got
Like
on the roster?
Gaudreau for Bailey. There's an upgrade.
That's a little bit of an upgrade. I'd agree. Oh man.
I felt that we were 2 legit offensive talents away from being a true contender. That's what I felt going into the season. I still feel that way.
It is a fantastic. I'll tell you this much. I'm going to be happy the rest of the evening after that win. It was a fantastic win.
It's great. It was great. I mean, and
Absolutely was.
yes. Yep.
I'm just not going to let
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday to you, Grumpy. Here's the thing. What I'm not going to do is fall into the same pit and sand trap
Like I did early this year.
I've done already, where it's the banana in the fucking tailpipe. We did that shit already. I'm not going to fall into the same, because here's the thing. When we come out and lose to the Blackhawks, we're going to be like, how the hell did we just beat the Colorado Avalanche, the Rangers, as well as the Hurricanes, and lose 6-0 to the freaking Blackhawks? That's what I'm worried about.
But what's the positives about today? The big for me, the big positive is
we showed that we have the never quit and the never say die attitude in everything that we do, which is fantastic. Something we didn't have last year.
Last year, we only won 9 games against playoff teams. 9.
Yep.
We already have 3 this year.
Correct. But that's assuming, right, all those teams we played are playoff.
Okay.
Maybe the Rangers don't make the playoffs this year.
The Rangers are going to make the playoffs. The Rangers, remember, they have a great goalie too. Rangers will make the playoffs. So is Carolina, and so is Colorado. Even though they're struggling now, yeah.
We're 3-3 right now against playoff caliber teams.
Well, you know what? If you play 3-3 against the playoff teams and you beat
the teams you're
all
supposed
the
to
lesser
beat,
teams, you're guaranteed to make the playoffs. Guaranteed.
Nice wins all the way around. Absolutely, guys. Nice win. I'm excited too. Drew S says, seeing Bailey's highlight reel just pissed me off because it shows that we've got some goal scoring ability. He just chooses not to use it because he's such a passive individual. Yeah. Punterberg Curtis says, not gonna lie, boys. I was ready to write off this game after we were down 3-0, but I was wrong. 5 unanswered goals. It's a good team we got this year, boys. See?
It's the same team we had last year. The same team we had 2 years ago. Same team we had 3 years ago. Same team we had 4 years ago.
But this is a coach that's willing to give other players opportunities, or at least more opportunities than the prior coach was. There are going to be times, though, when we're going to say, shit, that would never happen under Barry Trotz, and that would have been a good result if we had Barry Trotz. Just like today, we're saying this comeback would have never happened under Barry Trotz, a good result. There are going to be times where you say, shit, Barry Trotz would have never allowed us to concede 5 unanswered goals and lose a game where we're up 4 goals. There are going to be times like that too. Mark my words.
Is it fair to say that you think that Lane Lambert is giving more freedom to Matt Barzal, which is why his game is taken off? And like I said, already he hasn't scored a goal. He's got 10 assists.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's looked fantastic.
Yeah.
He's looked fantastic this year, and Wahlstrom has looked like everybody is firing in the same direction, and it's fantastic. I'll tell you that much. It is fantastic. Fun to watch. We do have a lot of comments. Victory. That's a dinner. Absolutely. Nick D said, big win versus the champs. Wow. Rangers, Canes, and now the Avs. My little Brownie said, how could the Islanders not do everything to keep Mayfield? He just comes up big when needed. He is a guy who comes up big when needed. I will say that.
He's 31 years old. He's going to expect – he's never gotten paid. He's going to want a big deal. You cannot keep him. You hope that Samuel Bolduc develops enough over this year where you can put him as a bottom-pairing defenseman, even if you have to pick up another veteran to play on as a right-shot defenseman, or maybe Salo's more ready. That's how you do it. You transition. You cannot give every guy who's on your team in their 30s long-term extension. You just can't do it. Not if you want to be good.
If he's willing to stay here for like $3.5 or $4 million, I do it.
Well,
But I would say that we talk about that's a guy who's top 4 on almost any team in the NHL. He's probably going to get $5 million plus. But the cap goes up next year.
I mean, would you begrudge him if he went somewhere else? I wouldn't.
Absolutely not. I would be happy for him. That's a guy I really hope gets paid. He has earned, compared to other players at his profession, at his same talent level, he gets paid pennies on a dollar compared to them. And I want a player like that to get the money he deserves. Simple. Whether it's with us, whether it's with somebody else, I want him to get paid. He deserves it.
Yes, absolutely.
Drew L said, F. Don't do this to me, team. Don't make me believe that we're better than our roster is on paper. That's the thing. We're not better than our roster is on paper. It's a 3-game stretch. Take everything with a pinch and grain of salt. Absolutely. How about those Islanders, man? It's a great win tonight. I'm excited. Great win tonight. Andrew L said, TJ, you live in Arizona, correct? No, I do not. You should have went to the Rig Jake Paul fight. Oh, no. I tell you, I live out in the middle-ish of the country, but no, not in Arizona.
Jake Paul, I hate that guy.
Grumpy loves Jake and Logan Paul both. He's big fans of them.
They're both fools.
Ariel C said that comeback doesn't happen on Trotz. Absolutely. You're 100% right, Ariel. Absolutely. Mr. B said, nice win for the number 2 goaltender on back-to-back nights.
Without a doubt.
Whoop. There we go. Shay said 3rd star. Dobson, 2nd star. Rodriguez, 1st star. Beauvillier.
Rodriguez got the 2nd star?
I don't know. Maybe. I will say we said Beauvillier needed to step it up, and he buries that
okay. He's been playing well. I don't know why you've been ripping my boy Bo.
I think that Beauvillier, right, a guy who I need to step up. I said it. This is a big year for him. I think Barzal's already stepped up. Right? We said this is a big year for Matt Barzal. Anthony Beauvillier, this is a year he needed to step up. And that's what I want to see. He did it right as soon as I said that. He scores a goal. Fantastic.
I mean, going into tonight, he was tied for 4th on the team in scoring.
Okay. How many points did he have since you have it pulled up?
5.
So he's got 6 after tonight. 6 points in 9 games. Okay. And remember,
maybe he had an assist in there too. Who knows?
He scored that goal. He did have some goals that maybe he should. I mean, like he did score that goal when Brian Elliott let a puck go through his chest. Don't ask me how. Goon says, no way the Islanders win this sort of game last year. Absolutely. At home, where they stunk last year too, to boot. Absolutely. Alexander says, hey, Brock Nelson's empty net goal ended up being the difference maker. It did. Jeremy Ford said 5-4 in the first 9 games, with games against Florida twice, the Rangers, Tampa, Avalanche, and Hurricanes. I'd take that. Only wanted to win against the Devils or one against Florida.
Yeah, I thought we had to be 7-3 to be successful out of the first 10, but I'll take 6-4.
Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy. Like if you just said, hey, beginning of the season, this is what the record is against these teams, I'd say that's not terrible. I'd take it. Absolutely would. Michael T said, I'd never imagine going 3-0 against the Rangers, Canes, and Avs.
If you were going on DraftKings and doing some type of parlay bet like that, I mean,
holy shit, you maybe just
you would have cleaned up. It'd been like winning the lottery.
Will this kickstart Beauvillier? Perhaps.
I mean, he's a guy who's been in and out of the lineup this year as well.
Yeah.
What line is he on? Now they have him back on the second line with
Rock and Lee, right?
And yeah, I mean, he's a line driver. Okay. Wahlstrom is where he needs to be with Barzal. I just wish we had somebody better than Bailey. Gaudreau. Tell me you wouldn't like those first 2 lines, right? Barzal, Gaudreau, Wahlstrom. Then you got the Croc line with Beauvillier and Average. And then the third line, you know, it is what it is. JG Pageau and the 2 Devils. And the fourth line, Josh, with Bailey being a fill-in.
Frank says, I know this team would be good. New aggressive coach with nasty goaltending. Trotz, defensive influence, and get rid of that Lurch and Green, talking about Chara, and and get rid of Trotz's pressure. Absolutely. Sean, what's up, Sean? He says, thank goodness. Woo, love the shirt, Grumpy. Looking good.
Thank you, Sean.
What's up, Sean? How are you? Mario says, what happened was that Fedosov came the sports minister in Russia, and he brought back Tretiak Katsanov. I hope
Kasatonov,
and other former Soviet players to revamp Russian hockey. It's no coincidence that since Tretiak took over, the quality of Russian goaltending has skyrocketed.
they had a real. I've seen documentaries on Tretiak and those Russian teams back in the 70s and 80s, and just what they did for their training is it's incredible. It was incredible.
Frank says, and instead of TJ being happy, he bugs out about McCarr's defense. Really, TJ, come out of the closet as a Ranger fan. God almighty. What I'm doing is I'm using those times when people try to
rip Noah Dobson.
Rip Noah Dobson, rip players that have unbelievable talent and act like no other player in the league makes those type of mistakes. And they'll freaking grab highlights of Noah Dobson. Look at this. He tripped over the blue line. Ha ha ha. Noah Dobson sucks. Look at this. Noah Dobson doesn't mark his man. And they'll try to highlight it as he's deficient on the defensive side of the puck. And my point exactly is, even the guy who's the Norris Trophy winner makes defensive mistakes. And to try to ham somebody, one mistake they make throughout a day is not a freaking accurate way to judge a player's talent. And that's why I'm like, it pisses me off so much when people do that. And I'm like, I just went the other way because it's the same thing they do with Dobson that they could do right there with the guy who won the Norris.
Every player on every team makes a mistake every game.
Multiple mistakes, not just one, multiple mistakes.
No one's perfect.
Michael T. Grumpy.
Hey, yo, happy birthday, Grump. Thank you, Michael. James Farrell says, by the way, Grumpy, Mick Mars from Motley Crue is retiring from touring. John Five is his replacement. Very good guitar player. Good. And Alexander says, last time they came back from 3 goals down was 2013-14 versus Vancouver. That's a long time.
Wow.
Wasn't that what Doug Waite was in charge?
Wow. That's before Doug Waite. That had to be Capuano.
Capuano, okay.
Had to be crappy. Wow. Shea.
Best win in UBS Arena's history.
I'd say that for right now.
Like I said, that would have been a fun game to go to. There's nothing like going to a game and seeing a comeback, and you could just tell. That as we were doing this, I was borderline watching, and I said, you could just. And I even said, I said, they're going to score. You can tell. You can feel it. You can feel it.
Yes.
They were feeling it today.
So what do we make of the 3-game winning streak against the Rangers, Avalanche, and Hurricanes? Well, I will be interested to see what happens these next games against the Blackhawks, the Blues, and the Red Wings.
I think, they do like that team rank at the beginning of the week. I think
our rank will be a lot higher now after those wins.
I'm going to bet the Islanders move from, I think they were 25 or something like that last week. I bet they move top 12.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe 12 or 11.
Those are 3 good wins against 3 really good teams.
Yep, it absolutely is.
Now, you cannot lay an egg against Chicago.
Right, we play Chicago, the Blues, the Red Wings next week.
Oh.
What do you think? What do you think of the Blackhawks on Tuesday, the Blues on Thursday, and then hey, by the way, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. No podcast this next Saturday. Sorry, I'll be out of town. So I know. I'm canceling on tomorrow's show. I'm canceling next Saturday and next Sunday. But yes, there will be no Saturday show. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll be traveling. So let me ask you this, Grumpy. What are we thinking? Blackhawks, Blues, Red Wings. What's result?
Minimum 2-1, right? Minimum 2-1.
I think we go 1-1-1. That's not enough on the fence for you.
Well, that's typical TJ. I mean, I don't know how St. Louis is playing. But, I mean, you got to beat Chicago. You got to beat Detroit, don't you? Really? Now, Detroit can skate. I don't think they're great defensively. I mean, St. Louis struggling this year a little bit. We could even. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I want to say 3-0. I really do. But I'm not going to do it.
This is what you need to avoid doing, Grumpy.
I'm just going to say
this right here. Holy shit!
2-1.
You're going to do 2-1. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to do 1-2 now.
Okay.
I was going to do 1-1-1,
wow,
but I got to play the parity. I've got to play the opposite hand. 1-2. Okay. Because I know as much as we all are excited, things go bad. I'm saying we lose to the Blues. I think maybe we beat the Blackhawks. Maybe we go on a 4-game winning streak. We lose to the Blues, lose to the Red Wings. I'm telling you, that Red Wings team is sneaky. They're a sneaky, sneaky team now.
Okay.
Those Red Wings are a sneaky team, Grumpy. That's all I'm going to say. The Prodigy Prince says here, what a win for the boys. 6 straight points against 3 playoffs teams.
Does it get any better than that, really? I mean,
In the fashion we won today.
That's a great week. This might be the greatest week of the Islanders season.
If you're drinking tonight, you're going, ding, I got a smile on my face all night long.
Absolutely.
You can't knock that smile off my face after that win.
Absolutely.
Rob,
I wonder if Devon Taves is smiling now.
Probably not. They went into their
Man,
period.
he had that smile really going on for that.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, Shannon, nice to see you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're doing great there. I loved it so much here.
I wish Shannon would interviewed him after the game and said,
how you doing,
Devon, how did your team fall apart in the late second, early third period? What happened? Were the Islanders just too much for you? Was it that trip from New Jersey over to the UBS Arena? What caused it? Is Georgiev the goalie that you think he is?
Oof.
Because he looked, again, I'm sorry, he did not look big. He made a couple of good saves, but in big moments, it's like he just wasn't the man. I'm so glad we have Sorokin. The more I think about it, he's definitely top 3 already.
Top 3 goalie in the NHL.
He keeps us in every game he plays.
Just
does.
He is, I'm telling you one thing. He has the chance to be the best goalie that's ever worn an Islander sweater. He has a chance to be the best goalie that has ever worn an Islander sweater. I think right now he's well on path to accomplish that.
I never thought Billy Smith was the greatest thing ever. I know he's in the Hall of Fame. He won 4 Stanley Cups. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame. But I always thought he was a little overrated. He came up in big games. That's what Grant Fuhr was the same way. They, win games 6-5, but he's making big saves in the big moments. But Sorokin's really, really good.
You know what's weird? I've got a massive headache just from smiling as much as I have today on the show.
You don't seem like you're smiling.
I am smiling. And maybe every time I smile, my head just starts throbbing. Just too many smiles. I'm back now. The Islanders, man, they're looking good. Yes. Frank H. said they lived up to the name of the podcast today. They certainly did.
Absolutely.
Randy Gaines saying, happy birthday, grumpy old man.
Thank you.
Matthew has said,
receipts.
DJ's
keeping the receipts.
I'll keep the receipts. I'll make sure to keep that one. Drew L says that was the best game I've seen though, in at least a year from this team. Maybe since game 6 of the playoffs against Tampa.
Agreed. I thought we were great. Like I said, Colorado had us on ropes a little bit. Didn't quit. That goal from Dobson, so big. The body check from Bailey turned the whole game around. Led to Wallstrom, to Romanov, to Dobson, score. And you could just see the players were just energized. They were just energized. And from then, the game was all Islanders until, we went up 4-3, and then they made a little bit of an offensive zone time, and then they scored the late one. But from then on, it was us.
And then Road Gamer says Sorokin makes us great. He for certain does. Andrew L said, "Oh, no, yeah, I'm not going to show that because I won't give him any airtime." Prodigy Prince says Varlamov saved the game with the save against Cogliano. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Sherwood,
Cogliano needs to do better.
It was a good save by Varlamov, but Cogliano's got to get the puck. Do you remember when Sherwood went quiet all off season long? All last year after we missed out in the postseason. And he's been quiet mysteriously for the first 8 games of the show. But here it is, Sherwood popping up. He's popping his little head up after we get a win. You guys are such a joke, laughing my fucking ass off. Hey, Sherwood, I hope you've got the same energy this year if we start struggling. I hope to see you here every single time saying, guys, we're winning the cup. I want to see it, Sherwood, every week. Every week, keep coming back. Let us know, because I just have a feeling, it might be a little quiet at some points. I mean, like the team, God Almighty, this is the thing about fan bases, and the thing about that. We are going to overrate these 3 wins, thinking just like Grumpy said already. He thinks we can win the next 3 games. We're not winning the next 3 games. I can guarantee that if we win the next 3 games and go on a 6-game winning streak, I need some. I'll shave the beard. How about that? I'll shave the winter beard. Okay?
Who cares?
I'll shave my head. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
State of Survival says, "Oh my God, the Leafs lost again. The Leafs land is going bonkers." You realize they're only 1 point worse than we are, and they're losing their mind.
And we're celebrating. Better than average, TJ. Yeah, I think we're above average. Yeah, above average team. Avalanche are still a good team, even without Landeskog.
They're not the same team. They don't. Here's the thing. Last year they were hungry. This year they don't. They look like, hey, we're Stanley Cup champs. A lot of teams are like that.
Yeah.
It's tough to repeat. It's tough to be as good as the year before. It's just tough. When you're trying to climb the mountain, it's easier to do. Once you've got to the mountaintop, it's just natural that you're like, you kind of let off the gas a little bit. Truly great teams don't. Tampa Bay Lightning, one of those truly great teams.
DK Crumpy.
Back up, TJ. I can see your hair. I can see through your hair. It is so thin.
I know. I got a few little penciled on hairs. Is what the issue is. Grumpy, and thanks, Nick D, for sending this to us. Nick D sent this to us. It was Chico Resch there, Grumpy. Night there. A whole bunch of people had his little cardboard cutout.
I always liked Chico Resch better than Billy Smith. Always did.
His mask is in the Hall of Fame, isn't it?
I don't know, but that is his mask without doubt.
I think his mask is in the Hall of Fame, if I recall. Thanks, Nick, for sending that to us. Goon Grumpy.
I enjoy when Grumpy sings old movie and TV songs, Flipper, New Zoo Review, etc. Special request, can you sing a bit of the 60s Spider-Man cartoon? Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Spin a web any size, catches thieves just like flies. Look out, there goes a Spider-Man.
Wickerman says the Leafs need a goalie. They didn't keep Campbell, and I think that was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
TJ, we killed the top 3 teams. You're a freaking Rangers fan. Just come out. Guys, you got me. I'm a Ranger fan. I'm a big fan of Shesterkin. I'm a big Ranger fan. Let's go, Capo Caco. Big Ranger fan. Yes. Oh, Steve Dangle is going bonkers, I bet. Nick M says, just enjoy the win, TJ. Stop the hating.
Yeah, stop the hating, man. You just can't be happy. Let people be happy.
Okay.
Don't worry. Be happy now.
Prodigy Prince says, let us be happy. Michael B saying, TJ, whoa. Tim Ward saying, I'm sorry, TJ is such an ass.
Now.
That's fine, Tim. Here's the thing. You guys understand. This is the point of it. You guys understand. What, Crump?
Why don't you just let it go?
It's because, right, I feel like we're not being honest to the viewers when we do that. If we're just like, man, we're riding on cloud 9. We're the best team in the league.
But you know what? That's the way it is as being a fan.
Holy shit. I don't. The point of the show is to be the voice of the people, but also, I think to keep us in the confines of reality. We're never going to be a rah-rah show. Shit. The goal is to win the fucking cup.
That's true.
Do we feel like that's changed after those 3 wins? Do we feel like we're winning the cup? I'd say still no.
Okay. I'm just saying these are 3. These are big.
I said they're 3 good wins. I'm just saying there's items that have helped us out to those wins. Ignoring them would be ignoring facts that have occurred. I'm not saying they're the only reason we won. I'm just saying they helped.
It took a little while, but it seems like that Lane Lambert has come up with a serviceable first line.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to promote controversy.
No, I know you are.
That's it. It's still an impressive win against the champs. It is
true. Very true.
And TJ, be happy, relax. We had a comeback win, celebrate what we have now, and we'll worry about what the come. That's the thing. I cannot wait to worry about what's going to happen over the next 73 games, and just like it's going to sort itself out.
Okay.
Anyway. Grumpy, I'll let you read a few.
TJ, you're unbearable. Our team needs defense. You're not even happy. You're effing Rangers fan. Man, I'm
a Rangers fan, man. You've got me. You've got me pinned, Frank. I have been masquerading as an Islander fan my entire life, but you have got me pinned.
Drew L says, TJ, speaking of chill, I get you need to vent, but what did I say? No effing, no shits, no cusses, punishment coming soon.
I don't know what that means. D-Cut says, TJ having a normal millennial meltdown.
No. He says having his normal millennial meltdown.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brett W says 100% agree, TJ. Thank you. Thank you, Brett. Thank you. I'm glad. We're
Michael
5.
T, we are 5. We're 5-4 and have beaten in regulation. See, that's the big thing. That's when you went on one of your latest diatribes. That's what I wanted to mention before. The fact is, particularly against the Rangers and the Hurricanes, no losers points for them.
Correct. That's big.
That's big because that's a full 2. That's a full.
It's a 4-point swing.
4-point swing as opposed to 2 points because they didn't get the loser. They didn't get their loser point, and that's. I wanted to mention that earlier, but like I said, you went so crazy, I forgot.
Be happy, says Road Gamer.
TJ, be happy. See.
Oh, Sherwood. Oh, no. He says, laughing my fucking ass off. You idiots with your 780 subscribers. Oh, no.
I don't know who Sherwood is. I know you mentioned him earlier. I don't know who he is.
He chimes in every once in a while as the guy who thinks we're winning the cup every year. And then he thinks that we're fantastic. And anytime we have criticism, he pops his little head up when we go on a 3 or 4 game winning streak, and then he disappears for months. Okay, Sherwood, I'll see you for a little bit longer. TJ, you're a Rangers fan. You're mad because we won. I am. You've got me. I'm upset we won.
It's my birthday. The Islanders won. It's been honestly, my week's not been great, but here the Islanders win 3 games in 5 days? 5 days? 4 days?
Yeah.
And
4 days.
And then they top it off by beating the Stanley Cup champions on my birthday. I can't be any more happy than that. I don't know why you're so angry. I think you're angry because I'm happy. That's why I think you're.
You think we need parity in the show? We need differences in the show.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to get too excited because last time I did that,
everybody is riding on fucking cloud 9 right now. And here's the thing: when we struggle again, everybody's going to be falling like we jump from 99% happiness to 1% happiness. I'm trying to bring you from 99 right now, maybe back down to 70 or 80. So when we fall back down, we're going to fall to 30 instead of falling to 1. That's what I'm trying to do.
You come off as crazy right now. Can I just tell you?
I'm a fucking lunatic. I'm Frankenstein. Or who the hell is the guy? I'm the guy who the hell is Frankenstein? Who created Frankenstein's monster again?
Frankenstein.
No, Frankenstein was the monster. Who
Frankenstein? Victor Frankenstein was the doctor who created Frankenstein's monster.
Okay,
he was just known in the original Frankenstein as the monster.
Okay, there it is. That makes
Played
sense.
by who? Boris Karloff.
He's dead now. He's the guy from Everybody Loves
Raymond.
Raymond.
A long time. He also did the voice of the narrator for The Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
The Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
I'll read the comments because they just make you angry. So I'll read them with my typical charm. JG said, TJ, wins like the last 3 means something at the end of the season. No one thought we would have beaten the Rangers, Carolina, and Colorado. Not me. That's for certain. Like I said, if I would have known that, it would have been like winning the lottery, which I think is like $800 million today. Road Gamer says TJ works for Soros and the Rangers.
I do. I'm actually part of the Rangers organization. There it is.
Jewel says, I swear with the interview booth being right in front of the stairs, someone is going to throw a water bottle at Shannon and AJ one day, and they're going to have to move it.
I hope not.
I don't think so.
Do anything like that.
They might throw some hair care products at AJ, but that's about it. Prodigy Prince says it would be awesome if Barzell could shoot more. He was going in today. He was tied for the team leading shots. Here's the thing.
Not scoring.
I just have a question for anyone. It's like if he has 100 assists this year and no goals, but you got Oliver Wahlstrom with 40, Josh Bailey getting 12, whatever he gets, and Dobson has 25. Would you be happy? I'm going to say the answer would be yes. Doesn't matter if you're putting up points. Anytime you have an assist or a goal, it means you're putting up points.
Phil's Fax sent this to me, and I'm going to try to zoom in for us.
How boring is this going to be?
Oh, shit. Let me try to do this. I'll pull it up. I'm sorry. Continue. Keep reading comments. I'll get it on the bigger screen.
JG says, TJ, can't you simply enjoy the win? Yes, TJ, enjoy the win. Michael T says, I still can't believe the very good play of the fourth line we've been seeing lately. Yeah, they've been okay. They've been okay. To me, I'm pumping the brakes on that line.
I'm pumping the brakes on everything.
I know you are. We know. Believe me, you've let everyone know that, painfully so, the whole show. Jewel says, I told you, TJ, Dobby with Trotz versus Dobby with Lane Lambert. Dobson fully grown up.
So this is what Phil sent us. Goals for 60 minutes. The Bruins lead the NHL, averaging 4.15 goals a game.
I'm stunned.
Oilers.
Here's the thing. I'm stunned by that, honestly.
The Oilers 3.88. The Penguins 3.85. The Senators 3.75. The Islanders 5th in the NHL in scoring per game.
See, I take away the empty net goals. To me, those need to come off. Empty net goals, they should not count in that stat. Yes, I know every goal counts, but empty net goals, no, I'm sorry. But here's the big difference. If you look, scroll to the top. I look at the goals against 2.29. You look at Edmonton, right? They've not been great. They've given up 3.25. Same thing with Pittsburgh. Same thing with Ottawa. Look at the Islanders, 2.67.
Yeah, right? I was about to say the
Look
Bruins.
at Buffalo. Look at Buffalo. And Buffalo's goaltending that's a weak spot. I'm not going to expect them to play like that all year, right? Calgary, still good in that same range. Blackhawks, they score a lot, but man, that's going to be a fun game. That could be one of those 6-5 jobs. If Sorokin plays, we'll probably shut them out. Okay, let me get back to some more comments.
Yeah.
Ponyboy Curtis says, boys, I am sold on this team. I'm drinking the
This is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean, Grump.
Well, so let him enjoy it. So what? I'm drinking.
I don't want them to end up poisoned like at fucking Jonestown. That's why. I don't want them drinking Jonestown Kool-Aid. And so we're jumping off of cliffs at the end of the year. This is my point. That people are going to call me crazy. They're going to call me they're going to call me deranged. They're going to call me crazy, Grump. I'm going to blow a blood vessel on the top of my brain over here. Woo.
Can I finish reading the comment, please? Ponyboy Curtis says, boys, I am sold on this team. I'm drinking the orange and blue Kool-Aid. Back-to-back wins against 2 elite teams. You could say back-to-back-to-back, actually. I am sold. Playoffs are in our future, and not necessarily a wild card spot either. Oh. Hey, look at that. We're not even going to be.
That's what I mean, bro. Okay. I don't want them drinking that Jonestown Kool-Aid. That is the problem. That's what I'm worried about.
All right. Rob G says.
You know what? I'm call me the guy with the tinfoil hat. Like, don't drink that Jonestown Kool-Aid.
Gosh.
Go ahead.
Rob G says, give them credit. They're playing very good, TJ. And they are.
They won 3 games, and they played well over those games. I think the best hockey game we played was against the Hurricanes. We had a fantastic come from behind victory against the reigning champs today, which was fantastic, a great game to watch. All I'm saying is do not get too high upon this win in the 3 games that we won.
I will save the 3 games. The first game, Sorokin won, Halak lost. I thought that was a close, even though it was 3-0, I thought that game was probably closer. Halak was terrible. Sorokin was sensational. Against Carolina, like I said, I thought we played extremely well. We got a couple of bounces. But Sorokin, again, stood on his head. The goaltender sucks. Are you seeing a pattern? Are you seeing a pattern? Even if you're not necessarily playing superior to the other team, when you have the best goalie, you're going to win more of those games than you're going to lose. And that was a blowout. 6-2, 5-2, empty netter. But even that's because you're goalie.
I will say this. Phil said to remind you that tonight's empty net goals, and all empty net goals should count, because tonight's empty net goal wound up being the game winner, Grumpy. We won 5-4. So
no for the empty net goals. Here's the thing. If they don't score the empty net goal, I bet they don't score that last goal. We eased off after it was 5-3, period. Shay says, hi, Empire. I came and heard that rant. My God needs to enjoy the win. Oh, wait. He's a Rangers fan. Now Shay's even attacking you.
You got me, guys. I'm a Ranger fan. Alexander Grumpy.
Alexander says, guys, you know the whole story with
Merzalinkas and his wife to attack the fans. No, I didn't look at it. Just in lieu of time.
The guy from Columbus?
I think the goalie from Columbus. We just run it. Just for time's sake, Alexander, we might look at that there, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. Andrew L.
My top 3 guesses for what TJ got grumpy for his birthday: Bailey reverse retro, the Sailor Moon outfit, and a lifetime supply of purple drinks.
I would need to take out a mortgage on the house to get a lifetime supply of purple drinks based off of how many he drinks. And maybe I might get his ass a Sailor Moon outfit for Christmas. That's actually a good idea, Andrew L. He'll like that. Michael T said, everybody else upset when they heard Kiefer Bellows was claimed by the Flyers. I certainly was.
Because I like Kiefer Bellows and I hate those Flyers.
He does. I just wish he would use it more. A brilliant timeout by Lambert, changing it. That is exactly right. I cannot impress upon that enough. Good usage of the timeout. Good job calming and rallying together the troops. A fantastic response goal by Dobson that completely shifted the momentum of the game. Fantastic job all the way around in that regard. Absolutely.
Matthew's comment, that was some fun effing hockey. I 100% agree. I think if you were in the stands, that's a great game to watch. Just
Absolutely.
a great game. And here's the thing. Is it okay? Are you going to win in the playoffs if you're giving up 4 goals a game? No, but you know what? Those are fun games, man. You just your team has a chance to score. I mean, I just thought we played. Like I said, I DVR'd the game. I didn't watch because I'm doing the podcast, but I mean, you could feel it. I could feel it that we were coming back in this game.
Grumpy, I will say this really quickly. We have got a lot of fucking comments to go through. I'm not sure if we're going to make it all the way through these, man.
Giorgio says it's all about playing hard with this team. The problem is that you have to give almost 100% every time. Unfortunately, that can't happen in the long run, but I'm optimistic that we can make some moves. I don't want it. Here's the thing. I don't care. I'm not trading away draft picks this year. Regardless, I do not care. Ponyboy Curtis says, boys, whatever happened to Shane Prince?
Disappeared into the ether. Frank says,
if I could reach through the phone, I'd so rough his ass up. It's okay to knock sense onto loved ones.
oh, man. Thank you. I have Wallstrom on my fantasy, not Bailey.
Oh,
Alexander said, great come from behind victory. I'll tell you, we might not be as bad as everyone thinks. Oh, God. Okay, Grumpy. Keep reading.
Prodigy Prince says, I'm genuinely happy for Wally. It's good to see him break free.
Yep.
Yes.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Martin is my guy. He's playing well.
I should grade Bailey in an Islanders only fantasy league. I wouldn't even take him then. Veritas and Victor says,
we covered that. We covered that. Thank you, Veritas. We covered that earlier today. Not going to re-go down that. Yeah. Bailey on a fantasy team, laughing out loud. TJ's a meathead. Thanks for showing me that. Yeah, that's it. I'm just a meathead. We got everything right last year, and I'm sure we're all wrong on it this year.
sock, shoe was Archie. Okay, yes. Okay. And that's the way it should. Sock, shoe. Yes. Tony Chi says, Drew L puts his shoes on, then his socks. Thank you, Tony.
That's a good way to protect your shoes.
Very true. Wickerman says, great show. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thanks there, Wickerman. And great win, family. Knew this team wasn't going out like chumps. Last year was a titanic year. New coach, better defense, and more offense is all we needed.
Just pump the brakes a little bit. That's all.
No, and Grumpy, keep riding, guys. We're winning the cup.
Matthew has been steadfast in his look at the first 20 games. He has not deviated from that. I said first 10, and then we go for the next 10. He just said first 20.
I've been sold. We're winning the cup. That's it. We're winning the cup, Grumpy.
Okay.
We won 3 games. Yeah, we did. We won the last 3 games against the best teams in the NHL. I think we may be the best team in the NHL, guys.
Oh God, here we go. This is what you've done with TJ now. Now he's going to be really freaking obnoxious going the other way. You're going to hate this, TJ. You thought that one was bad? This one's worse. Believe me. Let me just tell you from personal experience, this TJ is way worse.
Oh, my fucking head's pounding, man.
Veritas and Victor says 3 straight wins against good teams. Yes, absolutely. Sherwood 9982 says it's funny you say you live in Mitch Andrews' head, but he never talks about you guys on his show. Meanwhile, I can't listen to you guys for 5 minutes without you talking about him. Who's living rent free?
Sherwood, I was about to say that's the
go
first
back to the forest, Sherwood. Next
Sherwood, that's the first time we talked about him in months. So thanks.
Rob G says, TJ, they have to start somewhere. Very true.
They do. Yeah.
Mark Alberti says something special is happening.
It is.
CJ, and that's not a Power Ranger, but it still looks like
Ranger Red. But he says, why are my comments not showing up? They're here, CJ. No worries. Joseph C said, I listened to the podcast. I haven't heard his name. And yep. Enter. Yep. I was about to say, we do not mention, not at all. And we never will.
Michelle, we never talk about Michelle Anderson ever.
Nope. He's invited on the show. We'll never talk about him on the show ever, or what he does, but he's always invited. That's all.
He does.
Said, yep. Alexander said, I told my uncle, look at Barzal creating. He hits me with still 0 goals.
But he's got 10 points, leads the team in scoring. So
you can't win sometimes. Michael T.
I'm trying to trade Trouba for Dobson in my league. Good luck.
Ooh, there's something about the San Jose Sharks. I'll look that up, Grumpy.
Empire State Construction, Frank says, LOL, who'd make that insane trade, bro? Exactly. Joseph C says, what's up, Frank? Alexander says, Todd Bertuzzi was one of the few that got away, but hey, we ended up with a guy like Trevor Lindgren. Hey, great trade, Milbury.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah. Nice jersey, Grumpy. Thank you. From Rob G. Then Joseph C says, I could have told you, Michael, not to draft Trouba.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have a lot of penalty minutes if that's good in your league.
I'm sick of the okay, good.
Frank says, I'm sick of some peeps on Reddit when talking to the Islanders. Should I not be on it there? I don't know.
I tell you.
S says, beginning to think that Trot's style took a toll on this team. Players seem more relaxed. Char and Green are out, and the D-men jumping in. Players are not afraid to make mistakes. Sorokin seems to have taken the next step so far. Yes, Bellows should have been moved for something of at least decent value.
Thomas Hurdle seems to be the guy that is popping up, and I just saw what CJ said. Thomas Hurdle is popping up there as a trade possibility. San Jose Sharks looking to move him away.
Okay.
Didn't know Brad Lambert was a coach, TJ. Brad Lambert, the player, Drew L. If I misspoke, I just was going nuts. He needs to eat some bird doo-doo. Fair enough. Dan L said he did use the timeout at the end of the game. I think Colorado was up 5-3.
By then, the hay's out of the barn. It's like, come on, fellas, you got to do it. You got to do it to stop momentum. That's what he did.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Sarah Sherwood. Call time with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Good. Again, we tough to pay attention while we're doing this too. But I pray Bellows gets cut and we get him back. I hope he's successful.
Yeah,
I hope he has a successful career.
Yeah,
that's all. Pony Boy.
Pony Boy says, I'm actually shocked that you guys were able to get Rossner on the podcast, the guy who currently travels with the team and is in their locker room and vicinity and converses with them day to day and day out. I
told you, Stefan Rosner is, I think he's the best regarding covering the beat of the Islanders. I think he does the best. I think he does the best, most I think he follows it most accurately, and he's dubious. He questions the things that need to be questioned. I think he does a great job. I cannot speak highly enough about Stefan Rosner, and I'll say that. Drew L said, I agree. Phil would get an entanglement that I'm told. Jesse said, Trouba had a good season, and Gorton got suckered into trading for him and giving him $56 million. Oof.
That's a lot.
Really excellent job, TJ. Probably the most impressive feat. We're just happy. Anybody who wants to come on, we're always happy. Rob G said, Grumpy, they're on a roll, baby. Gotta love it. Go Island.
You gotta, ride it. Like I said, I'm predicting, well, I'll say 2-1.
I think we're going 3-0, buddy. Okay. I think 3-0 over the next 3 games. Michael T, Grumpy.
As far as all the stats go in my league, Trouba for Dobson at this point would be pretty much an even swap. Yeah, I'm not making that trade.
Joe said, apology. Oh, that was analogy. Fuck. Did I misread? Oh, Jesus. So I know it's getting late tonight. Analogy. It was something about a moth. Oh, fuck. Did I? Okay, here's the thing, Andrew. I know I fucked up the moth analogy. I tried. I could tell Grumpy's face. I'm like, this isn't hitting. I'm like, my nerdy love for insects is not panning out right now. Yeah, he's a gentleman. Yep. Poffin sucks, champs. He's one of my childhood heroes. It's a lot of hockey therapy. Thomas Amadeo said Bellows put on waivers. Lou gambled and lost. Shaking my head.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to put a guy on waivers, you don't put on somebody who's going to get claimed unless you don't care if they're on your team.
Paulo C said, sorry, guys. Looked up. Surprisingly, Scott Stevens never won a No apologies. Honestly, I'm shocked Scott Stevens never did win a Norris. He was a fantastic Hall of Fame defenseman.
Yeah, but in the 90s, it was guys who put up points. It's ever since Bobby Orr came into the league, really.
James F. Grumpy.
Grumpy, did you say the Islanders should have traded Mayfield last year? You still think that? Yes, I do. You could have gotten a first and maybe a second for him last year. And now here's the thing. Regardless of where we are in the standings, come trade deadline, you move them anyway, depending what the value is. The vast majority of this team is over 30 years old. You need, and this is a really deep draft. You want as many kicks of the can as you could possibly have. He's not coming back. He will not be back. He's going to sign a free agent contract for $5 million, especially with the cap going up somewhere else. You have to move on. You have to. That's how you replenish your farm system.
Yeah. Oh, Bailey has earned his keep. Back off, says Rob G. I like that. I like that. Alexander says, thank you guys. Thanks, Alexander. Brett W says, hey. I heard I'm getting a Johnston jersey for Christmas. Don't wave him either. Oh, there it is.
Now,
Oh.
I'm surprised that someone's getting a Ross Johnston jersey.
Gungun says, Mr. Diaz, congrats on child number 5. Absolutely. Congratulations. And absolutely, Frank saying congratulations to Alexander. Congrats, guys. Congrats, Alexander. Jeff Sobel, Grumpy.
If the team really did not like Bellows, he could have been moved for a number 5 or 6 defenseman and opposed to losing him for nothing. Then you could send him to Bridgeport Aho. I'm sure Bellows could have gotten proven bottom D-man. See, that's my point. It's just the whole thing is it's just a mismanagement of an asset.
That's what it is. If he has any value, right? When you waived him, somebody picked him up, so he's got value. Shushnikov, motherfucker, was an unrestricted free agent for how many years now? You think someone was going to claim his ass? Are you kidding me? Or were you worried that his ass would go scampering back to Europe if you waived him? Which one is it?
If you wanted to keep the full team together, you put Bailey or Palmieri on waivers. No one's claiming them. Then you're able to get Salo in there. There's so many other things you could have done. If you didn't want him, you should have moved him earlier. Why did you give him the contract in the offseason? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
He played extremely well in the preseason. Extremely well.
Frank saying Lou or Snow. I'm sorry, Grumpy. I'll let you finish that, but we'll have to go quick through these comments here.
Okay.
Frank says Lou or Snow, right? Lou's better general manager than Snow.
Present day Lou?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. Snow never really lost a trade. I mean, he didn't make many trades, and you didn't see him trade away first round draft picks. You didn't see him do that. I mean, what's Lamoriello done really, aside from hiring Trotz? What's he done? Overpaid for Pajot, overpaid for Palmieri, keeps on handing out these contracts like they're freaking candy to guys in their 30s. No.
Sherwood said, can you believe that Barzal will be 30 before his $9.5 million contract's up? Trade him now. Yeah, Sherwood. I think we should. Trade Matt Barzal.
Well,
trade Sorokin too. Trade everybody.
He signed 8 years, didn't he?
Yeah, 8 years. He'll be 30. Let's trade him. I think, Sherwood, you might be on to something, buddy. Let's trade him. Good point. Good point.
His contract doesn't even kick in until he's, I think, that next contract. When does it kick in?
Got to trade him. Got to
trade. He's going to be into his 30s, but he's a guy who's going to age gracefully.
Sherwood, no, I agree. Let's trade him. Drew L says, TJ, I think that your costume kit I sent on Twitter. It's great, man. I love that. But Langway did win the Norris Trophy 2 years in a row with no offensive talent. Absolutely, he did.
That's 40 years ago.
Dan L said, happy birthday, Grump.
And
Double lot. Bucktrap says, never saw it coming. It always is the guys that you give away for nothing is the guys who'll haunt you. Bellows, painful.
True.
Yep. CJ says, happy birthday, Grumpy. Nice win, too. On the birthday. We lost in my birthday preseason game.
It was only preseason. Doesn't matter. It should be my birthday every day.
Matthew S. said, laughed my ass off at the Halloween costumes. Absolutely. Oh, man, I'm mad. Oh, Ponyberg says, not one of those twittering moronic idiots like Phil's Fiction or Andy Francis, an actual guy who knows this team and the day in, day out. Good work, TJ. Thanks, there. Wow. Drew has the meme of the year. It is, sadly, TJ passed over all my comments. His distance from the Islanders' misery rated R.
I think is what he wanted to say.
I know, it is. Uber kudos to Drew. I feel bad for D-Cut. He keeps skipping my fucking Hitler jokes. No. CJ says the broadcaster milking those Potvin socks. But Dennis did say Potvin cups are coming. Hey, there it is.
Dennis needs the money.
No, it's going to charity. 10% goes to charity.
Okay, what do you think the other 90% goes?
The cover overhead costs. I don't know. It probably goes to another charity.
10% of the profit. That's what goes. 10% of the profit. Paulo says the great Bobby Orr won the Norris Trophy 8 times for 8 straight years. Unbelievable, incredible. Absolutely, he was sensational.
Predictions Tuesday's game. Chicago Blackhawks.
We win. We beat them. No problem.
6-0 victory Islanders. 7-0 victory Islanders. CJ Grumpy.
Don't be a dick and disrespect Grumpy on his birthday. Hit the like button, Emma.
That's right. Don't be a dick. Hit the like button on Grumpy's birthday. I agree. I can get behind that one. Shay, serious question. How is Salo going to win the Calder if he's sitting in the press box every night? I'd rather see him playing in the AHL than sit in the press box doing no more harm than good. Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess they like what they say. Here's the thing. I don't hate Aho like a lot of people do. I don't. I don't think he's the greatest defensively, but I like him. I think he's fine at number 6 spot. You want Salo to take his job. You do.
God. Only Dan's. Ooh, like OnlyFans. Only Dan
Arms
says arms
too small to hold this W. It's like,
That's it. I actually like that comment. Arms too small to hold this stuff. It's a big win. Tony Cheese said, "I'll never be you, Drew. I'll be immortalized by DB Cooper." Yeah, the team does need a live 24/7 show to beat the Comets. Yeah, that'd be nice. Mark A, we did beat the champs. W's all around. We're not losing the game, baby. We're going 78-4, baby. Let's go, Isles.
Oh
That's
no.
what's going. I'm not making fun of you, Mark. I'm just taking it right. Hey, maybe that's the only way I can bring people's expectations down to go to 150.
Why don't you just today? You've been on.
I'm gonna take a piss, Grump. I got a headache that's pounding.
Okay,
I got to take a piss.
That's
Get
fine.
some
I'll
comments.
take over. We'll get all these comments taken care of. Okay, we'll see. We just keep in sending comments and take bets to see how late we keep them on. Not too much longer, Tony Cheese. Frank Corvino says the Rangers we're playing a good AHL goaltender. Halak was finished 5 years ago. True. I think the name of this podcast from Drew says should be renamed the Drew Licata, the Certified Meme Lord. Probably not. Sherwood 998T says you are literally making excuses for winning. Paolo says, guys, are you sure you guys want to get rid of Mayfield? Yes. He has 3 goals so far. And are you sure you want to get rid of Bavillier at the age of 24? I don't want to get rid of Bavillier. I think you have to get rid of Mayfield, though. Then we'll see. Frank says Dobson's goal was also huge coming out of the timeout. True. So we called the timeout before the goal. Okay, great. TJ is grumpy old man isn't making excuses for us winning. That was TJ making excuses. Yeah, I don't know. I think TJ's looking at it from the point of view of, okay, just chill, because just because we beat these 3 teams doesn't mean we're in a Stanley Cup. I understand where he's coming from, but we have to celebrate. You got to celebrate when your team wins. I mean, I know we only want to win the Stanley Cup. There's a journey there. Tony Cheese calls Drew a certified narcissist podcast. Nope. Must keep Mayfield. He always surprises us. No, Frank. See, that's the thing. You have to be willing to move on from guys. You cannot sign every guy in his 30s to long-term deals because in a contract year, he's putting up the most goals he's ever had. No, you got to move on. He's a bottom-pairing defenseman. You can't pay bottom-pairing defenseman $5 million a year. Can't do it. Tony G says, Tony Cheese says,
Tony Jizz says,
I work 6 days a week and I got 2 kids with 1 on the way. Well, that's 3 for him. Very good.
and they have an
autistic dog. How
I'm
would
not
you
even
know?
sure if that's possible.
I don't
Maybe
know.
he doesn't like to be pet. Maybe when he comes to the door, the dog doesn't come. I don't even know how that works.
Yeah.
But Tony Cheese got 2 kids on the way. Congratulations to Tony Cheese.
No, he has 2 kids with 1 on the way. I thought he said.
Oh, shit. Oh, congratulations on your next kid, Tony. Who would figure Tony Cheese is a functioning member of society with those comments he makes? Tony Cheese. Look at him go. I'm proud of Tony.
Yep.
Andrew L said, yeah, 6 weeks makes it tough, man. Absolutely. Mark A said Mayfield is having a nice few games. He is.
I love Scott Mayfield. I love anyone who listens to the show knows I'm a honk for Scott Mayfield, but I'm a realist, right? I want Scott Mayfield to get paid. I feel he's been underpaid his whole career. He took that $1.45 million contract for long-term just as he was on the cusp of taking off. And I want him to get paid. And if he goes somewhere else, I have no problem with it. He's earned it. I mean, that's how much I like him. I love him. I think he's great.
All right, he made up the part about an autistic dog. Okay, Tony Cheese, he's coming clean. Sherwood said you don't play 1,000 games by being bad at hockey. I know. That's why Josh Bailey is going in the Islanders Hall of Fame and getting his number retired, Sherwood.
God, please.
Maybe in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Shay says Martin didn't play a lot in the 3rd period. Other guys took his shifts.
That's the way it should be. That's why you don't go out of your way to re-sign 30-year-old 4th liners. because come crunch time against good teams, they're not playing anyway. Just give me a bunch of young fire eaters to go out there and play on the fourth line. That's all I need. I don't need guys in their 30s who get 6-year contracts, 4-year contracts, 5-year contracts. Don't need that. Sorry.
Tony Cheese said Josh Bailey's worst by far skater to play.
He is the worst skater to play. Do you wonder what record is never going to be broken? I mean, I knew it, but Elliot Friedman also mentioned it in his 32 Thoughts thing, which is the last one he's ever putting in print, by the way. He's still going to have the podcast.
Hold on. He's not doing them in print anymore.
No, because it just takes too much time. Takes too much time.
Yeah, have some freaking Johnny Pencil pusher type up the points for you. Jesus Christ.
He just winds up. He does the whole article himself.
I don't want to have to listen to the freak.
Okay.
Sorry,
long story short, he said the one he just did was the last one. And that was one where he heard Chychrun and the Islanders, please. Oh no, we do not need that. Where would Chychrun even fit on this team? It makes no sense.
A bottom line defenseman? What the fuck? No way.
Yeah. Who makes $5 million a year? You can't do
Sounds great. Yeah, let's do that.
But here's the thing. Glenn Hall had played 512 straight games in goal. You will never see that record broken. Ever.
I agree.
Ever.
Ariel C said, are you guys back on the wagon? Yes, absolutely, Ariel. I am on the wagon, 78-4. Obviously, I'm taking the piss. No, I'm not on the wagon yet. You're going to have to do a lot more for me to join the wagon. Last year was not an aberration. Last year is an indicator of where this team heads in the future. Do we realistically last true point I'll make. Do we realistically think Brad Lambert steps in as a better coach than Barry Trotz? First-time head coach. Do we think that? I don't. Do you, Grumpy?
No.
Okay. There's my point. We kept the same exact team together, and we all got a year older. Do we think that the player, I think Wallstrom takes a step forward, Barzal, certain guys take a step forward. I'm also thinking certain guys are taking steps back too. Do we think Anders Lee is going to have a point a game? Is he going to have 82 points this year? Probably not. He's on pace for it right now. Do we think Mayfield is going to score himself 40 goals this year? Probably not. Well, he's on pace for it. Do we think Dobson's putting up a point a game this year? No, probably not, but he's on pace for it. We're fifth in the league in scoring.
What did I say Dobson was going to get points-wise this year? Do you remember?
We said at least 50.
I thought I said 60, 65, I thought.
I'm thinking 82.
Okay.
I'm thinking Mayfield's going to score 20-plus goals this year too. No, Ariel, I'm just taking the piss. But no, I'm not on the wagon yet. It's going to take me a while. Shoot your Bridgeport Islander Hall of Famer Josh Bailey. Absolutely. And Trotz doesn't call a timeout there. Great call. Exactly.
True.
There.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. Fourth on the team in points over the past 6 years. Yeah, I know. That's why he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Okay. How many guys on this team have been with the team for 6 years? See, that's the thing. Yeah, Josh Bailey's been, you know what, you could say he's the leading scorer.
Don't bombard me with those facts.
Guys who played in the last
is Hall of Fame.
That's the biggest, honestly, that's a bullshit argument for Josh Bailey. 6 years. How many guys have been on here 6 years? I bet you all the core players, Barzal, let me see if I can name the guys who are ahead of him. Barzal, Lee, and Nelson. Those are probably the three, right? No one else has played 6 straight years.
Anders Lee missing an entire season. Bavillier. Man, Anders Lee missed an entire season. Jordan Eberle was traded. So if we're looking at the top 6, okay, Wallstrom wasn't even in the league for the last 6 years.
Eberle's been gone for 2 years.
Jean-Gabriel Pajot hasn't even been on the team for 6 years.
See, that's why an argument like that honestly, that's a moronic argument.
It's all of those are like all of his arguments are like that. That's what takes me over there. Hey, I'll take the piss. I'm happy. I'm just taking the piss the rest of the show. Sydney went on the bench here. Sidney Crosby. D-cut with the major burn. I know he burned me. I'm saying.
It was a good burn.
Grumpy, it's funny how your attitude suddenly is changing now. Yeah, Grumpy and I are all on board.
Here's the thing. I don't think people realize I want the Islanders to be good. I get frustrated when I see things that they should change and they don't, just because they're for whatever reason. Like trading away draft picks. I'm going to tell you, I don't give a shit if we're winning a Stanley Cup this year. I'm not trading away that first-round draft pick. I'm just not doing it.
If you can guarantee me a cup, I'll trade away the first round draft pick this year. If you can guarantee a cup, I'll do that.
I'm not trading away that first round draft pick.
If they
Because
can
guess
sign
what?
on the dotted line,
I have to watch the Islanders for a lot of years,
I do too.
not just
but-
this year.
Yeah.
No. Who are we going to bring in? This team is cemented. This lineup is cemented. Who is not going to play on this team? If you trade for a forward, who's going? We already have 14 guys under contract. How many more do you need under contract?
You're asking the wrong questions. Michael T wants to know, Tom Brady, it's a homosexual. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why he's breaking up with Giselle. It does make sense. Now it kind of can tie everything together. Goon
Here's the thing.
says,
I just wonder who's the next actress / celebrity he's going to be banging, because that's coming. It'll probably be after the season, though.
Frank Thomas. That's who he's going to be. Frank Thomas. Frank Thomas there. Or Terry Crews, one of the two. Goon says, should I be nervous about Jets tomorrow or cautiously confident? Cautiously confident.
Nervous.
Okay, fair enough.
The Jets always wind up losing to New England. Always.
I go consciously confident. I think more of the Jets. I think most of us Jets fans have severe PTSD. Oh man. I'm just trying to find some different. Sorry, guys. We're going to skip through a whole bunch of these comments. Sorry.
Alexander says I look 30. Make sure you skip over that one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm not showing. You kidding me? Giants going to win. I'll say you're not a piece of garbage. Fair enough. Drew
I think the Giants are not as good as 5-1.
No, absolutely not.
They're not.
5-1
or 6-1.
A good game on now between the Oilers and the Flames. So that's good.
Are they 5-1 or 6? Those games are always good. Oilers and Flames are always good games. Always.
D-Cut said, Grump, they gave out mullet wigs to everybody in the dude. That's pretty awesome.
See, perfect.
Give me a second. Let me see if I can pull it up and talk about it.
That's great. I don't even know how far down you are.
I just passed.
I know Houston Astros beat the Phillies tonight. That series is tied up 1-1. Should have won game 1. Didn't.
Here they are, Grumpy. I'll let you look at this. This is pretty neat. Man, this is great. Good for the freaking Arizona Coyotes.
I like
that.
I wish I was there for that.
Dude, that would be hell. That would be awesome, man.
I would have worn that. Frank says, hell of a grumpy old man birthday with this one. Abso-freaking-lutely. Frank Corvino says, I hate the schedule this year. Only play the Rangers 3 times a year is ridiculous. True. I don't understand the reasoning behind it. Thoughts? It's because they want to make sure that they play every team in the Western Conference in a home and home. So they have to split it up. There's only 82 games in the season. You got 32 teams. You do the math. That's how it works out.
Nick D said, Grump, TJ, love and laughter to both you guys and everybody else. Once again, very happy birthday, Grumpy. Thanks, there, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Mr. B said, I'm worried in the early 80s when the Islanders are down 2 or 3, I'd expect them to come back, and they usually did.
Absolutely.
Okay, Scott Mayfield.
Honestly, when I was a kid, I never thought the Islanders were going to lose ever, any game. I was stunned when we lost to the Islanders in 1984. I shouldn't have been, because we were banged up, but I'm like, there's no way. I just had so much belief in the team. When you're younger, you have that kind of belief. Years and years, you kind of think differently. Thomas Amato says, Scott Mayfield's probably one of the most underrated players on this team. Yep, and the most underpaid as well.
Yep. Yes, you guys did do that. Tony and Drew, you guys did do a great job of getting rid of all those ridiculous sex spots. Did a fantastic job. And I thought you were a New Yorker, TJ. No, I'm not. I'm not.
He's not.
Paulo C says here, we're a playoff team this year. Last year, our aging defensemen and our team's motivation were the biggest problems. And that very well could be the case.
Yeah.
I see us playing with fire. On a serious note, I see us playing with fire. I think that it's going to help our team. It's going to help us. It's going to bode well for our team's success. It really will. But, I still think that we're an above average team. That's where we kind of stay. Joey Zomp says, let's go Islanders. What a game I just went to. Long live the mush, a.k.a. Grumpy. You're the mush now, huh, Grumpy?
No, the mush. The freaking if you let the noodles soak too long, it just becomes a mush. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like Josh Bailey. Long live Bailey, a.k.a. Grumpy. Oh, shit. REC says, hey, boys, what's up, Ari? Mayfield below the dots, out of nowhere getting one from Barzal. Trotz would have benched him.
No, Trotz never had a problem with him jumping up. Never had a problem. And he scored quite a few goals for us like that. No one expects Scott Mayfield to jump up in there. No one does. That's why it works. Now, sometimes in the past, Scott Mayfield has thought that he's a freaking winger or thought he's Bobby Orr, and that's when he gets in trouble. If he's selective and does it periodically, he gets those chances and no one's near him. That's the one thing about Scotty that sometimes pushes me over the edge, is where he starts thinking he's Bobby Orr. No, you're not.
He shows flashes of Bobby Orr, Grumpy.
Yeah.
I think maybe he's Bobby. He could be Bobby Orr.
He can pick the top shelf better than anybody. He's good at that.
Tony Cheese says Lambast is
Lambast. It's been lambasted.
Paulo C said, happy 75th, Grumpy. That's right. I'm not going to show the one where say happy 30th. Happy 75th. And the team won for you. That's right. Don't Smoke Crack says, so nice to see Lane absolutely going off on the refs at the end of the third period. Love seeing the new coach fired up. I do too. I always thought that Barry was too much of a, when it came to, I needed to see, I've always said it. I think at a coach, you need to see some heart, some enthusiasm. It helps fire the guys up. Absolutely does. TJ, he can't keep getting away with this. I know. I'm sorry. I keep going away. I can't keep getting away with it. Drew can fill. Yes. Anybody else? Yeah, you can fill in with dank memes about himself. There it is. And you could go on a podcast with Grumpy. You'll run everything. I'll be fine with that. Can't believe how many empty seats on Saturday night against the Cup champs.
You know, it's funny.
I didn't even pay attention to that. But
no, I noticed at the end, the game ended. You figured, okay, everyone's staying to the end of that game.
Right.
I mean, 5-4. I mean, you know, and then it's like, as soon as like 2 minutes later, it's like the whole lower bowl is empty. I'm like, what they all, you know, evaporate? I mean, I don't know what happened. What's the thing in Harry Potter where they, you know, they disappear up the chimney or something?
I never watched Harry Potter. I watched the first 2 or 3 of them and I stopped watching that shit. I ever tell you how that worked? I watched the first 2 or 3 and I went to the last one thinking I could pick up the movie and I was fucking lost. Hunter says a shutout, a blowout, and a come from behind. A little bit of everything against the top 3 teams in the league. Yep. Absolutely.
I don't know if they're the top 3 teams, but they're on the short list. Let me tell you something. Boston. Holy shit. Marchand comes back, scores immediately, takes tonight off. Doesn't matter. They win anyway. Boston's another team I don't like.
Paulo C said, don't forget, we won 3 straight games against playoff caliber teams in regulation. When was the last time this happened?
We talked about that earlier, just getting those no loser points for between teams in our division.
Benjamin Bell said, everybody get ready for Trotz to go to the Leafs.
I'm not going to like that. He's going to help them. He will help them. I don't think they have the goalie. Maybe he talks Varlamov into coming over there for a first and a second.
Wow. You know? Let me ask you this. Lou doesn't seem like a guy who plays nice with others. He seems like a guy who can be a little vindictive just based off of the things I've seen from him in the past. Do you think he's going to openly, if Varlamov wanted to be moved or if like we're in a spot, do you think he would move him to Toronto if Varley would allow?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
If Varlamov would allow, do you think Lou would facilitate a trade from him to Toronto in your scenario?
I don't think Lamoriello is going to trade Varlamov, even though he should.
Okay, there it is. Drew L says, shave your head. Okay, got a few of those. Jeez. Just got a few. Another plus from win. No OT points to the division rivals. Every point counts.
That's right. Very true.
Well, Frank K saying the same thing. Trotz may end up in Toronto. Yeah.
I guess he doesn't need to be GM anymore.
I think he had a wake-up call once nobody wanted him at that role, and they said, okay, buddy, you're just a head coach. Get used to it. Maybe if you want to be a GM, try to focus on that only. Rob G says here, Sorokin is good, one of the best in the league. I hope Putin doesn't want him on enlist. To enlist him. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to worry about that. He'll be here.
It's not like they're shipping him back to Russia from here. That ain't happening.
No. Tony Cheese said, I feel like there's a lot of bald shaming on this podcast, and I feel I have been made to feel very unsafe. I agree, Tony Cheese. As an almost bald, I agree. I'm very shamed and unsafe. Brett W says, the Ramones covered the Spider-Man theme song.
Man, the Ramones were good.
Mr. B said, would you do Varlamov and Mayfield for Marner?
Absolutely. In a second. I'd do that trade.
Why would Toronto do that, though?
Yeah, Toronto wouldn't do that, but I'd do that in a second. In a second.
There it is. D-Cut saying, I think TJ's having marital problems. First, drugs on Wednesday, and then he's very negative today. You got me. Well, actually, no, D-Cut. I think we're winning the cup, so I'm not negative. I think I'm all in on this team. Join the wagon. We're going on the Oregon Trail. I would try to do that. Good question. Thomas O'Day said, TJ's 100% right to be critical right now. We're not even in a playoff spot. We have a long season ahead of us. Need consistency. No, Thomas. We don't have to worry about that. We're not in a postseason spot early on this year, and we still have teams that are better than us below. Thomas, don't worry about those things. We are on maybe cloud 10. So just be happy, man. Thomas said, don't worry about anything else. Be happy.
Why don't you let me handle it? You just pop up the ones. Let me read them because you're off the chain.
TJ's
starting to sound like grumpy. I fully support this.
I love killing TJ. You've killed me. Everybody has fucking killed me tonight. I'm done. I'm done.
The thing. You can't take it. See,
my brain, I've got a massive headache. I've got a freaking migraine for the last hour. I'm ready to fucking go, and I want to get to those comments.
You're one of those little millennial bitches who think everything's about you. It's not.
We're 4 hours in on a show, man. I'm ready to fucking end it.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
I know. I'm trying to suck it up and get through it.
Don't be a bitch like others. Don't be
way too negative. It drives me crazy sometimes. Yeah, I am being negative.
See, because you're just being negative just to be negative.
Thank
you, Thomas. I appreciate the happy birthday wishes. Just pop them up. I'll read them, and you just pop them up. I'll take care of the rest. Not everyone, though. I've been making fun of people unjustifiably for my entire life, and TJ is by far the best sport about it.
Thanks, dear Tony Cheese. Yes, the famous fire TJ hired.
That's how we should end the show, honestly.
Well, I'll try to see a few more if we got any. Oh, I just like this one because it got Lou. I didn't even read the comment, but I like this.
You guys are the worst.
I didn't even read this one.
Oh, you know how negative you guys are? You never give the team a break. That's not true. I don't think you've been listening. I've been very happy about today's change of events.
Jackson, I have too. 78-4 is a tangible item that we can achieve, Jackson. And I think that you're trying to malign us as being too negative, I think is an unfair characterization of what our attitudes are going forward in this season. And this year is the year for the Islanders. They're going to make history. They're going to break records. New York Islanders all the way to the cup. Anyway, yeah, I screwed it up. Oh, he said I didn't mean that. I don't know. It's late.
See, dude, you're just.
I'm having a good time. We're just taking a piss, man.
I believe that it was not Bela Lugosi. It was Boris Karloff. Tony the Tiger sang the song. That's correct. Forget the human ambient, Phil. TJ is obsessed with this cat. It's getting me drop nervous, especially with his current marital issues.
I don't know who this cat is.
They just run with it, bro. One commenter says something and they just run with it. TJ, maybe your headache isn't from smiling, but from screaming at practically every comment.
It very well, honestly, Shay, that very well could be the reason.
That's very good. Thank you, Shay. You're 100% accurate on that one. She's
yeah.
accurate. She's right on that.
If you're scoring empty netters, you're winning. That's true.
That's true. I still don't like them as, hey, we scored 5 goals. Okay. No, not for me. I agree with TJ today. I'm afraid to buy in just because I don't feel the offense is good enough, but I do love the Wallstrom Barzal pairing and think that is the future for the Islanders. Yes, like I said, but when I see them playing well with energy, last year I was negative all year because I just thought we played like dogs. But I'm not seeing that this year. So I'm getting guardedly optimistic, which I know is death. Get him a hentai year subscription. Is that for you, TJ?
Oh, I'd assume so.
You guys are crazy. I'm not going to get too high, but if we lost to the Ducks, Arizona, and Seattle, you guys would say blow it up and they stink and be so down. Enjoy these wins that we etched in as L's before the season and started in last week. See, Ariel she's being rational. I don't know why she's coming at me. I am excited about what the Islanders have done this week. TJ, not so much.
Okay.
I worry. Here's the thing. My worry was I got on the bandwagon after week 1, after we killed those 2 West Coast teams. I'm like, man, we look great. I was so excited. And then we come out and lay 2 eggs. So I'm like, damn. Okay. Ponyboy Curtis says, TJ, you're going to have to freaking lay it up on the team. They're playing good with heart. That's true.
I know. That's why we're going to do well this year.
If we lost to the worst team in the NHL, you would 100% say we're the worst team in the NHL. Not true. Not true.
Pony Boy's got another comment.
Bro, TJ, you spend way too much time arguing with Grump last podcast about his lackluster performance. Let the guy live, dude.
I look back on him like, damn, I was being a cunt.
You were, man. You were so nasty. I think everyone saw it.
Hey,
D-Cut says, new game. Take a shot every time Alexander mentions his uncle.
Oh, God.
Man.
There it is.
Pony Boy Carter says, I didn't listen to the beginning of the show. TJ, why don't you just go by and just put like certain
We're only going to show like 3 or 4 more.
Okay.
So
I didn't listen to the beginning of the show, was watching the game with a buddy and switching between the World Series. But what was your guys' take on Philly taking Bellows? Ugh, yeah, we talked about that already. Didn't like it.
not good.
Good for him. I hate Philadelphia. Pony Boy Curtis says, what's with Grump's face about when TJ was praising Rosner? Do you disagree? I think it was what he said. Oh, no, it was the thing. He said something about freaking Bailey. He said where Bailey is definitely in the Islanders Hall of Fame. It was what he said. Yeah. TJ, the word you're looking for when complimenting Rosner is thorough. Read those books behind you to improve your vocabulary.
I've got something to work forward to now. That's what it is.
TJ, let me tell you something. I hate when TJ gets like this. I hate it. What a win.
I like it.
Character win. The good guys win one.
And years before we trade
away first round picks, who do we draft in the first round that amounted to anything? Well, okay. We haven't had a first round pick since Casper Holmstrom. Before that, it was Wahlstrom and Dobson. So, go figure it. Last time we had first round picks, we got 2 guys who were starters on this team. 2 of the best young players on the team.
So we didn't get to listen to the broadcast of the game, but Pony Boy, we're going to end on these comments. I like this one. Pony Boy says this. Listen to this. Dude, when Bailey was scratched the other night, Butch said verbatim, Lane's sending a message that if you're going to perform, if you're not going to perform for him, you're going to be in the stand selling popcorn. Literally, all I could think about was Butchie fucking listened to this podcast and regurgitated what Grumpy said. Bro, he listened and made a reference to the vet selling popcorn in the stands if you're not going to be performing. And all I could think about was Grump. What Grump I thought was hilarious. Straight out of this podcast.
It was straight out of this podcast. Yes.
There it is, man. I know there are other comments that are probably great down below. Sorry, guys. I'm dying. I'm 4 hours in. I'm exhausted. But, man, we're here.
No, there's one other from Pony Boy Curtis. It says, Josh Bailey's family flew all the way out to Long Island to give him a juice box for his 101st game. Oh, yeah, I did say that earlier. His mom had a little juice box, and the little girl wanted Josh said, that's my juice box. Sorry, honey.
Ooh, I like this one.
What's your favorite present from TJ that wasn't homemade? TJ is really good at buying people presents. He is. I'll just leave it at that. Money is not an impediment to buy anything. He's really, really good at buying presents. And here's the thing. They're not things that I would say, oh, yeah, that's cool. I would have got that for myself. It's something different, which is good. You know what I mean? It's not something, you want to, I usually tell him, yeah, this is what I want, this, and he doesn't like doing that.
Believe it or not, I'm not a big fan of somebody giving me a fucking count or like a wedding registry of gifts to provide. I'm like, no. But man, Grumpy, we are here.
I can tell you the one gift I never expected to get. He was very proud of it. It was
yeah, I got him there for his back.
Yeah, Nair hair remover. I'm like, what the fuck? That was for Christmas.
He flipped his shit on that. I do remember.
Dude,
that.
who the hell gets what the fuck is exactly? What the fuck is that?
I try to get him one like what the fuck present a year, so it's like something you never expect. That's kind of like I'm
like, what the hell? But that's a TJ gift right there. That's a typical TJ gift.
Oh man. Anyway, dude, we're here at the end of the show. Grumpy, thoughts? What do you want to say? Because we'll go live Wednesday. We won't be going live this next Saturday. But what do you want to say before we wrap things up, man?
I just want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens, and even those who don't. From TJ and the Grumpy Old Man.
Thank you.
We'll not be doing the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show tomorrow.
Correct.
But we will be back on Wednesday with the Islanders Never Say Die podcast.
There it is. That we will, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
After another win against the Chicago Blackhawks.
That's correct. We will be live after the win against the Blackhawks. Then we'll have a time period. We're going to be off, and many apologies that I won't be able to be there. But the next show we'll have is the Wednesday after. So, we'll have a chance to talk about the Blackhawks win. Then we'll have a chance to talk about the St. Louis Blues, the Red Wings, the Calgary Flames, as well as the Rangers win. So we'll have 4 more wins on the docket after we talk about the most recent win against the Chicago Blackhawks. So, we got a lot of positives coming up. Teams making a fantastic run. I can't be more excited about what I've seen out there on the ice. So, guys, I'm ready for it. We're ready for it. We're pounding the piss out of it. We're pounding the pavement against the Blackhawks. We're going to be pounding the next 4 teams too. Until then, I'll see you guys Wednesday. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to beat the Blackhawks. I do actually believe we'll beat the Blackhawks. But thanks, everybody, for listening. Thank you, Grumpy. Thanks for dealing with my fucking pissy fit. We'll see you guys this Wednesday. See you then. Thank you again, Grumpy.
My pleasure.